And after the deserts of Bahrain, we move to the Ardennes Forest and we come into what is going to be a very exciting afternoon of action. It's the fourth round of the 16th season for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and it is, of course, the 6 hours of Spa. We've had an interesting first 3 races of the season, being over to Monza, then to Road Atlanta, Bahrain, and now, of course, to Spa, before we will get a little bit of an American trio with the 24 Hours of Daytona, Road America Sebring, before finishing the season off with the 4 Hours of Imola, and of course the 24 Hours of VEC Le Mans in June 2024. So still about 6 months of action coming your way. And as I said, we are here for Spa. Here's your grid for today. Tom Arsley on the front row for Race Clutch with Winchick Racing. Go Team Racing locking out the second row of the grid in 3rd and 4th position, of course, in our hypercar category. Sim Racing for Holland and Burst Esport on the 3rd row with Simframe Esports and Virtual Drivers by TX3. Rounding out your top 8 drivers on the grid. So it looks like it's going to be a very competitive race this afternoon, with Racing Zone Team rounding out your last of the hypercars. In LMP2, it's Ferrari on the pole position with Gold Racing. They had an awesome battle last race with Team Iris up there in 3rd position. On-off Racing, Hyperion come next with Netrex GP and Sean Clark Racing inside your top 16 on the overall standings. And this LMP2 field, I'm sure, is going to be closely contested around here. Arm Cybra and Netrex are on your next row with a Visceral, with both Visceral cars actually. They're rounding out your top 20. So it looks like those cars locked in on the same speed. Undercover Asian in 21st place with Geeks Energy in 22nd. Seawolf and Go Team round out your front 12 rows off the grid. And let's see if we have a repeat of the crash that we saw last time out. Valley Corsa and Arm Cybra come there in top 26 with Armada and RF Pro inside your top 28. Then we come to the GTEs with the MXV MXF Pro Esports on your pole position, with Visceral in second place. Beersoon coming behind with Satellite. Of course, Satellite have a lot of cars in this category. Thomas Seng Sim Racing next with Juice's Motorsports Club. Then we get Akio for Caspian and Arnage Competition inside your top 36. Adam Taylor for Wanako comes in next with Black Hawk Racing. And then we see Scuderia Leone and Legal inside your top 40 cars. Of course, a load of cars. We have 49 today. Black Hawk Racing down there struggling a little bit. The other Satellite car in 42nd place. Understeer United 43rd. And RKT Competition with Florian Cisse in 44th position. Then we have Juice's Tamale ERT, the other one, I think it's the third Satellite car, in 47th, and the other Visceral down there in 48th position. And I do believe we have one final car in 49th position. I think it's the 32, obviously having some issues in the qualifying session starting towards the back of the field. But it's certainly going to be a hotly contested 6 hours of Spa. And as drivers get onto the formation app, is myself, Cameron Roger, and Vida Heatley bringing you through the first part of the race. We'll get Zach Sweeney and Ewan O'Leary a little bit later on in this broadcast. And Vida's been, an exciting start to the season with the first 3 rounds. What are your expectations for Spa today?
Indeed, there's just a couple of cars that you read out on that lineup there. But yes, Spa is always fun. Just over 7 kilometers. I think it's 7,004 meters, if memory serves me correctly. The Spa-Francorchamps circuit. I'm very glad that at the moment it's fair weather here. 2-degree air temperature, as you saw there in the intro, about 5.5 or 6 degrees on track. Where I am at the moment in Munich, there's currently about 35 centimeters of snow on the ground. Oh. So, yeah, and there's more coming. It might be about 45 by the end of the day. So luckily, we don't have snow at the moment in rFactor 2. Otherwise, well, you could be spinning off into a snowbank going up Eau Rouge, which would be rather interesting. But yes, Spa, an incredibly iconic circuit, a very, very fast circuit as well. And as you said, there's going to be lots of racing here, lots of close racing. Hopefully there's not a couple of crashes, like you said, what has happened the last couple of times out. But yes, this will be a very fun race, especially that first run through Eau Rouge, through Radion, and along the Kemmel straight towards the first big braking zone. And you see all these cars going out on their formation lap letter. As you said, they're on pole position, and eventually you'll get round this warm-up lap for the 7-kilometer circuit. It might take a little bit longer than normal, and indeed, having a look at what happened in qualifying, it's about 1:55 for the hypercar class to get round here. So a long lap. And on the left there, you can see the tire strategies, and it's very interesting. The 6th position is on the soft tires in the hypercar class, and let's have a look. I believe that is the burst car in 6th position, isn't it? So going for a little bit of an alternate strategy there. And in terms of LMP2, they're all in hard spar 2nd place, which is the number 26 Gold Racing Esports car. So already differing strategies before the green flag has fallen.
Yeah, it's certainly nice to see the the teams doing something a little bit different, and that was a little bit of a shot of the 41 Luca Martono for ARMS in the LMP2 category. Well, not even a DNF, a DNS, not even starting the race on the formation lap. I wonder if they just missed the countdown to the grid. But the issue with the format of the race starts that we have is technically in the game, the race has actually started. As you see, you've got 6 hours, 1 minute left, just to give them enough time to get round to start the race at the 6-hour mark. But therefore, you might not be able to restart the race, which is a very unfortunate situation for them. And as the drivers work their way around the formation lap, we'll just quickly run you through the top drivers in the standings. In your hypercar category, it is Race Clutch leading the way by 5 points to Winchick Racing. Of course, both those teams on the front row. Then a little bit further back, about 14 points behind, we have Simframe, and then another further 5 points back to Burst Esport. And your LMP2 is Gold Racing team leading by 3 points to Team Iris, and then Scuderia Ferrari are just 2 points back, so 5 points separating the top 3 in LMP2, and all 3 of them are in the front 3 positions once again this qualifying session. In your G2E category, it's Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 70 machine. They're leading by about 12 points to Blackhawk, the number 91. There's a further 9 points back to the second Black Hawk car, followed by the 2 satellites. So it's certainly opening up to be some very tight championships, but it is coming up, of course, very quickly actually to the halfway point in the season. This is, of course, the 4th race. And when we are halfway through the 24 Hours of Daytona in a month's time, we will then be halfway through the season. But Vida, just final thoughts coming into this. We had a big crash last time. Let's hope we don't get that again.
Indeed, and as we said, you might see a little bit of blocking coming down the Camel Straight on lap 1 because everyone is so close together and everyone will have the slip.
Okay, guys,
it's just
catch
coming
up.
around Blanchimont now. And race director Jimmy Allison there just telling
We're
everyone
allowed to leave a little bit of a gap between the classes, but I do not expect you guys to crash like the last 3 races now. Can you please behave? Single file start when you cross the start-finish line. Good luck.
So as Jimmy, race director there, just pointed out, we have a new race start strategy. So, of course, we've had the side-by-sides for the last couple of seasons, but we've gone back to the single file situation at the starts, and each driver will go when they personally cross the start-finish line. So it's going to be a bit more of a separated start here. But as the 6 hours of Spa gets underway, it'll be Tom Lartalou for Race Clutch who gets the green flag and will go at the start-finish line, which is this white line just coming up. And there we go for the 6 hours of Spa, 4th round
already
of
a
the
spinner at the back.
season 16 in the background.
LP2 and the rear wing gone.
That is not the best start, considering this was supposed to be the more relaxed starting style. No crashes in turn 1. This is what we like to see. Of course, we had a massive crash back at Bahrain, but as we go under green flag racing, seems like everyone has got away rather nicely. It's going to be a little bit difficult to change positions on this opening lap, but at least we're getting all the cars racing.
Indeed, coming across the crest of the hill, essentially blind. So we have a look at what happened. Who is that? Is that the 50 car? I can't quite tell. Is that what it says on the side?
I think it's the undercover car, and just losing it on the pit limiter, which is a very interesting situation to already be spinning out before the race even started for them. And that is going to be a little bit of a difficult one to come back, because they're going to be going back well into the GT3 categories as well, up towards the back. It looks like Ferrari, they're keeping it in first place in the
Code 80
LP2s, and we're going already to code 80 conditions, as it looks like Visceral have taken the lead in your GT3 category as well.
3, 2, 1.
Indeed,
Code 80 in
well,
first.
we'd say an uneventful start. That's not quite true. We have a code 80 already, but allows everyone just to, well, of course, they wouldn't have had even time to warm up their tyres with the half a lap that they did.
Yeah, so something I wasn't actually expecting with this start strategy was a code 80 on that first lap, but there have been some issues. We've already had a DNF for the rFRO SimSport LMP2. Also, BS Zoom in your GT3 category, they have had such a difficult season to open up, because their pole position back at Road Atlanta, they got taken out a couple of times there, but they are also out of this race along with Luca Martona, who didn't make the start. Tobias Blumsching for your 46 Visceral cards gone down in your LMP2 category, as well as that 50 undercover Rasian. So yeah, definitely some issues for these drivers. Fortunately, compared to Bahrain last month, we have a 6-hour race, not a 4-hour race, to try and come back from these issues.
Indeed, a little bit more time for these teams to regain any time lost at the beginning, an extra couple of hours, an extra whole 50% of race time. But yes, here comes the leader, still that Race Clutch car, round Blanchimont. Yet to see them go flat out round there. Hopefully we will next time back. As look at this gaggle of LMP2 cars. Indeed, that is for the effective lead, isn't it? Indeed, that is the number 39 car. So yes, that top 3, top 4, maybe even top 5 in LMP2, rather close. That might be quite interesting once the race resumes, as they're all under code 80. And of course, Cameron, under code 80, you take perhaps a slightly different line than you would normally racing, because obviously when you're racing, the racing line is fastest, but code 80, the shortest line is fastest, and they're not always the same thing.
Yep, speed is distance over time. So if everyone's going the same speed, then the only way you go faster is by less distance, and therefore, as you say, you've got to be sort of cutting off the corners a little bit. But that's your LMP2s, and in GT3s, we already have quite a big gap, and Arnage have jumped massively. I think they're about 6th or 7th place on the grid. They're already up into that 2nd place, so Pim Van Ark for Juices just in behind. Let's see a replay, actually. This is the rFRO Sim scorecard. Just losing the rear end so early into the corner, and a huge crash at the top. And are they going to collect anyone else? Oh, that's a huge, that's a terrible rejoin there. Was that one of the Visceral? That might have been Bloomshine in the Visceral LMP2. That was a terrible rejoin straight onto the racing line.
And especially across the top of the crest of the hill there, it's blind. You can't see what's happening. So, yeah, you need to be particularly careful when coming across the top of the crest there, and just almost have faith in everyone else that, you know, something like that doesn't happen. But not the best of rejoins, and oh, that is not a happy suspension.
This car is having a couple of issues this season. The 46 Visceral car, they have scored points in all 3 races, but they are on the lower end of the LMP2s in this Division 1 category. Do you remember we have a Division 2 running in parallel to this? In every couple of races, there's a promotion and then a relegation for the top 2 and the bottom 2 to swap around. So that gives the at least something in the Division 2 guys to fight for. But we won't be going back to green flag racing until this car gets back to the pit lane. And even under pit limiter, Vida, that car is struggling to go in a straight line.
Yeah, oh geez, and even under code 80, I'm wondering what the left hand down a bit is in that car, because it looks fairly interesting to maneuver. And you've got to question if the rear suspension is actually attached. And yeah, just a snap of oversteer right there on the bump on the inside. And
remember, you are not allowed to serve penalties under code 80.
Oh no, this was actually a separate instance. So 2 cars immediately going sideways, and yeah, that Visceral car coming onto the circuit, maybe only about 50 kilometers an hour, right at the crest of a hill.
And you just can't be doing that, especially at the race start, where you know you've got the whole train of GT3s coming in behind you over the top of Rouge and Radion. That is certainly not the not the way that we would have wanted to start this 6 hours of Spa, especially considering we had that huge crash in behind. And it just shows you as well how twitchy the rear end is of the cars. They're so on the limit coming through there. You get the big compression, and then of course the rear end then raises up, and it becomes very difficult as, of course, we're still under these code 80 conditions. All the drivers getting ready to go back to green flag racing. We've got Ferrari leading in the LMP2s. We have Visceral leading in your GT3s, and of course, Race Clutch leading in your hypercar category. And Race Clutch, they're looking very strong this season, and leading already with that pole position. They're going to be enjoying that one as it stands, but certainly I'm sure we'll get back to green flag very, very shortly.
Yeah, very shortly. Here comes that number 1 car, of course, number 1, therefore reigning champions, coming through the PIF path. As that looks like, is that the same DNF as was before? It might be, and look at that. And you can see the yellow number right there on the top left of the windscreen, showing how long that car has been stationary for. I have a feeling that car will be stationary for a lot longer. There's that undercover car as well. John Davis driving that, and the Visceral Esports Tobias Bloomshine there as well. And those 2 LMP2 cars had those separate incidents actually coming up the hill, and I imagine the GT car is one of the many that was caught up in the melee behind.
As we're seeing Luca Martano, he did manage to get out. Of course, he's 2 laps down now, unfortunately. Oh, as he's almost loses the rear end there under going 80. Just showing you how twitchy these LMP2s can be, it seems, today. Probably because the track is just so cold. But yeah, he did manage to get out. But of course, he's way down and needs to try and come back from that one. So that's going to be a tricky one. As it stands. And I just wanted to have a quick check-in as well in your GT3 category with your championship leaders. This is Thomas Zenga Sim Racing. They are currently down in 4th place, and their championship rivals, the 91 Blackhawk, they're way further down in 11th place. So this is going to be a big, almost recovery drive from Mark Veit and his teammates to try.
Okay, well, if you think
back.
you're ready to race, we can go back to green in 10 seconds. Please be careful.
Let's see how this one goes.
That's green flag in 5, 4,
Going back
3,
green.
2, 1, green flag.
And you said the Blackhawk car was way down there in 11th, but you saw how close all those GT3s were, so it's not really way back. It's probably about 5 seconds on circuit. Oh my goodness, look at that. Almost 3 wide coming through Blanchimont, now braking hard for the bus stop chicane. You've got cars going, well, every which way possible, side by side through the left-hander, the final corner of the circuit, before braking out. Please don't lose it. Almost bobbing out there from the curb on the outside of the final corner before racing down towards the source. The right-handed hairpin, you've got to be careful here because there's a massive dip right there on the apex before straightening up, accelerating out and heading down the hill towards Eau Rouge and Radions. There's a GT car there going into the pits, I think, to serve one of their penalties, because of course here in the VEC you cannot serve penalties under a code 80, so if you decide to serve a penalty, you've got to come in and do it again. As anyway, here's Diogo Silva in the Visceral Esports car, doing slightly better than his LMP2 compatriot.
Yeah, after a couple of laps of the code 80, we go back and you see their best lap time, Baloo, 4 minutes and 9 seconds, just showing you how much slower the code 80 lap times are. But I say a couple of drivers there coming into the pit lane. We've had Simon Luce in the 294 Blagel car coming in, and also Penapede for Arms also coming in, but that is certainly very close in some of these categories. And that was Bert Knops, who was the hypercar just coming through. He got stuck behind the LMP2s in that code 80 situation, so he's now going to have to try and catch down some of the other hypercars. But it is close also in some of the hypercar categories. Some of the penalties coming in your top left-hand corner of the screen. There is Hemmingson in your 37 Iris LMP2. They got penalty actually for crashing into this car on the screen burst during that melee in the first laps of Bahrain, and there's quite a few other teams as well. The number 2 Simfreem also has 2 60-second stop and holds, so that's going to be a massive penalty around here, with the longest pit lane on the calendar, using the endurance pit lane around here.
Yeah, indeed, the endurance pit lane goes all the way from here, all the way around the inside of the source, and you rejoin at the top of the hill by Radion. So it's a long pit lane. As you said, a 60-second stop go, that makes it almost a lap, maybe just under, maybe about 3/4 of a lap. But as you said, doing that twice, it's the best part of a lap and a half. A lap and 3/4, you'll lose almost immediately. But we are having a look here at Michi Hoya in that Burst Esports car, 3/10 of a second to that car in front as they're racing up the hill and using every centimetre of the track possible right there at the top. Of course, we do have a track limits, but we'll talk about those later. As here comes Michi Hoya up the inside towards the top of the hill, and side-to-side contact right there on the apex of the left-hander. We're going through the right-hander. Michi Hoya takes that 4th position, but contact right there in the apex in the middle of that section there.
Yeah, Erchan really tried to fight that on that second apex, but it wasn't quite enough. And he's looking at his mirrors now, because they've got a huge run of cars. Here's your number 2 machine. That will have to come in for those 2 60-second stop and hold. So they are going to be best part of 2 laps down by the end of that one. It's going to be a tricky race for them to come back. As we've seen, this category is so tight. It's really difficult to get that time back. And in your LMP2s, they haven't changed position thus far since their restart. But Lemoyne there for on-off racing, of course, got past Martin Hemmingson and is now looking very fast. And here is the rear wing as well of Alex Siebel in the Ferrari entry. He's under massive attack now from Darius Andre.
Yeah, look at the pressure being applied as they go through the pit path now, through Paul Frere towards the back end of the circuit. Well, essentially the part of the circuit that's furthest away from the start-finish line, and along this long flat-out section. It's the best part, about 20 or 25 seconds, coming through the first left-hander, now coming through Blanchimont, using as much slipstream as possible for pretty much all of these cars. It is flat out through Blanchimont. As you get towards the end of a double stint, that might be slightly more fun, but braking hard for the chicane, the right and the left. So coming through the pit path here is Adam Pinsnes in the Arnage Competition car, which has taken over the lead of the GT3 class from that Visceral car.
Yeah, it certainly has had a very strong run out in Bahrain last time. Once again, not quite fast enough in the qualifying, so having to make up some positions, and already up into first place is your 92 machine as you look back from the rear wing of that one, and that is Diogo Silva in your number 58 Visceral car, trying to come back. but it looks like the pink machine is very fast once again today, and they need to, because already up into third place in behind is Michael Sedlacek for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team, who of course are your championship leaders, and they also struggled a bit in qualifying but are starting to work their way up. So it just shows you that qualifying isn't everything, of course, in endurance racing, as we've got a car in the background there just going into the pit lane.
Yes, indeed, more penalties being served. So we're having a look at Martin Hamilton, indeed, in that Team Iris LMP2 car. And that is Timothy Goya in the Team RTR car coming through the pit lane as well to serve a penalty of some description. But here we go, as you said, here's Michael Sedlacek in that Thomas Enger Sim Racing Ferrari, only 2.2 seconds away from that first position, so not far at all. And as you can see, the manufacturers right there on the left, 4 marks in the top 4, a Mercedes, a BMW, a Ferrari and a Porsche. Goes to show the balance of performance is quite good.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, we've got the McLaren and the Aston Martin there a little bit further down inside your top 10 as well. So good to see quite a few manufacturers up there. And of course, there's always talks about that, but when you see, as you say, these tight battles, it looks like it is pretty good. And one thing, I don't know if we quite mentioned it, but Darius Andre there with a penalty has dropped down. Unfortunately, from that battle for second place, that leaves Lemina up into second. So Gold Esports there getting a penalty, and that is not the ideal situation. Of course, penalties carry over in VEC, so if you have a crash this race, you then get the penalty for the next one. And having the penalties at the start of the race actually sometimes is a bit more of a penalty. You actually lose a little bit more with everyone being so close together. In a Hypercar, look at this trio. Ercan Kinek and also Roland Zux there for Go Team, all coming in.
Yeah, and serving their various penalties as the LMP2 field there on the right-hand side of the screen streaming past, which means, of course, these hypercar cars need to fight their way through the LMP2 field, so they won't get blue flags because the LMP2s are not a lap down, but they've also got to be careful because these LMP2s are in their own battles for position as well, so you've got to be very, very careful. As there is Roland Zux, 113 seconds to the leader, which is that race clutch car, accelerating down towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. Having a look here at the Hyperion Esports car and that final podium position for the LMP2 class, 9/10 of a second to second, and only half a second back to fourth. So these two cars still very, very close indeed, the entire LMP2 field. That's all the way back to 7th, you can see there, and then 8th and 9th just as the camera comes out. So this LMP2 field is still very close. That is a car backwards coming through Pouillon. Who was that?
Was that a Visceral car? Yes, it was. Yes, it was the car that had the issue at Rouge in that first lap. Tobias Blumenstein's exited the car. Binsbergen's got in, and then he spun it coming through Pouillon just in front of your class leaders as well. Obviously, the rear end on that car is just not working. Blumenstein lost it coming up the hill on that first lap, and now Binsbergen also losing it on the apex of Pouillon. So maybe just not getting that setup dialed in practice.
Yeah, I don't think the curb was actually hit there on the inside before losing that rear end. Binsbergen tried the hardest to save that car, but eventually just snapped a little bit, as you would kind of expect with the car drifting at 160 kilometers an hour. But anyway, here we go. This is the Hyperion Esports car in third position, and 1.3 seconds to the leader of the race, or I should say leader of the class at the moment in the LMP2 field, and accelerating hard down the hill now, trying to use as much of the slipstream as possible to close up on the rear wing of the car in front. But 9/10 of a second, you might get a little bit of a slipstream, but it really won't be that strong at that point.
Yeah, it won't be enough to overtake with these LMP2s. You really have to be right under the rear wing, as we actually saw quite often in Bahrain last month. Even there, I mean, you have to be sort of a car length back or so to really get the proper slipstream around this track, and that's almost what Sedlacek is in your GT3 field. Adam Pinchers for Arnott is going massively up the road, and now it is the overtaking opportunity for your championship leaders, almost pushing their way through Francorchamps, and that was actually getting too close too early, because that might hinder their run in towards the chicane, although maybe a dive, but not this time.
Yeah, deciding to stay back a little bit for now is Sedlacek before accelerating out of that final corner. We've got more cars indeed. That is the class leader, isn't it? That's the Arnage Competition car coming in. for what I presume might be a penalty of some description. So this is for the lead of the GT3 class, and almost bump drafting right there in the apex of Losaurus. Coming down the hill now towards...
Let's see if this is a good omen for as they come up this Kemmel straight. Is he close enough to get the run? Let's see what the slipstream is like in these GT3 categories. He's certainly closing in as they get one of the hype cars at Simframe coming back from their stop and hold. Look at the 58 moving left, moving right. So that leaves the door open for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and send the check to dive it down the inside. Side by side, they're going to go through. Door banging as the 70 gets barged out the way, and Visser will hold on.
Yeah, that might be looked at. But banging the door like that, you know, is mildly okay, but when you start to force people out like that, it starts to get frowned upon. It appears, therefore, that this Thomas Enger car at least has the speed in order to take this lead away from the Visceral Esports cars. They're now coming down through Puon. This long left-hander, your front right tyre starts heating up, and then screaming. You can see the Jesus car and the Scuderia Leone car right there behind us. We've got the race leader coming through as well, I think, isn't it? That's the Race Clutch number 1 car. So the race leader coming through at the same time between this very, very heated GT3 battle. Indeed gets round the Thomas Enger car before the corner comes up, and indeed there we go up the inside of the Visceral Esports car around Paul Flower before accelerating hard. The Blanchimont corner eventually, not quite, takes a little bit of time to get there, but the Thomas Enger car about half a second back, a little bit too far back, I think, to launch an attack to come in to the chicane, and you saw that as well, Cameron.
I think that's the RTR car. Is that John Davis, I think, currently trying to come through. Oh, a bit of contact actually with the 70. He was being so aggressive through Blanchimont, then aggressive again into the chicane. And that's going to leave the 70 really under attack here from Pim Van Ark in the Juices car, getting a run down towards turn 1. It's one of the first proper times that the hype cars are starting to come through. Winchick have got through as well. Then comes the Go Team Racing car. Also the Arms LMP2. This is a bit of chaos as the GT3s try to battle for position. You see the hypercars wiggling their way through, trying to find a bit of space on the track, but with some contacts that has really led Thomas Enger to lose the momentum and lose the run coming up the hill.
And yeah, you can see all of that time lost, and you know, now under attack. Here's the Jesus Motorsport Club car on board with them. Now we'll have to move to the left, have to go all the way around the outside here. And that will need to be a brave move, but deciding better of it at the moment. Perhaps going to use one of the hypercars, or I should say prototypes, as a little bit of a pick to maybe make that move stick should the opportunity arise. This Jesus Motorsport Club car, of course, they are a stalwart here in the VEC, and they're always right there at the pointy end of whatever classes they decide to race in. So seeing them in a podium position at the moment, the GT3s, is certainly no surprise.
As we get the 3 classes go side by side in towards Blanchimont, almost an extra dive there up the inside. I think that's the Racing Zone team on the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car, but they managed to just about work their way through there, and it just shows you how much faster those hypercars are, especially in some of the higher speed corners with all that, all the extra downforce, the extra power coming into it. But they managed to work their way through nicely. And it's actually pretty crazy looking at the live timing right now. Normally you see sort of 3 blocks. You see the block of hypercars, you see the block of LMP2s, and then the block of GT3s, because naturally that is the speed. But it is all over the place at the moment. We have hypercars, Kierneck as low as what's that, about 10th place in the LMP2s. You've even got LMP2s all the way back behind some of the GT3s, so it's a bit of a mess and all over the place with how the penalties and such are going, but it seems to be in a fairly calm start, at least in your hypercar category. Lartaloo is leading by over 7 seconds now, and some bigger gaps are opening up behind as the traffic especially influences their race quite a lot. But in the LMP2s, it is staying as close as we're seeing in this GT3 battle, as here is the on-off racing of Nicholas Lemoyne still trying to chase down at Ferrari as they get past all the GT3s.
Yes, it's quite interesting, isn't it? The fact that, you know, they've came through essentially this entire GT3 field, yet the gap has pretty much stayed the same. So that's always interesting to see with this on-off car, as you said, trying to chase down that Ferrari. 6/10 of a second back to that Hyperion car, so actually not that far at all. This Le Mans is pretty much halfway between the two cars as they're coming down towards Eau Rouge and Gladion, as there is one of the hypercars going up the inside and then coming up the hill. And of course, such a difficult set of corners here. Of course, this has been slightly changed in real life now, because I think this was scanned before they made the most recent changes, wasn't it?
Yes, this track came to rFactor about 3 years ago now. And yeah, obviously there's been some big track changes around here. A lot of runoff has been added, especially that bit up the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon. The opening up of the left-hand side is massive. I've been fortunate enough to be there a couple of times since then. And in real life, it is actually, like, it is weird to look at because there's just this massive space on that left-hand side now. And maybe one day that'll be updated. Also on the right-hand side here, we got the massive runoffs. Oh, that's getting very close. I wasn't expecting that at that point of the track. It's not really an overtaking opportunity, and that just proves why.
Yeah, getting two wheels in the grass there, coming down towards Milan, not something I would personally recommend, but then again, I'm a commentator, not a driver. But coming through the Beef Path now, the right being the left, and then, yeah, definitely much closer visually, it appears, Le Mans this time round when compared to the Ferrari. You've got these GT cars ahead, which may help this on-off car, coming through the final right-hander, before we get down towards this long flat out section, using much slipstream as possible, going up the inside of the GT3 just before Blanchimont, through Blanchimont itself. And there could be a move happening here, but there's GT3 traffic in the way. Can Le Mans do anything about this? No, because you can't really go three wide into the chicanes. The GT3 traffic there, I think, just bulking that on-off car a little bit.
Yeah, Alex Seaborn, the Ferrari certainly chose the right way to go to the right-hand side there, not only to defend from Le Mans, but also to sort of block him in with the GT3 traffic, as Hyperion in that third place actually is getting very close there. Hyperion sitting fourth place in the championship and only 7 points behind this Ferrari Esports LMP2. So they've had an awesome start to the season, as Le Mans there gets stuck behind a little bit of one of the Aston Martin GT3s. And as we come up the hill, on-off racing have to go off the track there to find some space, and this might give the opportunity for the Hyperion car to get a bit of a run up towards the chicane. Is going to be, as you see, the slipstream really starting to work. He gets down the inside. Can he make the move? Stick side by side. They're going to be very tight between the two through the chicane, but just about. Le Mans there for on-off racing holds on.
Yeah, a little bit of an overlap there on the apex of the first corner, but not enough to really make a challenge through the entire complex. But the Hyperion car does go to show that it has a little bit of pace, and the on-off car definitely is under pressure at pretty much all points now, because, you know, the Ferrari cars ran away a little bit, 1.3, 1.4 seconds. The gap will extend now just because of catching this GT3 car in the wrong place as they come through Pure. Both those LMP2s needing to let off the throttle a little bit to make sure they don't crash into the back of the slower traffic. Now to the right and the left, and look at that, just because of the GT3 traffic, that gap is closed right up. That Ferrari is right there.
He certainly is. Oh, that is so tight between these guys. Trying to have a battle in their own category, but also get through the traffic. And it really is a skill as we go left and right of the Juices car. I think it's Pim Van Ark. Yeah, it is for Juices. As actually in this GT3 category, we've had a bit of a change around for the lead, because Pinchers has had a drive-through penalty. So he's gone back down the field from last race. And that has left Thomas Enger Sim Racing to take the lead in class ahead of that Visceral car, as you can see. So that is a bit of a change around up to the front of the GT3s, as we're also seeing this battle change, of course, in your LMP2 category. So Thomas Enger, despite struggling in qualifying, they've already got back to the front, just showing you how you can actually have a nice race here at Spa, and it's definitely not a qualifying track.
And here we come down the hill, and of course this Hyperion car is actually close enough, might even get a double draft coming along the terminal straight. But yes, 0.3 of a second back from the on-off car of Le Mans, and coming up through the right, sorry, the left, the right, and then the left, right there at the crest of the hill, not going all the way out onto that curving at the moment, but appears to have fallen back just a little bit, perhaps not as good a run coming out of La Source before breaking hard through the comb And this right-hander, yes, not close enough this time round. You can see the 0-3 in blue lights there, just behind the number box. That shows that that car is third in class, and indeed you'll see it for every car. It's red for the hypercars, blue for these LMP2s, and orange for the GT3s. That tells you what position in class they are respectively. But then, yes, coming through Copenhagen or Bruxelles or corner with no name, depends what you want to call it.
Copenhagen,
and,
did you just say?
Yeah, it's also known as Copenhagen.
Wow, that is another one to add to the list. I mean, that is a bit of a meme around this track. Every corner has about 5 different corner names, but I've never heard Copenhagen. That's an interesting one.
As coming through the Peef path now, and yeah, just falling back a little bit, this Hyperion car, but you can see the, I think perhaps this on-off car is just gained a tenth or two in the Ferrari through that middle sector.
Yes, it's been an awesome start here actually for the 6 hours of Spa. Of course, we had very early code 80, a little bit lower down for some of the LMP2 category cars with Tobias Bumschein in the 46 Visceral having some issues. Of course, Luca Martono not even starting the race, and then also the rFRO SimSport car having some issues to cause that first code 80. But then since we got back racing, in this first half an hour, we've seen some awesome battles, and it looks like they are continuing, as this is actually a bit of a run as well in your GT3 categories. It looks like loads of cars making their way through. Scuderia Leone up into 4th place. They started way down in the field as well, as that's getting very close to Valle Corsa and the Geeks Energy car too.
Yeah, it wouldn't actually surprise me if there was a little bit of contact there, because it looks like they both got a little bit loose. But yes, Arjen Veltmans in the Scuderia Leone car, still only 3.3 seconds away from lead, just over half an hour gone here at Spa. Of course, about 5 minutes of that under Corriere, but still, 3.3 seconds he got between 1st and 4th in the GT3 class is still very impressive to see. As you can see, the prototype traffic coming up the inside there before racing up the hill across this blind corner, the left-hander, and yeah, second back, of course. You're likely to get the slipstream a little bit further back when it comes to the GT3 cars, because although they do have aerodynamics, they're about as aerodynamic as a brick when compared to the prototypes.
Yes, it's a bit of a moving bargeboard going through the air. The LMP2s seem to be really efficient. Actually, the slipstream really isn't that much. You have to work for it quite a lot, and even in GT3s, there's not a lot, but it's certainly enough to try and make some overtakes. As there is the 2 visceral cars, the GT3 and the LMP2. That's the 46 of Binsbergen trying to come back for coming back through the field after that crash a little bit further down. So I'm trying to see down the timings where there are some battles on the track. One I think was just a starting form was the other visceral car in LMP2. They were getting quite close to Rob van Starkenburg in your Netrex entry, a little bit lower down. Of course, Netrex have 2 cars. They're up into 4th place with Andres Asian as well in the number 28. But yeah, certainly, I think LMP2 GT3 giving us all the battles. The hypercars are really starting to spread out. Yes,
and you can see that on the timing column there on the left, at least with the top 8 in the respective class, those hypercars spreading a little bit. You've still got that little gap between 2nd and 3rd, for example. That Go Team car only 1.5 seconds back from 2nd, but still a little bit bigger than, for example, the gap that we can see here. Rob van Starkenburg in that Netrex GP car trying to defend that 6th position from the Visceral car. It's only half a second behind as they're coming up the hill now, and yeah, I think it's still pretty much flat out for all of these cars up the hill. But as I said earlier, once you get towards the end of a stint, particularly a double stint on these tires, it might start to get a little bit sketchy up that hill.
And I think when we look back to the tyre names, just bring that back up. Yeah, a lot of hards in the I actually did update, so it looks like burst R on the hard tyres in your hypercars. So yeah, hard tyres for hypercars, mediums for your LMP2s, and a little bit all over the place in your GTs. But yeah, it does look like, especially in your top 2 categories, there is going to be double, triple stints. And as you say, by the time you get to your 2nd and 3rd, especially with the rear, it looks like at this track with the cold temperatures, it is going to be very, very difficult. The issue for the GT3s is that the tyres just don't last. They'll probably be doing stopping, changing tyres every single stint anyway, even on the hards, just because of how they work. We did see some strategy. I think it was in the previous race where we saw people trying to save a pit stop. Might have even been the Thomas Enger car, but it didn't work out that time because they just lose so much time. But yeah, definitely for the P2s and the hypercars, we will be seeing double, triple stints, and that is always a nice one. In a 6-hour race, it actually works out pretty well. With the fuel mileage, is generally, from memory, is 9 stints, at least for the LMP2s, in a 6-hour race. The hypercars we know can go quite a bit further, so it might just be the 6 stints for them, and therefore you can sort of do 3 doubles or 2 triples if you want to do something like that.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful in the tyres if you want to do those triples, but then again, even if you are, it's maybe not actually the strategy that allows you to get the furthest distance within the 6 hours, because although you do save time, you do save a tyre change, you probably lose that due to those worn tyres towards the end of their respective treble stints. So yeah, it's something that all these teams will no doubt have tested throughout the previous few weeks before arriving here in Spa. Indeed, this is race leader in that race clutch car, accelerating hard and then braking hard towards the last couple of corners. There's that yellow in sector 1, which quickly cleared off, and I'm wondering if that was someone maybe just a little bit sideways at the top of the hill.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fun one for race clutch in many ways. Going out the front, having just a nice clean battle.
That 245 Visceral car looks a little bit slow coming down the Kemmel Straight, 13th in the LMP2s. There we go. Yeah, you can see it there. Yeah, that's suspension damage. That's what that yellow is for. It's probably lost at the top of the hill, like we saw at the very beginning of the race.
And I wouldn't be surprised, actually. Let's see if we do get on replay. We'll see if they lose the rear end on that, because that's the teammate of the 46 who said they had some issues, and I wonder if that's is actually a setup thing with the car having a wiggly rear end. As there's Pim Van Ark making a move in your GT. Oh, no, it wasn't Pim Van Ark. It was
this is a slow car on track. We need to go to code 80. So code 80
we
in
come
10
back
seconds.
to the code 80
yeah.
for Herman Stocci. We were looking at
That's
a
in
little bit earlier in
5,
that battle
4, 3,
with
2,
the 27
1.
net
Code
regs.
80 enforced.
But here we come. Obviously, one of the hub cars, they're just getting it slowed down in time.
Yep, that's really not happy, is it? There's again, you have to question if the rear suspension is actually attached to that car. It's that. I mean, it's
somewhat attached. Yeah.
Vaguely attached. And coming through this left-hander now through Speaker's Corner, we get another name for it, and yes, coming down the hill, as that is the Stan Vlietstra is in the pits.
Yeah, DNF out of nowhere. Obviously didn't see exactly what that was about, but he's DNF'd, and often when you see DNF, you can't come back for that. So that's going to be them out of the race for Geeks Energies. Loads of LMP2s into the pit lane. Lemoyne, Swakolski as well. Alex Siebel from the race lead. Obviously having a pit stall at a slightly different point with it being such a long pit lane, but certainly loads of the LMP2s deciding this is the time to. Let's get a replay though for how this happened.
So let's have a look coming up the hill. Oh no, it's an optimistic pass in that GT car.
That was
backed in. Oh, that looked like it.
So that's good. So
which of course you can do with the disconnect. You lose a lot of time, but you can rejoin the race if it is a disconnect. It's only if it's essentially crash damage that is your race over.
Yes, it's yeah, as you're saying, if you disconnect as such, then you can rejoin. But if the car in the game DNFs for any reason, like you press escape or the engine dies, something like that you physically can't come back from, then yes, you are out of the race. Unfortunately, as we see him some more people in the pit lane there. Again, some of the GT3s now, Sedlacek and Diogo Silva coming into the pit lane, Veltons and Taylor as well. So quite a lot of the top GT3s as well, deciding that this is the time to come in, which is always an interesting one for them, because we generally see about an hour stint, or roughly about an hour stint, but obviously this is quite a bit shorter. So is that actually going to add a splash and dash at the end, or maybe they can save that extra 20 minutes?
Right, let's see how long we can go on green flag until someone else messes up in the rouge. We are going green in 10 seconds.
Cynical race director there.
So that's in 5, 4, 3.
So we come back to
2,
green flag racing here. The 6 hours of Spa,
flag.
4th round of the season for VEC. And this is, of course, season 16 of the championship. We're going for a long time now, but as you hear in the voice of Jimmy Allison Race Direction, some of the drivers still can't quite keep it on the track for the full 6-hour race, but there's a lot of moving parts. And here is your race leader, Tom Lartalou, for Race Clutch, leading the championship as well. And the nearest rival is Winchick Racing, Martin Mergely, who's getting very fast in sim racing in general. And he's got some fast teammates, but they are currently over 8 seconds behind.
You're able to make that up though, of course. Look at that clock there in the top left, 5 hours 20 to go. 8 seconds, you know, is a tiny amount of time in the context of 5 hours and 20 minutes, isn't it? But yes, Mergely got a little bit of a mountain to climb, especially when you consider that Race Clutch car not only isn't the lead, not only is it incredibly fast, because it got pole position, of course, it's also got that number 1, which shows they are a very consistent team. As we're having a look down here in the battle for 2nd position now in the LMP2 field, that Hyperion car is in the lead after the set of pit stops that we saw happen under that code 80.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how they've got this gap. It's because it's not that much, but it's also a significant amount. So I don't know if it's anything tyre related, but certainly it has brought them back into the race lead. And now we got the Netrex cars, who maybe didn't actually go through the pit lane there during that time, because they also gained quite a bit. So definitely some interesting different strategies from some of these drivers. We get yellow in Sector 2. Hopefully no one else has binned it just yet. But then we've got On-Off Racing there, who of course are trying to catch them down. And then the other Netrex car of ASEAN. So it's actually that car, Rob van Starkenberg, he's jumped quite a few places up into 3rd place, because he was behind the other Netrex car.
It looks like it might be that Team RTR car was actually quite slow. The car that is in 12th position now in the LMP2s, or it could have been that 42 Team Armed Cyber. I think it's one of those two cars that was very slow coming through the PIF path. But it looks like it might have just been a harmless spin for one of them, because I can't see any damage on them.
Yeah, they are going at full speed through Blanchemont, and you wouldn't expect that if your car had damage, because of course that's a very, very much on the limit corner. You've got to have the car absolutely planted at that time. And just a bit of a check-in on the previous damage. Hamastocci, of course, still in the pit lane. Up to 170 seconds worth of damage, so they're going to be there for quite a while. It's in your GT3 category. I've had some pitters, of course, and now it is Adam Pinches, who pit earlier, probably didn't pit under that code 80, and now he's back ahead of the number 70 car of Sedlacek. They've dropped all the way down to 6th and 7th place in class by virtue of Pim van Ark, Mark Veit, and a few other teams staying out. So the strategy's gone all over the place in the GT3s, and it's really swapped things over.
Yeah, of course, you were saying before, it's essentially an hour for these GT3 tanks, and the GT3 cars that did decide to pit came in with about 5 hours 20 to go, maybe slightly over. So maybe they're banking in a few more code 80s to help save that 20 minutes of fuel. But again, as you said, diverging strategies already. We've seen it with the tires, particularly in the GT3 class as well. So almost immediately diverging strategies between the teams. But Adam Pinches in this Arnage Competition car, 5.2 seconds to the next car up there on circuit. But really at the moment got to keep a view in that rear view mirror for that gold racing team car.
In these code 80s, they're always a difficult one to work out what is best to do. There are some people who say every time there's code 80, you need to pit, obviously, unless there's literally one after the other. There's no point to come in on the second one. But there's some people say that, you need to come in. But then sometimes you can actually add a pit stop that way, because it gets to a point where you're pitting too early, so then you're going to have a splash at the end. But then will you save, because you save so much time in Code 80, compared to the full race speed, you save a lot of time in your pit stop, so then you have to work out what is actually going to be better. But it's really difficult to say, because you don't know, is that going to be the only Code 80 in the race, or are we going to get 3 or 4 more? And therefore it might reset your strategy. And if you pit every time, and then you keep dropping back and you're never at the front of the field, then overall you are going to lose as well. So it is a bit of a lottery sometimes, and you never really know what is the best choice.
And of course, you've got to keep an eye on the driving time regulations as well. If you come in every time for a Code 80 and you're anticipating another one and it doesn't come, that means you might need to pit under green, which of course, as you said, would destroy this the strategy, if you like. So yeah, lots of things that these teams need to think of when racing here at the 6 Hours of Spa. You can see the prototype traveling behind, just making its way around the GT3 field. But this Arnage Competition car appears to pull a little bit of a gap over the past couple of laps or so.
Yes, certainly looking very nicely there. So a bit of a rundown in your top 3 in the classes so far. So we've got Lartelo for Race Clutch, who has led every lap of the race so far and looking very strong out the front. Winching Racing trying to close them down, but they have actually got about a second back after that, after we go back to Green Flag Racing. But of course, I'm sure that will ebb and flow over the course of the race. But Race Clutch just having that advantage as it stands. And then Remy Delorme for Go Team Racing are there currently in 3rd place, Burst just in behind them there in the background of the shot. And in your LMP2s, it is Hyperion. They've stayed out and they're looking very good. They've now got a 7-second lead, and it's seemingly working out well for them. They've got speed at this point in the race, as Alex Siebel isn't quite able to keep up at this point. Then we have Rob van Starkenberg in 3rd place for Netrex, who also were on a slightly different strategy compared with Hyperion, slightly offset, it seems, maybe in terms of the tyres that they took or the fuel that they took at that Code 80 pit stop. Then in your GT3s is now Pim van Ark for Juices, who they must have stayed out during that Code 80 as well. They've now got Mark Veit, who is having a bit of a recovery drive after a bit of a bad qualifying. And then also in behind them is their other team, the 2 Black Hawk cars there up onto the podium. But we never know how it's going to work out, because some teams who dropped down a little bit earlier now starting to come back is Adam Pinches for Arnage, and then Michael Sedlacek for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. So it's a bit all over the place in the GT3s. The LMP2s as well have some variants, and the hype cars are fairly standard as we get towards the end of this first hour of racing. But it's certainly opening up to be a very interesting race, and of course with the sun position as well, that is always a bit of a tricky one in some corners.
Yes, and I'm not exactly sure if they do the real life sunrise and sunset times, because if it's anything like here in Munich, it'll be dark by about 3:30. So in about 90 minutes time, maybe a little bit more, maybe a couple of hours before the darkness sets. But look at that, 3 degrees in the air, 7.1 degrees track temperature. That is incredibly cold and makes it very, very difficult for these tires to actually warm up upon a restart, like we've seen a couple of times upon the initial start, and also after you've changed tires after a pit stop. It definitely takes a little bit longer for those tires to warm up, and because it is colder, the tires are slightly slipperier for those first couple of laps after changing them.
Yeah, the cold temperatures are actually a really interesting thing with the tires, because obviously in some ways it makes them harder to warm up, but then they also in some ways don't overheat as much, because the track can take the temperature back out of them. So there's always a bit of that trade-off as what is actually going to be better, and especially in rFactor 2, the tires really love being as lower pressure as possible, and obviously pressure is basically heat in the tires as well. But then if you go too cold, then the actual rubber itself can't activate. So even though the pressures are low, and in theory you have grip that way, the actual rubber on the surface isn't activating in the same way. So it's always a bit of an interesting one, these lower temperatures. And then when you do lose the grip, like the drop off is way more. So you have the grip because it's cooler and the tire's cooler, but then as soon as they drop off, you start sliding, it gets even worse. So it is always a bit of an interesting one. And of course, with how that affects the tyre wear over the stint, but it seems like everyone is going very nicely at this stage, but no one is obviously too long into the tyres, just 50 minutes into the race so far. And I'm really loving this one from Netrex. They haven't had sort of major results so far this season. The car's sitting in 8th and 13th place in the standings, but now batting up on the podium.
And of course, this is the thing, as you said, you know, your luck, if you like, can change immensely from one race to the next. And when it comes to the championship, you know, in a championship this long, you can maybe have 1 or 2 bad races, or I should say one bad 24-hour race on the other hand. But you can have 2 bad short races or 1 bad long race, and really you can still be in with the shout for the championship. As once you get beyond that, you definitely will start to fall out of contention.
As here is Chan in the pit lane. Not quite sure on what the situation is with that, but because that's a bit early in terms of fuel, so maybe just trying something a little bit different there in your hypercar category. And we only actually have 7 hypercars now ahead and in line with the LMP2s, because here is Chan, and then we also have Christopher Kierneck, who of course had those stop-go penalties, and he is a little bit further down the way as well. So some of the hypercars not having the best opening part of this race. So certainly looking pretty nice for them. And also, as we said in the GT3s, Pim Van Ark, he's having a calm race out of the front because the Black Hawk cars aren't quite chasing him down just yet.
That's the Black Hawk cars, and maybe if they're doing the double stints, like you said before, maybe conserving their tyres for the first stint, so they've got a little bit more for the second one, and maybe decide to close up that gap in the second part of this double stint. It's something we've just got to wait and see. It's something that only time will tell. But indeed, these 2 Black Hawk cars line astern, and there's probably going to be some variety of team order there, isn't there? Especially at this point in the race. I would say with maybe about half an hour ago, they'd be more free to race, but with over 5 hours to go, I think the main order would be, please don't take each other out.
Yeah, they are in championship order though, so they are 2nd and 3rd in the championship. The 91 leads the 81, but that's the same on the track. The 91 of Mark Veit, the 81 of Kamal Noy. So I don't know if they're going to do too much. It just depends if they think they're going to be losing time from this, as we are seeing some pit stoppers. So the Netrex cars, they must have not stopped under that code 80 because they're coming back in. We haven't had too many laps under green flag, and that is how they jumped up a little bit. So first of all, Rob van Starkenburg comes in. Then we also have Ramada and Georg Weiss also into the pit lane. Weiss there for Seawolf. So yeah, definitely some different strategies come around in LMP2. Interesting, though, that they didn't stop under that code 80. I guess they gained some track position there, but now they've got a green flag pit stop, and they're going to lose, obviously, a full amount of time with that.
But on the other hand, just thinking about it, if you say about 45 minutes of stint, of course, because the first couple of code 80s, these LMP2 cars have managed to extend that by about 8 minutes. Whereas the ones that came under that last code 80, they had to shorten their first stint by 5, which means, of course, the teams that came in under that last code 80, if there's another one in the future, they can maybe regain that time. But if it goes all the way to the green to the end, they maybe need to save about 3 laps of fuel across the next 5 hours. And of course, that doesn't sound much, but of course, this slows down the car, and perhaps they can regain that time lost under this green flag pit stop, because they can not only do not need to save fuel, but also can put in less fuel in their final stop.
As we're getting the other Netrex car go around the outside of Blanchimont, they've also got the race leader of Race Clutch going 3 wide with them in towards the advantage chicane. Someone's going to have to back out of that one. Oh, contact is made. Race Clutch, they go for a little bit of a spin. They managed to save it though. And with Latu, that is big risk from your race leader. He didn't need to be going around the outside there of 2 drivers in class fighting for position. It somehow worked out, but as Andres Asian getting past Lemoyne, but that wasn't without some drama.
Yeah, it somehow worked out. I think that is the correct term. I do not know how there was not an incident involving all 3 of them. There's a little bit of contact, but fairly well done, considering you don't normally go 3 wide through there, and the track almost narrows up a little bit actually coming through chicane to only break 2 wide through the middle there. So they did a pretty good job to not cause a big incident, but this Netrix car is still trying to chase down that second position. The on-off car is trying to chase down that third position, and they haven't really lost time despite that, if you like, half spin.
Yeah, so just having some looks into the strategy in this LMP2 category, and it seems like Hyperion potentially did come down the pit lane, but of course saved some time somewhere in with that. Ferrari did stop as well as on-off, but of course Van Starkenberg for Netrex didn't. But the other Netrex car stayed out. So interesting to see there's a big fuel disparity there between the teams. And also what this proves actually is the Code 80 stop barely lost any time, any track position realistically. So we know that if we get another Code 80, it's probably actually beneficial for these teams if they're in a position to do so, come into the pit lane. So that's definitely something to note for a bit later on in the race. I'm just having a look what was a close battle, and another one was also this in the hypercars. Burst were getting close, but also in behind, a little bit further back, Burton Knops, after having a few issues earlier, he's getting close to Zoltan Toth as well.
This is all starting to close up a little bit in this hypercar class, but as you said, it's battle for the final podium position as it stands. The number 4 car trying to chase down that Go Team Racing car, coming out of the final corner once again, and across the start-finish line, or I should say the finish line then the start line, and then in towards La Source, a little bit too far back. Maybe we'll need the help of some traffic to close that gap, and there could be that perfect opportunity directly ahead with that LMP2 car.
Yeah, often the traffic plays a little bit of a factor in these battles. It's always a tricky one to slide past them at the same time. So sometimes you do lose some time. In those battles, but what we can do is you can use traffic to your favor. So if you can try and overtake someone at the same time, then you can almost block them in with the slow traffic. But that depends exactly when you are getting past them, as we are getting a very close battle here. This is Bert Knops there in the second of the black cars. That's for Sim Race for Holland. Zoltan Toth in front of him for the Racing Zone team as well, getting very close in this battle for P5.
Coming through this diving right-handed 180-degree corner, then through the left, this twisty section of the circuit before accelerating down towards Pouillon. Hardly a flat section of track here at Spa-Francorchamps, but as you said, this gap closing ever so slightly before they make their way through the piste path, the right and the left. And that gap maybe closing a little bit visually, but that could also be just because we're going through a slightly slower section of the circuit. But yes, coming through this fast right-hander now, almost flat out. You just need to pedal the throttle a little bit. As a letter U there, look at that. New best lap time, 1:57.275 from the race leader.
Oh, that is... starting to get some very fast times, and we were mentioning the Mergley got down to about 7 seconds and was closing in a little bit. It's now gone up to 13 seconds. And on the last lap, actually, Mergley not setting a lap time, so he obviously went off the track at some point. On the very same lap, Lartalu set that purple time. So very, very fast speed by Race Clutch. They seem to be very prepared in this championship over the course of the last 2 seasons. Of course, the reason why they're number 1 is because they were champion last year, and it looks like they are on their way to be retaking another championship. But there's plenty of races to go, and they've only got a 5-point lead on Winchick as it stands after 3 races. So it's not all said and done, and we always know how championships can unfold over the course of a 9-race season.
Yes, and again, when it comes to this 9-race season, you've got to be pretty consistent across all of them in order to have a good chance at the championship. Look at that, there was almost a little bit of a crossover there coming down towards Pouillon. Of course, Pouillon, you don't really have that much of a braking zone there. If that, it's a lift off and down a gear, and that was a pretty wide line, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it certainly was. As over the sector line at least, it was very close between Lemoyne and Asian. Lemoyne actually setting a purple first sector, so he was probably right under the rear wing, getting that slipstream, and is getting very close to retake that third position that he once had, as that's the burst car getting past there, who obviously I guess has dropped back just a little bit from the Go Team entry. Must have had a couple of issues there. And now here is On-Off Racing getting the run up this back straight towards Blanchimont. Can he get close enough to make the overtake? Slipstream's working in his favour, of course. Is he going to get too close though? Almost pushing the Netrex car through Blanchimont. Now to the left-hand side he's going to go, needs to do an outbraking manoeuvre, but unfortunately there's a GT3 in his way and he can't quite get through. But actually Netrex are then held up on the apex, and further contact.
Yep.
The number 2 machine in the background making contact, and now On-Off they're going all sorts of the wrong direction. They're losing loads of time.
Oh, and almost crashed into off track there, but that car going a little bit too deep. But yeah, that number 2 car, as you said, getting essentially right there, putting the nose right up the inside, perhaps where it wasn't warranted.
Yeah, potentially, but also On-Off Racing weren't quite going full speed as Hyperion come into the pit lane from LMP2 lead. 5 hours to go as well, so an hour it was in the end for LMP2. Interesting to go that long, but certainly, yeah, for On-Off Racing, that is a really big hindrance to their race because they've lost a lot of time. And also the 34 machine got past us back in hypercars. What a battle we're seeing here. Although actually they run wide, does Racing's own team, and that becomes an easy move for Sim Racing Holland.
Yes, a nice move there, as you said, and a position gained for that Sim Racing for Holland car. Coming now down the hill, and always got to be careful of this traffic, particularly as you said at the beginning of the race. There's 49 cars around here. Well, there's a couple less now, but there's 49 cars to begin with. That really doesn't give you that much track per car.
Yeah, it doesn't. And even on the longest track like this, we are seeing, yes, some interesting overtakes and interesting traffic maneuvers, and we've already seen some Code 80s coming out. So it's definitely not the easiest track in the world. Is Lartalou? Oh my God, he's got into the 56s now. Mergley has done a low 57 himself, but that cannot be matched by 0.4 of a second. Lartalou goes faster.
We're just going to show that number 1 car is pretty fast around here. But yeah, Lartalou, that race clutch car coming over the hill and down the Kemmel straight once more. And yeah, really the fastest car out there, as we've just passed the 1 hour mark gone, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. So 1/6 of the race is gone. And of course, we're sort of out of sync with the normal running of the pit stops with that Code 80. A couple of Code 80s, and of course coming to a track like this. Oh, who has had a DNF? Bert Nobbs. We've just seen him make an overtake for that 5th position, and now he's out of the race. I wonder how that has happened. Was it another disconnection, or has he had a massive crash?
Yeah, probably a disconnect, because we didn't see any yellow flags popping up there on the top left, did we? Which makes me think it's more likely to be a disconnection.
Such a shame for them. Of course, Sim Racing for Holland back in the GT3 days a couple of years ago with the old C7 Corvette. They were winning races. They were leading the championship for about half the season, but in the end, I think it was Simframe who came out on top that season. In the end of that one. But Sim Racing for Holland definitely a team that have been around for a long time, and up there inside the top 5.
Yeah, coming through the final corner, and yep.
That is a big shame.
Yeah.
Big shame. They were looking to have a strong result today, but that leaves the Racing Zone team in this position of 5th, and they are looking very, very nice indeed. So great stuff from them. Of course, they're in the 222 machine, and all of the cars in this series that are the sort of number 200s downwards, they started in Division 2. So everyone with the normal numbers up to 99, they start in Division 1. Anyone in the 200 started in Division 2 and have worked their way up. They've got promoted through the divisions and the split system that we have. So fair play to them getting up into Division 1. And now are looking at a top 5 result, but still 5 hours to go.
Just a little bit of time to go. It's fine. It's fine. But yes, good race so far. Here resulting toss in that Racing Zone team car. 17-18 seconds to the car ahead, so a little bit of time. As we're having a look here at Pimp and Mark in the GT3 class, 4th position. 3 seconds to the car ahead, and only 7.1 still to that leading Blackhawk car.
Yes, just got some words from Ruben Correa Alves, of course, teammate in the Scuderia Leone car, saying I believe it was this car lost 3 places, which they are, of course, because they're down in 4th position. They're now behind their sister car, who are Vialek Plus, just a little bit further up the road, and that leaves Mark Veit and his teammate. Camille Noy getting up towards the front and leading with a 1-2 as it stands. So that is working out very nicely for them. Of course, pit stops need to come, and perfectly on cue, they both jump into the pit lane. So we've gone over an hour thanks to that code 80. But of course, some drivers already came in about 25 minutes ago. So the strategy is going to be all over the place in these GT3s by the time we get to the end, as we're also seeing those 2 Juices cars into the pit lane as well.
Almost like you'd planned that line before they came into the pits there, Cameron.
Some people don't believe in the commentator's curse, but it's a thing. I had this one on a commentary the other day. It was on an oval. It was an oval race, and we were just saying, yeah, we haven't had a caution in a while. So we put the picture on the screen of the virtual marshal holding his green flag, and as we did that, it turned to yellow and it went to caution. It was perfectly timed. So definitely commentators can be a thing, as we've seen some other drivers come into the pit lane as well. There's Satellite and also Florian Cisse for RKT. So pit stop time in your GT3s.
And we'll see all of these cars come in, although a couple did come in during that last code area about 25 minutes ago or so. So only part of the GT3 field will come in this time round, but we're having a look here. This is Florian Cisse, and now we're having a look at the essential race leader now, I think, in the GT3 class, isn't it? This Tom Angus Sim Racing car.
Yes, certainly is, although I can't quite work out in my head how this is all going to unfold on track, because they're obviously there with Visceral in behind, and this is how it was before the first Code 80. But of course, people are all over the place. There's some differences in the strategy. We've had the 92 machine of Arnage, of course, leading at one point. They've now had to serve a penalty, and of course at the pit stop they've changed to Lucas Verla, who's in that pit lane. So in the car, I should say now. So definitely it's all over the place in the GT3. So we'll probably just have to wait an hour or so to see exactly how that one is going to be working out. But it's nice, actually, in some ways, when it's like this. Sometimes the GT3s can be a bit boring. 6-hour race, 6 stints, pit on the hour, bish, bash, bosh. But this time around, it looks like there's going to be some maths to do at the end of the race.
Just a little bit, it's fine. But that's a problem for the people at the end of the race, and not the people now. They can put off these calculations for another 4 hours. It's fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be me. Me and Ewan O'Leary bringing us to the end of this race. It'll be Zach Sweeney joining Vida in the middle stint of this race as well. As here is your race leader, Tom Lartaluk, coming in. And look who goes past. It is Mergley there for Winchick. So Winchick going longer on the fuel. So obviously saving the tiniest bit of fuel. But I don't know if that's really going to matter, because the gap that Lartaluk had is going to offset any savings that they're going to have, that Mergley is going to have by going one lap longer. They do not go up on the jacks though, so as expected, they are going for another stint on these tyres. Racing Zone in as well.
And as you said with the fuel, it might be just that if you drive flat out, for example, you might have 0.8 of a lap left, which means if you do a little bit of saving, you can gain that extra lap. It might be something like this. See a few cars from the hypercar field come in, as there was a yellow there in the first sector. Let's see if live timing says anything. And no, I can't see anyone being slow at the moment.
That's good. Maybe sometimes it does just go yellow in sector 1 when people are exiting the pit lane,
Yeah.
as they're slow sort of on the track as such, getting back up to speed. But hopefully there's no one else having some issues there, as we do see the Scuderia Ferrari Esports entry running their way through the top. They've had a very difficult start to the season. Coming into it, realistically, these guys they've got the best lineup. It's Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan, and Timo Andonovski in that car. And of course, with Anthony Nispon as well, team manager over there. They've got a great setup. And looking at the entry list, I was like, these guys are going to smash it. They're probably going to win every race. Job done. But it hasn't been the case. They did have a good result last time out, and they got the victory. Timo had to work so hard to get past Darius Andre in the Gold Racing team, and they got the win that time around. But they are sitting third place in the championship, 5 points off after struggling in the first 2 races. So it looks like it's going to be a great season in that category. But for now, we'll focus on the hypercars because it is their pit stop time. As we've seen Mergely come in, we've got Remy Delorme as well for Go Team, as it was only 1 lap longer in the end for Winchik.
Yeah, so it could come out to essentially you might have 0.8 of a lap of fuel left at the end, and you just need to save a little bit in order to gain that extra lap, and that appears exactly what that Winchik Racing Team car has done before coming into the pits. And eventually, I think that Burst car is taking the lead. They're still out on the circuit, aren't they? Yes. So Mickey Hoya, and they're bound to have stopped. I'm wondering, did they stop under that code 80? I think they did.
This is going to be a trick on to work out now. I should have noted that down. But they are certainly going longer either way, and this is going well over the hour now as well. So this is looking good later on, and of course it just helps all the numbers a little bit later on because it means less saving. But even if you get into an offset like this, sometimes it is still worth saving, because if you can make your final pit stop as short as possible, then that is always a really, really big factor. So yeah, so the Burst Esport next few cars doing a decent job at this moment in time, but we'll see how that one works out. Tom Lartalou, of course, is back out onto the track, having pit a couple of laps ago, and is leading by a decent way still from Mergely, who is just coming out the pit lane now. So Lartalou there has basically the whole of the Kemmel Straight and a bit more,
which is a very, very nice lead to have, isn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't argue with that.
As Lartalou comes through the left-hander and down the hill once more. Part of the massive elevation change here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Have you been here in real life?
No, I haven't. The closest I've been is went to Zolder, which is the other main track in Belgium. I haven't been to Spa though. The main problem is that I can't drive, which makes it very difficult to go to any racetrack.
Yeah, but especially Spa, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. But these hills are no joke around there. I was fortunate enough to go to the 24 hours this year in 2023, and I've been there a couple of other times as well. But just walking around the track, like the straight up the Kemmel Straight to Lake Combe, I mean, it is a hill. It doesn't necessarily look it or feel it, but it is just a constant hill the whole way up. It's quite something. And then you go round the corner, and then you go back down towards Pouhon. And again, that is a big hill, certainly a hilly track, and that is why loads of drivers love it. As Mitch Hoy there, 1 lap longer again than Winchik. They come in, but of course they're going to be going down to about 4th place in class by the time they come back out. And in your LMP2s, it was looking very close at one point, but now the gaps have started to spread out. It's over 8 seconds back from Ferrari down to Netrex, who are currently in 2nd place. That strategy's worked out really well for them. And then we get the 34 of Sean Clark Racing jumping up the way, and then the Moyna for On-Off Racing, who has not been able to stay close with that Ferrari car. They've really started to drop off. And of course, a little bit further back, we have the Gold Racing car, who's had some penalties. We've had the Hyperion car as well, who is offset strategy-wise. I don't know if that's going to work out for them. And of course, the other Netrex car, who also are trying something different, but they are quite far back as it stands. And in GT3, Sedlacek still leading from Diogo Silva, who's actually staying relatively close. And Paulia Honan, though, is starting to get involved. But it does seem that with the way the strategy has worked, it's just opened up at this point in the race.
Yeah, and this is generally what we see in endurance racing is that once you get towards the midpoint of the race, which we are slowly making our way towards, the strategies really do diverge, and then you really don't know what's going to happen until maybe about the last 30 minutes or so. And we are entering that section. Is Nisela there with the new best lap time, 2 minutes 16.465. But this on our competition, that is the drivers swap there. Lucas Vera in that car now, accelerating up the hill, trying to regain that top 8 position to get on the leaderboard that you can see there on the left-hand side. 4/10 of a second. Will be getting a little bit of a slipstream, but it appears to be a little bit too far back in order to make a move down into Lake Common. There's Pinman Mark in the Juices Motorsport car at the same time. So this is a nice 3-way battle for 8th, and indeed it looks like a 4-way battle for 7th actually, because you can see Bortigam there in the Blackhawk car, only 8/10 of a second behind that other Juices car.
Yeah, they've all closed up rather nicely. And yeah, as you say, it's worked out well. So there's Janne Police for Juices. Then we have Breutigam in the 81 car. He's got in that at the pit stop. Then we have Verla and Van Ark all getting very close. And this is what we're about to see in endurance racing. Of course, it's all about the endurance aspect and going long, but also these battles on track. And the fighting is always a nice one as well. So we're seeing the Racing Zone team start to come through in the hypercar category. No way really to overtake through this chicane. Hypercars aren't quite fast enough to just absolutely slide past. But then up the inside, that gets very close and just opens up the door. There for Breutigam, lost a bit of time, as Go Team also come through at the same time, just splitting up this battle. And that's why in these GT3s it's so hard sometimes to have your own battle, because there's other cars coming past you.
Yeah, and that's always the fun of being in the slowest class, isn't it? That you've always got to be looking in your rear view mirrors for these prototypes. In the case here in the VECs, that's pretty wide coming through Blanchemont there for that car in 7th. But yes, coming towards the chicane, the right and the left, trying not to hit those sausage curves too much, because that will definitely unsettle your car. But look at this, 4 in a row as they come down towards the source.
And I wonder what that flash was there from Yannick Police at the front. Was that a flash as if to say don't battle? Was that a flash as if to say go past us? Nisela in class sets another fastest lap, 2 laps in a row. He is down 2 laps down on leader, so they've obviously had some issues. But yeah, they're wanting to come back from that, but he's putting in some good pace as it stands. But up the hill, here comes Lucas Verla getting a run already on the exit, coming through the Kemmel curve, and he's looking very nicely because he's going to get the slipstream as well from the Juices car as we get one of the LMP2's Visceral trying to get past. Can Arnage complete that move? Yes, they can, even before the braking zone, and they just about get chopped off by Visceral, but not enough to lose that position back. So Arnage coming up the road and getting further involved in these battles after leading the race a bit earlier.
Yeah, I think there wasn't too much of a defence, because they know this Blackhawk car Breutigam knows that they will lose a lot of time as well should they decide to fight it, and they could, for example, be able to pass this Juice Motorsport Club car in 7th, and then be able to make the move on the Arnage car afterwards. So, almost falling back a little bit at this point may net them a net position in the future. That could be the thought going through the head of Breutigam there, but as they're coming through the Peak Path and then down towards the back end of the circuit, far end of the circuit, as those cars ahead just throwing up a little bit of dust, as that is LMP2 traffic coming around the outside there, and that was very brave as well.
Yes, race leader Alex Siebel trying to slide his way through 4 GT3s, all in their own battle. Such a stressful situation for all involved, but it seems like he's got to pass that fairly efficiently, and it continues his way, of course, leading by about 7-8 seconds there from Netrex in your LMP2 category, as this battle continues for Arnage Competition to try and come back up the field. They were leading the race early on. They had a really good start with Adam Pinchers, and now they had a drive-through penalty, unfortunately carrying over from the previous race, and they're trying to come back from that one. They are quite a way down though, because after this car with Juices, they got 6 seconds. Then there's another minute all the way up to 4th place with Blackhawk and the Scuderia Leone car then 5th place in that gap. So they have a lot of work to do after this, but at least if they can get into some clean air ahead of this Juice's car, that might work out very well for them. Though in the background, might be Breutigam going backwards because he's now under attack from Van Aert.
Yeah, it's good. It's a very, very fun battle, this, isn't it? But Pim Van Mark at the back of this train, looking to take a position away there from Breutigam in that Black Hawk car. You've got the prototype coming through. That is the number 28 car, second, that Netrix car, second in LMP2's, managed to make a move just before they're in Le Comte. Could perhaps help coming down towards the hairpin. No, the LMP2 car has easily cleared that Black Hawk car before turning, so Van Aert will not get that much of a help at the moment before coming through the left-hander, and we'll need to try and gain a little bit of time coming down the hill, perhaps towards Poulon, and then Paul Frere at the very end to get a little bit of slipstream coming along the straight towards Blanchepont, and then launch an attack coming to the chicane, because that really is the hardest braking zone on the circuit and arguably the best overtaking point.
As Satellite coming into the pit lane, this is of course quite late past the hour. I don't know if this is so late because they pit early or if this is late because they've just saved a lot of fuel. But either way, they're coming into the pit lane from what's currently 4th position. As of course the battles continue a little bit further down. Has spread out just a little bit there. We have actually lost Pim Van Aert off the back of this train a little bit, so I wonder where he's gone. He's really dropped down as Race Clutch go through, but is now, of course, Lucas Verla trying to get this other position. Is Yannick Plusver Juices getting, actually not really a defensive line, in towards the chicane, lifting off, and that is one of the easiest moves that Lucas Verla is ever going to have up the inside, and just being let past Juices, not wanting to fight that one, so Arnage now into clean air.
That would certainly help. They were not hooked up behind another car, and having that clean air will certainly help them gain a little bit of speed, as that is Pim Van Aert in the pits as well, and that Juice's Motorsport Club car.
Has he run out of fuel? Because he obviously went very slowly on this lap, and he was going very slowly there as well, so he's lost some time somewhere, and he's still going full pit stop speed there, but interesting. I just wondered if he, for a moment, if he ran out of fuel, as we're seeing in behind him, Stavros Mazidis for Valle Corsa, also coming into the pit lane. So yeah, just a bit of an interesting one there for Van Aert. Hopefully it's not worrying times. They can continue in the race.
Yeah, and perhaps going a little bit slow, as you said, to make sure they had enough fuel to make it all the way around the pit lane, because they're a long way round, actually, aren't they? As, Pim Van Aert now just stationed there watching all of the other cars scream by at full racing speed on their left-hand side. Yeah,
that's a good point, actually. So normally, when you come into the pit lane, if you just got like sort of 100 meters to do, you can have, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 left in the tank. But if you've got to go all the way around, I mean, it's, I can't remember exactly, but it's something like 2 kilometers, the whole length of the pit lane. And I know it's at, at 80 kilometers an hour, but that's still probably about 0.4, 0.5 of a litre that you need to get all the way around there. So it's definitely something that you have to factor into your calculations, because in theory, that means you actually need to save a bit more fuel on the track, because you've always got to leave that extra little bit in compared to some other circuits. So certainly a very almost unique factor we see here. So yeah, certainly a very, very interesting one. As I've just been informed actually by Nick Newcomb of Juices, that the 71, they actually got some contact and got hit by one of the LMPs, and that is how they lost time in that battle, which is a shame for them because they were looking very nice there.
Yeah, they were looking to have a good run through there, but as you said, perhaps a little bit of contact that we didn't quite see as look at all those LMP2 cars coming into the pits now.
Pit stop time as these drivers come in once more, but we do see the Ferrari esports car stay out. So trying to remember exactly. So yeah, this must be for pretty much all the drivers who came in underneath that code 80. As we are, sort of 40 odd minutes since then, as there's Pallison, but it does leave Alex Siebel out, doing a good job with the fuel saving so far in this race. And just double checking on the tyres. Of course, you won't see exactly while they're in the pit lane I just wonder if everyone is staying with the hards, go to the mediums, something like that in this middle portion of the race, as it does look like the sun is setting, and therefore the track temps will get even cooler and might just be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, even colder, which, as you said, will make it a lot more difficult. And have a look at this Gold Racing Esports car right at the end of this pit lane. So as you were saying, with that fuel, that gold car, I think you need the most fuel in order to make it to their respective pit box. Have a look at this Hyperion car in second position, over a minute though behind the leader.
And I just saw came up top left corner, penalty for Van Ark as well. So to add insult to injury, they've sped in the pit lane, and that is a big shame. So obviously coming into the pit lane, they had a bit of contact, lost some time, and it's got a bit worse because they're going to have to come back into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty for speeding, and that is not what you want to do when you're in such close battles. As we've been mentioning, the drive-through around here is pretty much the longest, although Daytona next time is also very long, but this will definitely be even longer, and that is quite something. As here's your LMP2 leader, Alex Siebel, coming into the pit lane. 4.5 hours to go, so almost 90 minutes into this race, and I wonder if he swaps out from this one, because they are swapping tyres, so it looks like it's double stinting in your LMP2. I wonder if that means they're going to swap out the drivers for this next part of the race.
Yeah, and once we all these teams will be, of course, looking, as we said before, at these driver time regulations, and then just kind of estimating as to when to change driver. But I would imagine for the vast majority of these teams, they'll change driver at the same time they change tires, because that saves the most amount of time, essentially.
Yeah, and also just makes the most sense, because then the driver sort of has control of the tires that they're on. It's very difficult to take tires that someone else has driven, because maybe you have a slightly different driving style, and therefore the balance front to rear might be a bit different over the course of a stint. So yeah, it's always nice when you start on the fresh tires. As Hyperion, therefore, take the race lead, but they are offset quite a lot on the strategy. And yeah, let's see how this one works out. Dennis Jordan has got in the car for Ferrari, and they're already halfway down the pit stop. Down the pit lane, and Hyperion are already way up the way. So definitely difference of strategy, and yeah, teams going about this race very differently.
It's getting quite fun, isn't it? All these strategy games. But here's Garlic Fives in the Seawolf car, side by side, coming through Eau Rouge, perhaps. Not quite. Christian Parlison getting ahead there in that Go Team car, and Vice needing to let out of the throttle, otherwise there'd be a rather large incident.
Yeah, fortunately that was a good decision. Just in the background you can see there's the Ferrari car coming out of the pit lane, as we mentioned, Jordan getting in, but they are way down, so maybe teams around them didn't change tyres, going for a third stint, and actually this would be a good time to see on the tyres. Now they are all on mediums, but there's definitely potentially some tyre triple stints going around, and that is, I think, what we've seen here for Ferrari dropping down. So yeah, I do not know, and I can't work out what is the best option, and maybe these teams don't know either. Sometimes the maths is very close for an extra stop or something like that, or an extra tyre change, but you never quite know until the end of the 6 hours.
Yep, you never do quite know. And of course, with the code delays that we've had so far, we haven't had any for about 50 minutes now. This almost adds in an extra question, an extra variable to the strategy, because we had 2 in the first hour, and then you might not have any for the rest of the race. So the question is, do you make a strategy based on there being another couple of code delays, perhaps, or do you make a strategy depending on the remainder of the race going green?
Yeah, that's the tricky one, and I guess you do plan on it going green to the end after that one. Hoping for a code 80 is always, I mean, it never works, unfortunately.
No.
For some reason, that's just how racing goes. It's very difficult to hope that someone's going to crash as such. But here is Gold Racing, Darius Andre, and they are the only car, at least in the top 8, on those hard compound tyres. So they are trying to go longer, or at least maybe have slightly more consistent tyres at the end of the stints. and yeah, just going for something a little bit different. But they're only about 5 seconds behind that Ferrari car as well. So that is not working out too badly for them, despite their penalty a little bit earlier, and maybe they're going longer on these tires, trying to do a triple stint, like that, save a tire stint to get that time back that they lost from that penalty.
Yeah, and really, for these penalties, it's, as you said before, essentially any that you pick up this race due to contact or due to a racing, well, not racing instant, because you've been assigned a penalty, but you get what I mean. These are then applied for the next race, but of course, next race, there's quadruple the time to make up that time.
Yes, there really is. As you're mentioning, we go to a 24 hours of Daytona, and that is going to be a whole load of fun. I'm sure that is on the 13th of January. So what's that, about 6 weeks time we go there. So it's going to be a fun one, 24-hour race in the middle of the season. Normally in the last multiple seasons, probably about 7-8 years, possibly even more than that, we've always had the only 24-hour race being at VEC Le Mans at the end of the year. But now, Vida, we have one in the middle of the season, and of course there's extra points, 1.5 times points that get paid out for those races. So it really makes it that little bit more important.
Yeah, and as you said, I think probably last time we had 2 24 hours in the same season is when we had 24 hours of Spa. Maybe
yes,
will be able to tell you that later on.
Yeah, I'm going to try and have a look on the old results system to see exactly when it was. But I remember I started season 10, and we definitely didn't have one back there. So we'll try and work that one out for you. It's certainly been a very long time since we've had that. And the reason why, I found out season 6. No, it was not season 6. It was before that. It was a massively long time ago, but it was certainly it's one of those things where multiple 24-hour races is actually very, very difficult to have during a season. Obviously, it's a lot of work for the admins behind the scenes, and it's a lot of effort for the drivers as well to get involved. But certainly, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, and well, of course, season 5 over a decade ago. That'll make Jimmy feel old.
I'm sure he feels old either way.
As now a quarter of the way through the race, under 4.5 hours to go, so we're having this Thomas Enga sim racing car coming into the pits fairly early, actually.
Yeah, so this must be because they pit under that code 80, which was around sort of 5 hours 20 something minutes, so that makes sense. But that does mean that they'll have basically an extra pit stop over the race, because they'll have to pit with the last sort of 30 minutes left in the race. So that's going to be an interesting one with how that one is going to work out. And that might be the situation I was mentioning earlier, where sometimes pitting, if the code 80 is too early in the stint, sometimes it's actually worse, because you then still add a pit stop to the race. So instead of doing 5 pit stops in between each of the 6 hours, they're now going to have a 6th pit stop. Yeah, I wonder how that one is going to work out later on, compared to the likes of Mark Veit here, who stayed out that whole time and saved the fuel. And now coming around the final corner, is he going to be able to get ahead of Sedlacek? Because that might be actually some track position that's very important later in the race.
It looks like it will happen, actually. And there you go. That move made in the pit lane, well, at least I should say on track, while that Thomas Enga car was in the pit lane. And Lucas Vernon, that Anaj Competition cars managed to get past. Indeed, there's been a driver change. Now Vojta Plesny in that Thomas Enga sim racing car is they're coming out of the pits. And you've got to hug the tyre wall on the right hand side before being spad out onto the track here. And of course that allows a little bit more time for the cars coming up the hill to actually spot you coming out of the pit lane, but it's not always guaranteed that happens.
No, it's a very dangerous pit exit, actually. Yeah, it's a very difficult point of the track to get back up to speed, because it's right on the racing line as well. You generally, as a racing line, you cut off that corner, the Kemmel curve. As such, it's not really a corner, you don't really think about it, but you still obviously try and cut it off as straight line as much as possible. So for those coming out of the pit lane, they're obviously 100 k's an hour less at that point in the track, because they're still getting up to speed, and all of a sudden you're slap bang on the racing line. Very difficult situation. As Adam Taylor here comes into the pit lane for Wanako. Monaco actually having a half-decent result last time out, as well. They were looking to get a half-decent result last time out, I should say. I believe they had some issues, but they certainly showed some good pace, at least. They're currently down in 6th place in the championship, and they are 26 points off. So that gap's starting to open up a little bit, and they're currently in 3rd place for your team. Obviously, Vida, this team was used to being up in the top category in the P2s, the DPIs for a long time, but now dropped down to GT3 to try something a little bit different.
Yeah, and why not? Variety is the spice of life, isn't it? But yes, this Monaco car, as you saw up there on the jack, so I imagine this is both a driver and tyre change. 3rd position in class as it stands, but of course right there at the beginning of the pit lane it looks like, so we'll have a long agonizing time on that pit limiter.
I don't know what's better, actually. If it's the long run after or the long run before, obviously fuel-wise, as it is a driver change, Nico Barkley getting into that car. But sometimes as a driver as well, Barkley getting in, he just wants to get out on the track, and now he's got to sit there for probably a best part of a minute, 30 plus seconds, going down at pit entry, or pit lane speed, I should say. And so there they go, rejoining the track as Georg Weiss comes into the pit lane for Seawolf, and they've got the very first box there. So was it Gold Esports, we said, all the way down the end, and there's the other LMP2 of Seawolf all the way at the beginning. And yeah, you're right. I mean, there must be, obviously it's effectively the same fuel in the tank, because Georg Weiss will use that extra half a litre to get out of the pit lane. But it's certainly a bit of a different one where he can basically run it to empty on the tank, whereas the others need to leave a little bit in. It's definitely an interesting situation.
As we're having a look here at that Seawolf Netrace car, Georg Weiss, that we saw on track a couple of laps ago, been out stationary there in the pit lane. Polly Allen and trying to break into the top 10 here in the Satellite Racing car, coming out of Les Combes, and then trying to chase down this BMW, that number 66 car ahead, and eventually going through his left-hander and right there into the rear wing. So there's a good chance of getting a nice amount of slipstream, especially when the car ahead goes a little bit wide like that.
Well, we do have a battle for 3rd place in hypercars coming past them,
and it was that
at the same
time, yeah.
Yeah, that is the burst. They got ahead of Go Team in the pit stops, and they are now under pressure from Delorme. So, as I was mentioning, Delorme in that 3rd place, dropped back behind, but is showing some good pace. So, a bit of strategy there from Burst, I think, to just gain a couple of seconds to jump ahead. But it's going to be a difficult one to hold on to there. And Burst haven't really shown the race-winning speed too much this season. They've always been sort of in and around the podium top 5 area, but Race Clutch seemingly, and Winchik having a little bit of a step in advantage in the pace so far this season. So it's now the battle for 3rd place. That is important for these guys. All bit of a lock there on the rear end though, as he feels the pressure of the 17 car getting closer.
Yeah, of course, locking up your tyres under braking isn't helpful, because that drastically decreases the tyre life as well. So you want to obviously avoid that as much as possible. And it also warms them up a lot, and it can be incredibly difficult to cool them back down into their optimum operating temperature. The Renault Delorme here, we're having a look in that Go Racing Team car, half a second the gap to that final podium position, accelerating down the Kemmel Straight towards Les Combes, and half a second a little bit too far back to make a move, especially when you've got cars as fast as these hyper cars coming through that final right-hander, and then essentially the crest of the circuit before diving all the way down. Essentially it's all the way downhill to here, down towards Paul Ferrer, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. Highest point of the track there at Malmedy. And yeah, certainly you know that when you're there, because walking anywhere else is always massively downhill. But just quickly catch a couple of pit lane runners as well. There's Kinect for Simframe, continuing their struggles after 2 60-second stop and hold penalties. We also had Danny van der Neet just get in the car for the 27 Netrex entry, so he's just coming out onto the track there. That was Rob van Starkenburg, who he swapped out for. And we also have, who was your current race leader in GT3s, is the visceral car of Diogo Silva, but of course he's going to drop back behind, you would assume, Thomas Enger Sim Racing by the time they come out of the pit lane. However, Polesny, who's got in that car, is looking very fast. He's now behind Yannick Loos and is trying to chase him down. 6th place in class as it stands. Oh, he's going to be let past as well. Nice and easy. So Plus is not attacking anyone today, is he? His ball, Richie Hoyer, dives down the inside too.
Yes, there's that battle for 3rd position again. Look at that, almost side by side. The Go Team car couldn't really get the acceleration needed, having to being forced to take that incredibly tight line through the left-hander. Couldn't get the throttle down as early as they wanted, and as a result, couldn't make that move. And it looked like it could possibly be on, but here comes DeLorme down the hill, and that lovely, lovely A-pillar directly in the middle of the view. Yes.
Yeah, the massive slide there at the top, coming over the crest, and that has lost his momentum there. You're right, the A-pillars here, they are absolutely stonking on this car. It is a lot more sort of in your face compared to the LMP2 chassis. But yeah, hopefully the driver's having enough view there, and I'm sure Delorme had enough view of that slide at the top of the hill. That'll be getting him a little bit unnervy, but he is showing some good speed, and these drivers, they are faster as well, at least on the last lap than Mergely. So only 12 seconds back. I wonder if they can chase down Winchik by the end of this race.
It's going to be one of the key questions running down towards the last couple of hours. We've got 4 hours and 28 minutes to go here at Spa, and Wim Delorme 0.8 of a second, but as you correctly said, on this last lap, lost a lot of time with that big twitch at the top of the hill, but this GT3 traffic is in turn helping this Go Team racing car. Oh, and I say that's not helpful.
It certainly isn't, and Delorme there just running out of space, not quite judging that GT3 car to come back on that racing line. There wasn't any overlap, so in my opinion the GT3 car was able to do that, and Delorme just getting onto the curb, and unfortunately that has really ruined his battle. He's going to be losing so much time, over 10 seconds he lost in that, and of course he needs to get back up to speed, so probably lose another sort of half a second on this straight, and that is really not an ideal situation. He was looking so good to get back onto that podium, but now is going to have to work for that a lot more, and that lets Michi Hoyer off the hook a little bit, because to be honest, video, I was really expecting Go Team to get back past there.
Yeah, and of course, it's what you were saying before, commentator's curse. Yep. Fantastic. Sorry, Go Team, that's not my fault.
It's certainly a big factor potentially, although it is a coincidence most of the time. As I just saw this battle between Go Team, the other Go Team team in LMP2, get very close to Ferrari, though they have just dropped back a little bit, so I wonder if they lost out a little bit with that traffic there. So obviously Ferrari slightly off strategy compared to some of these teams, and they've got away from Gold Racing. That was down to about 5 seconds. That's up to 10, and now they're chasing down Go Team to get back onto the podium.
And just a couple of tenths that gap. That Go Team car, the Go Team team are doing quite well. 4th and 5th in the hypercars, 3rd in the LMP2s as it stands, and having a very good race here at Spa this afternoon. That's the LMP2 leader in the pits, and I imagine we'll lose that lead to that on-off car.
Yes, Vykovsky into the pit lane, changing tyres as well, so I wonder if he'll get out of that car as we're coming up towards 2 hours completed in this race. And definitely the strategies are all over the place in this LMP2 as Delorme takes the lead, and of course at one point he was down in sort of 5th place on track, so all over the place it has been in this, especially in the LMP2 category, and that's going to be good fun to work out over the course of the race who's chosen best. Of course, we had a couple of Code 80s and all sorts of action happening. But here's Dennis Jordan. He's closed up and he's getting really close now to what will be 2nd place after that pit stop for Hyperion.
That's going to be very fun, isn't it? Eventually, when that happens, is I believe that it is this car that's causing that, Cody. The car that's currently 14th in the GT3 class, I believe, is a 66 Visceral car going off at Speaker's Corner. Was the cause of that quick yellow that you saw up there in the corner. But yes, Dennis Jordan here trying to defend that second position from that Go Team car and doing a very good job. As you said, this Ferrari Esports lineup is incredibly strong, perhaps one of the stronger ones in the LMP2 field.
And it makes sense with Jordan and Siebel both being multiple-time champions of the VEC. And I believe, multiple classes as well. I believe both in the P2s and in the hypercars for those drivers. So certainly some fast ones, and they know what they are doing and how to get it done in endurance racing. And also, just a big note to obviously have the official Ferrari esports team coming into championship like VEC. It's great to see teams like that coming in. Also Race Clutch up there, part of the Alpine esports teams as well. So awesome to have top level teams coming in, and Des Jordan just showing his prowess, getting past there and starting to pull away massively already from Go Team Racing, dropping them by 2 seconds is all. Someone has had an issue there. One of the GT3s
that sounds
I think was Visceral,
actually. Yes, that was that Visceral car that had that. It's the other one, the 66. The one that's further down. Without a rear wing. So that was probably what, as I said, it was very slow up there at Speaker's Corner. So that was probably why.
Yeah, lost the rear wing. So potentially going backwards into the outside barrier there and having some issues. No cut 80 or anything like that. They were able to get back to the pit lane at a reasonable speed, and everyone else continues on. But unfortunately, Visceral, they've had issues with both LMP2s as on cue, one of the LMP2s going past there, and also now in the GT3 category. So that is a very difficult day for them. Let's see how this one works out. Jelle Binsbergen as well, and the other Visceral LMP2 in the pit lane.
And so LMP2 cars coming in. I'm wondering if this is a little bit of a sequence. I imagine it will be for Binsbergen. But yes, stationary, and it looks like, well, you can see it up on the jacks there, so it looks like a tire swap and almost likely be a driver swap as well. But yes, below in that number 66 car, stationary, and that is not fun at all. Watching everyone else racing past, you can see that Arnage GT3 car just going past as well. Yes, just knowing that you've just got to wait for that damage to be repaired in order to be able to have a safe car to go out racing again. That's that on-off LMP2 car in the lead of the said class by about 10 seconds.
Yes, but I wonder how this is going to work out over the course of the next part of the race, because they were behind Ferrari and now they're ahead. So I believe it's because they've done a tyre change less than Ferrari, but that will therefore mean that Ferrari are probably quicker at this point, which makes sense because Dennis Jordan was 2.4 seconds quicker on the previous lap. And you just saw him in the background of shot there. Now he's coming in towards turn 1. So this 10-second gap is going to come down very, very fast, and potentially proving that staying on those older tyres might not be the right strategy. But again, we'll have to see how that one works out, because it seems like, the new tyres is really a bigger factor around here if it is over 2 seconds a lap.
And that's just a little bit, that's quite the time difference there, isn't it? 2 seconds a lap. But yes, Dennis Jordan here, 9.2 seconds. The gap towards that on-off car. So that gap actually reduced a little bit. But as you said before, Dennis Jordan, multiple champion in multiple classes as well. So we know that Jordan is an incredibly fast driver. You can see the tyres there, and you've just got that car in 4th position in the LMP2 class, doing the alternate strategy. The alternate strategy for now, with that car being, I think that's that 26 Gold Racing Team car, isn't it?
Yes, Seawolf, they're just ahead. But yeah, gold, of course, Go Team Gold just in behind by a couple of places there, and the numbers have been all over the place in this race so far. So it's certainly an interesting one of how the maths is all going to converge, and that's generally what it does. In the last couple of hours, last couple of pit stops, we're going to see basically who's done the right decision. And once again, Dennis Jordan is looking very, very fast. He was 2 seconds faster than Lemoyne in that middle sector. So this Ferrari car is really showing its speed at this point in the race. And whatever strategy it is they're doing compared to the others, and when they're changing tyres, it is working out, because despite them dropping further back, they are now just accelerating ahead up towards the front of the field. But their main issue that I see is that obviously the Hyperion car, which is currently down at 8th position, they're going to flip-flop quite dramatically up towards the front and then further back. So depending on when that flip-flop is coming to the final pit stop, that could be very, very important.
And that final pit stop will be very important. Of course, you don't want to change tyres here particularly. So if you're changing tyre, you might want to actually double stint that final set of tyres, as well as you want to take on as little fuel as possible, because of course the less fuel you take on, the less time you spend stationary. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on for the end of this race. This Ferrari car, look at that, 7.7 seconds now the gap. So reducing that gap, maybe about a couple of seconds a lap, just under a little bit. So just a few laps until we possibly see this battle lead in the LMP2 class, as Jordan is coming down towards Pool, and that's one of the Go Team. No, who is that? Is that getting up the inside of that Porsche, coming through Pool, and for quite a few of these corners, of course, you've got to cooperate with the slower classes, but sometimes there is only really one line.
Yeah, and it's not the nicest when you're GT to try and get off that line as well. So sometimes you just got to do your own thing, and then obviously the prototypes have to come past you. But they also, especially in some corners, it's a bit of a one-line corner as well, so they can't go sort of full speed just completely around the outside of you. So it's always a bit of a tricky one, and some some body language that is needed. So hopefully they can work that out. But then that's part of the endurance racing. That's why myself, when I raced, I was generally in the either of the prototype categories, because I liked having that traffic part of the racing as well, not just in the GTs where you're sort of relying on other people. At least you have a little bit of control over your race in those prototype categories.
It's always nice to have a little bit more control, but of course something that these prototype cars in particular have got to keep in mind, if they're passing a GT car on the outside, you've got to remember the GT cars do not have as much of the aerodynamic bodywork when compared to the prototypes, and so will naturally drift out more towards the exit of a corner. So that's something else that these prototype drivers have to keep in mind, is that essentially these GT cars sometimes do really meet the entirety of the circuit.
Yes, they really do. I mean, they are on the limit. They're fast cars, actually. GT3s, they have a lot of power, a lot of downforce, but they just don't have anywhere near the level, of course, of the prototypes when you compare them like that. So they are, and they're generally a little bit more understeery as well. So as you come into the corner, they sort of push on. They really go wide. As Jordan, they're also using all of the track, scraping on the curbs there on the exit of Pouan. So definitely trying to chase down Lemoyne. On the previous lap, there was another 1.5 seconds the way of the Ferrari driver. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have the lead, maybe even by the end of this hour.
Yeah, that could well be something that is on the card. 7.5 minutes to go until the end of this hour. So for these LMP2 cars, that's maybe about 3 laps, but maybe about 3.5 laps till the end. So that could well be a thing. And look at that hypercar just coming past both the GT and coming towards the 39, but not able to make a move on that number 39 before braking for the chicane. Is coming across the start-finish line is Dennis Jordan, that Scuderia Ferrari eSports car, and that gap just extended slightly, 4.7 seconds now to the on-off car. And yeah, maybe this hypercar will make it past before Eau Rouge, and indeed that has happened. And Dennis Jordan will be able to get a little bit of a slipstream from the hypercar, but of course it will streak away in the distance.
Certainly, yeah, certainly will. Yeah, they're definitely in towards some clean air now as that gap comes down even more. It was another 1.2 seconds. So this just shows you that staying out that extra stint, I don't think is going to work out for on-off here. The newer tyres really seem to be a bigger factor, at least when it comes to sort of the doubles and triples. Well, actually, it's not even that, because it's Dennis Jordan on brand new tyres as well compared to on-off. So the offset is massive at this point in the race, and is really starting to yeah, to work out. Yeah, so this is yeah, definitely working out very nicely for them over the course of this middle part of the race, coming towards the end of this second hour. And Ferrari seems to be in control, but then you never know, because Hyperion will jump up once more after the next round of stops. So at some point that is going to come back to them. And actually one category there I haven't looked at too much in a while, but it's still actually quite interesting, is the GT3s. We have Mark Vaite leading the way, as he has done actually for quite a while now. So they stayed long after that Code 80. They stayed out, they went long, and they've gained time that way. And Arnage, despite having a drive-through penalty now, are sitting in that second place, with Thomas Enger Sim Racing not too far in behind. But Thomas Enger, of course, the most offset in terms of the strategy, I believe. And then the other Black Hawk of Breutigam a little bit behind, not being quite able to keep up. So I think this battle in GT3 is actually going to go on quite nicely, because they're all close together, but they're all doing something slightly different.
Yeah, and that's part of the fun of endurance racing, isn't it? But you can see that Arnage Competition car only 1.9 seconds back from the race leading Black Hawk car. But this one, this Black Hawk car that we're looking at the moment, Breutigam, is about 5 seconds back from that final podium position. So a little bit of a bigger gap, but that Arnage car could certainly well be hunting down for that provisional race lead. And that gap for the lead of the LMP2 class is now under 3 seconds.
He's getting very close in a couple of these positions, of course, and that is actually what we like to see a little bit further, a little bit later on into the race. So I have to see how these positions continue. Is this getting a little bit closer? The three classes going around. There's Bichoy and Burst, and of course the Ferrari LMP2. Now this is Lucas Verla. Don't worry about the car behind him, at least in terms of position. Is that Yimi Misula? Yes, it is, for Satellite Racing. So he's a couple of laps down after their issues. But of course, Yimi is used to being up front and leading races. So he's got the speed. The issue for him is if he gets ahead of Arnage, he's just going to get blue flags. So unless he can pull away, then he'll get a penalty. So he might just have to sit in behind.
Yeah, and again, that's pretty painful, isn't it? When the car in front has got blue flags, but you just go through a section of the circuit where essentially you can't take advantage of them. But Jimmy, there's Lynn, the Satellite Racing car, 17th position in the GT3 class, 33 seconds to the car ahead, so a bit of a gap, but there's still over 4 hours to go, so that 33 seconds could be easily made up at some point. But directly under the rear wing of that Arnage car coming through down towards the chicane, it's that hypercar is coming up at a great rate of knots behind.
Yes, getting so close in a couple of these battles. Back to the LMP2 fight. It was another 1.5 seconds for Dennis Jordan. And if that rate continues, he's going to be on the back of On-Off Racing by the end of this lap. Or maybe off of the next one. Look at that, how close it is. Remember, this car was many seconds back and has just had the pace. Of course, Lemoyne is hoping to get to the next pit stop before they lose the position, because then they would have net gained, because they were sort of about 4 or 5 seconds behind. So they've obviously not changed tyres. They've stayed out on the older tyres, but if they can stay ahead, then it'll be a net gain. But even if they lose position, and sort of following behind, then that will still be a net gain. But the issue is, I think Ferrari are going to have enough speed to get past and then pull away before the next round of pit stops, which means is probably not the strategy that On-Off would have wanted. But what it has done for On-Off is completely pulled them away from the drivers in behind. They've now got a 16-second gap back to Pallison, and of course Andre for gold a little bit further behind. So I don't think this is the worst strategy in the world, but at least in terms of the race victory, look how much faster Dennis Jordan is through this middle sector.
Yeah, an incredible amount of speed for that Ferrari when compared to the On-Off car to the middle sector, which I would then say it's just a little bit more downforce, but the fact that they're faster pretty much everywhere, I'm not exactly sure that analysis is correct. But accelerating down towards Blanchimont using as much of the slipstream as possible is Dennis Jordan. Then through that flat left-hander, Blanchimont will move to the right-hand side and go up the inside towards chicane. And that looks like it's a fairly standard, simple move.
Yeah, that was the easiest overtake for the race lead I think Dennis is going to have in his life. As On-Off Racing not fighting that, but to be honest, they could probably do a lap holding him up, but with over a second of pace advantage at this moment in time, it doesn't really make sense to do that. So as we get to 4 hours remaining in this race, Ferrari have taken the lead, and in your hypercar category, it is continuing to be Tom Lartelu for Race Clutch to sort of lead the way by 20-odd seconds, and they don't look like they're going to be swapping around too often, because Mergeli is 22 seconds back, and then of course Michuhai another 22 seconds behind. And in your GT3 category, it is Mark Vates leading the way, with Thomas Enger Sim Racing following in behind in second place, and the other Blackhawk car, I should say, there, of Breutigam in third place. As on cue, pretty much on the hour, it is Arnage coming in to the pit lane. But I'll step aside for a couple of hours in the commentary booth before I rejoin you with Ewan O'Leary for the final 2 hours. But for this middle instalment of the race, it will be Zach Sweeney and Vida Heatley taking you through the way. Good luck, Zach.
Yeah, hello everyone. And of course, we've still got quite a while left to go in this race. A few weeks ago, of course, we went to the 4 Hours of Bahrain. That race would have essentially only just started, so there is still a long way to go as we tick our way through our journey across the world for season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Well, I wasn't actually here for Bahrain, so it is nice to be back to, of course, the legendary circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. Cam, Roger, Vida, Heatley to talk you through the first 2, and then myself and Vida to go through the next 2 before Cam is back with Ewan O'Leary to round off this amazing race. As well, we tick our way through, and Race Clutch still have got a very, very firm grasp on the race lead, out in front, 20 seconds clear. But LMP2 seems to be fairly hot, with Ferrari Esports and On-Off Racing battling away. And then, of course, you go into, of course, the GT3 class with the Blackhawk car. Blackhawk in general, really having a fairly decent time of things, being P1 and P3 on the podium as things stand. But with a tremendous amount of time still left to go, it should be a ton of fun, both strategically and of course with code 80s and things, throwing things into the mix. Just had a fairly interesting conversation with Cam about all the strategy as such, and it's been fairly, to be fair, quite confusing. There's been a lot of different teams doing a lot of different things, which has really sort of just thrown me into the deep end with things as such. But there you can see Alejandro Vel leaving the pit lane for Arnage competition. They are fairly on cue on the hour, as you would usually expect with the GT3s. Well, we'll be probably doing the usual double stint things as we've been seeing across pretty much all of the categories. It seems to be the fairly easiest way to go about things. Do 2 and then carry on, and it sort of spaces it out as such a little bit nicer. Vida, of course, it's been a few months since we've been together in the commentary booth, but it's nice to be back. Of course, it's been a fairly interesting race today.
Indeed, since race 1, I think it was, but it has been a very interesting race so far. The fact that we had a couple of code 80s in the first hour and then haven't had anything since then. Only a small incident at Speaker's Corner, but that was able to be resolved without a code 80. But having a look here at Leandro Verle in that Arnage Competition car, 14th position in class, 43 seconds, so 44 seconds to the next car up the road, which is a long time though, as Yes, having a look, I was just going to point out this battle for third position in LMP2s, and that Gold Racing Team car in fourth, trying to chase down the Gold Racing Esports car. Darius Andre currently driving that one. 1.2 seconds the gap there, so a little bit too far away to gain anything from the slipstream, for example, but still possible, certainly within the sights in order to make a move as this new best lap time there. Dennis Jordan, the Ferrari Esports, 2 minutes 2.369, new best lap time for that LMP2 class.
Very quick lap time indeed, showcasing that Ferrari Esports' pure amount of speed, and of course they're going to need it in such a hotly contested LMP2 championship. Only 5 points cover the top 3 and only 12 cover the top 4 as we approach sort of that halfway point of the season. It is lining up to be a very, very close and competitive championship. Darius Andre, of course, and Gold Racing Esports, the current championship leaders in that LMP2 class, only 3 points ahead of Team Iris. Gold Racing seem to have been the most consistent of the bunch in the LMP2s, though. I mean, they've not yet to win a race, but they've been up there in each and every single round as of yet, and right now doing the exact same thing there in P3.
Yeah, and yes, always up there is exactly what you want in order to make a good shot at the championship, if you like, in order to be able to have a go at that first position in order to take home the crown here in season 16. There's Andre, as you said, trying to hold on to this final position. The gap towards the Score Team car fairly stationary though, although we now have some pit stops in this GT3 class. Jesus Motorsport and Blackhawk both coming in.
Of course, doing themselves a couple of favours by coming in, slightly off the hour. It means that with the GT3s having roughly an hour's stint-ish, it means that their final pit stop, when we tick down into that final hour, sub 60 minutes left to go, their final stop should in theory be ever so slightly shorter because they're going to have less distance left in the race to go, which means that in theory they should be able to put less fuel into the car, have a short pit stop time, and go again and have that sprint to the finish. So they're only doing themselves favours by having these small little bits of fuel saving, of course, sometimes aided by Code 80s as such. But the further into each hour they can go, Vida, the more help they're going to be giving themselves a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's always helpful. As you said, that final pit stop will be very important because the less fuel you need to put in, the shorter you'll spend stationary, and you can gain a lot of time there, a surprising amount of time, by not actually having to fill up the tank all the way. So perhaps already counting backwards from the end of the race, presuming of course it goes green all the way there. If there's a code area at some point, that could throw another spanner in the works. But this Gold Racing Esports car appears to be essentially pulling out ever so slightly, I think, actually, from the Go Team car. 1.5 seconds now the gap, so they actually seem fairly evenly matched at this point as one of the Go Team hypercars comes into the pits at the same time.
Yeah, Go Team, of course, fielding a fair few, number of cars across the Virtual Endurance Championship field, and are mightily successful across the majority of them. I mean, they're 6th in the hypercar class. They're unfortunately, to be fair, a little bit further down in LMP2, only 10th, but all in all, I mean, they're still up there, fighting for some decent positions, maybe just not quite had the luck as such, or sometimes even the pace on some occasions for this season. But Darius Andre can't take anything away from him and his sort of efforts, of course, racing with Visceral last season, jumping into Gold Racing Esports. He is a mightily quick driver and, of course, is pulling away from that 4th place machine. But, of course, traffic has been something to contend with. It's always a very busy one out there on circuit, but thankfully things are a little bit more spaced out here at Spa, being a 7-kilometre circuit.
But there's still a bit over about 45 cars here. So there's a yellow in sector 1 there. That was slightly longer than normal. Of course, yellows do get thrown up for essentially cars rejoining on the pit exit, just because there's such a big speed differential there between the cars coming out of the pits. and the cars on the racing line, but I can't see anything that happened in the first sector, so maybe it was just one of these speed differentials, as Darius Entree comes into the pits, as well as that Go Team car behind. Sorry, the on-off car and Go Team car. So second, third, and fourth from the LMP2 field, all coming in simultaneously.
And they begin their long voyage down the Spa Endurance pit lane. Of course, you do the entirety of the Grand Prix, then you do La Source, then you go all the way back downhill again, then you find the pit box, then you emerge at the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It's a long one, and if there is any round to come into a race with a drive-through, this is the one that you really do not want. And unfortunately, a couple of teams have had that unfortunate fate.
Yeah, you really, really do not want it, because as you said, it is a very, very long pit lane here at Spa, especially because we're using the endurance pit lane, so it feels like an eternity going through the pits here, as yes, lots of cars, the Netrix GP cars came in as well, as you can see in the LMP2s, and we've got some of the hypercars coming in. The race clutch car, which has been in the lead for pretty much the entirety of the race, well no, for the entirety of the race actually, has came into the pits and is now down in second due to being passed as it makes its pit stop.
Yeah, Race Clutch have really taken a firm grasp on this race fairly early on, but it does allow Martin Marguli for Winchett Racing Team to take the lead of the race, of course, off the back of a decent result last time out of Bahrain. A month before that, of course, taking the win the round before when we headed to
Road Atlanta.
To, of course, Road Atlanta. Yeah, just trying to jog my memory a little bit. I was about to check the schedule and cheat, but no, we went to Road Atlanta. I do remember it like it was yesterday. A very good result, of course, for Winchett Racing Team. I have to say, they are, I don't want to say necessarily an underdog, but when you compare them to the likes of Race Clutch, of course, the reigning champion of the Virtual Endurance Championship, and of course, the reigning championship, I suppose, of Spa. The last time we came here, of course, it was Race Clutch that took the top step. They're off the back of a race victory. I have to say, Winchett, to be only 5 points off them in the championship lead is a mightily good effort, and it would be very interesting to see how long they can keep this campaign up.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. Perhaps one of the more underdog teams in the hypercar class, but only 5 points back. So certainly in with a good shot at the championship. Of course, this is round 4 out of 9. Here in the VEC, so still plenty of racing to go though. Having a look here, Simon Smith in the Sean Clark racing car, trying to hold off from Stavros Mataitis in the Vallecorsa car for that 8th position, and indeed the final position on the timing tower. You can see there on the left in the LMP2 class, 0.8 of a second separate the two of them as they're racing their way down the hill towards Poole. This long left-hander. A double apex essentially all the way round, and then the Peef path is next. 0.8 of seconds, a little bit too far back to launch an attack really anywhere on this circuit. You really need to be within 3 or 4 tenths in order to be able to start thinking of making a move.
Yeah, but is it really worth for Stavros Mataitis to make that move? I mean, at this stage in the race, P9, P8, does it really matter? Would it be worth maybe for Mataitis just to sit there, you know, lift and coast a little bit more, demand less of the engine? I mean, it's not necessarily like he's going anywhere. I mean, Simon Smith, to be fair, is only about a couple of seconds off Luigi Russo for 15th place overall, and of course, that 7th in class. But maybe it's more beneficial for Mataitis just to sit behind in the slipstream, use it, because here at Spa, you spend a large portion of it flat out. So, of course, you're demanding a lot more of the engine, using a lot more fuel. It might just be worth sitting behind, lifting and coasting.
And it also depends on where they are in terms of their pit strategy as well. If they're coming in say in the next 5 laps, it may not be worth pushing it and trying to make this move. Of course, they will also have an eye on where that Sean Clark racing car, or so should say when that Sean Clark racing car last came into the pits. So they'll have an idea of how much fuel they roughly have on board, and they might take that into consideration when seeing if they should make a move. And well, there may be a move coming up here actually, maybe towards the combat, just showing the nose a little bit, showing that car in 8th position that they are there and ready to make a move should they make a mistake. I say that right under the rear wing, coming down towards this right-hander.
Yeah, going in, of course, to Ravage, an off-cambered right-hander, and tailing the rear end of some GT3 traffic, getting backed up, going into no-name corner. So Stavros Musadis is going to be looking to go for a move. They both dart to the left of the McLaren. Is Musadis going to spot the gap into P1? Smartly doesn't. That was probably the better decision. They have got a little bit more GT3 traffic to contend with, and this could open the door for a good move. However, you can see Smith not waiting around at all. He is just taking a gap and committing, finding his way through the GT3 traffic, and it's allowing him to build a little bit of breathing room back to the Valet Corsa machine.
Indeed, that's certainly helpful, using that GT3 traffic as a little bit of a pick to extend that gap and get, as you said, a little bit of breathing room. As the burst car comes in from the pits in the lead of the hypercar class, as well as one of the Go team cars, although that's just came back out of the pits in 4th position. But yes, using that traffic to get a little bit of breathing room is an absolutely vital skill for an endurance driver in a faster class.
Yeah, and it's one that experience can really help a ton with. It's one of those skills that you really only do learn through experience. A little bit further up front, of course, you can see in the LMP2 field, Ferrari Esports recently coming in to the pit lane. They are the team that are probably the most normal on their strategy, the most typical double stint on their fuel and tyres as such, the ones that deviated the least from the Code 80s. You can see Thomas Vack is now the race leader of the LMP2s, but for how much longer, as Dennis Jordan is going to be trying to close that gap as much as possible. Into the pit lane as well, a little bit further up, Michi Hoyer for Burst Esports coming into the pit lane will soon relinquish the lead back, of course, to Nick De Silva and that race clutch machine as well. So a lot is going on. We're right around that hot, that sort of the back end of the next round of pit stops. So we are starting to once again piece together where people realistically should be. But the strategy in this race, thanks to those two awkwardly placed Code 80s, Vida, has really sort of just made things so awkward.
Yeah, and this awkwardness is again something you have to deal with in endurance racing. Having a look here at Thomas Vack in this Hyperion Esports car, 2 seconds, I believe, is the gap to the car behind. Indeed, you can see that Ferrari car just coming over the crest there at Radion. But yes, the Hyperion Esports car doing a good job just trying to hold on, but I think they are slightly off strategy.
Yeah, I think not running the exact same ideology as Ferrari have, but then again, when do anyone ever do the same strategy as each other throughout the entirety of an endurance race? They've all done their individual bits of practice and preparation and trying to find out what works best for them, because of course there is going to be a theoretical optimized pit strategy, but each team is going to drive a different race. Yeah, they're all here for the 6 hours of Spa, but they're all going to have their own journeys to that point. They're all going to have different circumstances, different incidents, different pace points, different consistencies, different rivals to contend with, so much so that they can't all stick to that theoretical best, and those that can best deviate and still make the most of circumstance are going to be the ones that will make the best out of their race.
That really is one of the core assets of endurance racing, is essentially making the best out of a bad situation when it arises. But of course, the best thing to happen is for that situation not to arise, I should say, rather, in the first place. And that is exactly what this Hyperion car is trying to do. Vack 2.4 seconds now ahead of the Ferrari car, so a little bit further ahead, although that gap will change once they both cross the start-finish line. 2.7, so that Hyperion car a bit faster.
Yeah, ever so slightly, and pulling away from Ferraris, of course, as you said, to now 2.5 seconds. It's not the biggest of gaps by any means, and that can very easily come down, but it is a good bit of morale boost, I suppose, for the Hyperion car to know that they are sort of at this stage in the race a little bit quicker than Ferrari in terms of raw pace as it stands. There are different circumstances that can adjust that as such, obviously with tyre deg and things like that, but at face value right now, Thomas Vack is quicker than Dennis Jordan, and that is surely, I mean, not that this would ever happen, but if I was putting in lap times quicker than Dennis Jordan, I wouldn't be complaining.
Yep, I would take that as a bonus. I would certainly agree with you on that point, and especially gaining time on, well, essentially one of the biggest racing teams in the world, with that being the Ferrari car. But yes, Thomas Vack doing a good job as it stands. It looks like there's a battle there happening for 7th position in the GT3s as well, between Blackhawk and Deuces. As I said, for that 7th position. Not too much of a gap separating those two.
Yeah, not a million miles between a fair few teams, in fairness. I mean, this should have just been spaced out as such. I mean, we haven't got much. I mean, only a few seconds apiece, only 11.5 separating race clutch and burst in the hypercars. And the awkward thing is that they're not necessarily massive gaps as such. It's just that right now we can't really do much with them. No one's close enough to spark a battle. They're all in it for the long term, all settling into this portion where we start preparing for the second half of the race. And yeah, things are going to space out as such, but you know, they're not huge. You know, one spin or a Code 80 mix-up would really spice things up in terms of all of these battles. It's just that right now, no one's got the overall pace to drastically close each and every single one of these gaps. So we are just setting ourselves in for a little bit of a sort of just a cold period before things hopefully start to ramp up a little bit later on.
Yeah, and as it comes towards the final hour of the race or so, that is a time where we always see the strategies and the racing heat up. They've got a pit caller there in 5th position in the GT3 class as well. But Thomas Vack doing a good job indeed. That gap now extended out to 4 seconds. So it definitely appears this Hyperion car is faster at this point in the race.
But now, again, things are always subject to change. As you can see there, Thomas Vack carving his way through some of the GT3 traffic. The Team Iris car just in behind as well, doing the same. 4.1 seconds. That is a drastically large gap to have opened up already. Have we got any close battles at the moment happening on track? We have here between the RKT competition car of Forum Cease fighting away with Adam Kiel in that Porsche just behind this, of course, for the top 10 overall in the GT3 class. So not exactly a bad position to be fighting for.
Yep, right there on the outskirts of the top 10, although that might become 9th and 10th actually, depending on how long the pit stop occurs there. Indeed, you can see that some racing car fall out of the top 8, and you may see this RKT Competition car, that position number, turn to 9 soon. Maybe, slightly perhaps. There we go, and you can see the GT3 car come out there. So this is a battle for 9th and 10th now. And this in this RKT competition car needing to defend, and oh, that's a big defense actually. Didn't appear to actually have that good a run out of Eau Rouge, and they're side by side coming out towards Les Combes, and that's a big gap suddenly, isn't it?
Fairly. Yeah, that is. Yeah, to be fair, I mean they've just pulled out quite a substantial amount. And any reason why potentially?
It could have just been a mistake.
Easily
to be
done.
honest, but that was a big speed difference though.
Yeah, fairly substantially, and yeah, well, whatever the reason was, maybe a small mistake or a lift off or whatever. Who knows? Only they will. Into the pit lane comes Netrex GP from 3rd place in the LMP2 class. That's Danny Van Den Eek working his way down pit lane, and that is what we mean when we talk about sort of staggered pit stops as such. We had Ferrari come in about 10 minutes ago. We had people coming in before that, and now we've got Netrex only now coming in. With 38 minutes still left on the hour. So it really is staggered, especially in the LMP2 class. And it'll be interesting to see how this funnels its way down as we approach the final moments in the race.
But that should be fine, because if we presume it's 45 minutes on a tank for these LMP2s, that means they're going to be, minus 8 minutes towards the end of the race. So that means their final stop can be a little bit shorter. Again,
very true. It all depends, obviously, on where they emerge after the pit stop as such, because there's only so much that you can gain from having less fuel at that final stop. And you have to be careful that you don't spend so much time being off sequence saving fuel just to only gain maybe 5 seconds back at the end. Of course, thanks to a short stop, no one's going to complain about 5 seconds gained as such. But if you're 20 seconds off the lead because you've done that, then of course that is firmly suboptimal, as one Lewis McGlade would say. So yeah, it's all about obviously tracking your progress, being as consistent as you can for the longest amount of time. Have just spotted a fairly close battle again still between the VEC car and of course the 34 machine of Sean Clark Racing in the form of Simon Speth. It seems that Speth, while he did keep Mercedes behind for a fair while, there's only so much that he can do, and now that VEC car is running its course and running a little bit further in front, trying to maybe get after the Go Team cars.
We'll need a little bit of time to get there once, well, if you say if that move is made, because look at that, 8 seconds pretty much the gap there. But Simon Speth and Simon Clark Racing car trying to essentially retake that position from the VEC car, but VEC perhaps has a little bit more speed at the moment, because you see that gap is already 1.6 seconds, and the VEC car of course did pass the Simon Clark Racing car, so perhaps just a little bit faster. And of course it could be many reasons, different fuel loads, different tyre ages as well, particularly for that VEC car. Changed tyres last time round, whereas the Simon Clark car didn't. Sorry, Sean Clark car didn't.
Yeah, and there are so many different reasons for pace differentials at different points in the race, as you say, obviously with tyres and fuel loads and things, and targets for the race at different points, and of course, also different drivers in the car. We'll have probably 2, maybe 3 driver teams. I know rFactor, of course, got Jake Dennehan and Nick Silva and Tom Lartalou fielding their #1 machine at the front, but obviously it's easy to tackle a 6-hour race with 2 drivers just doing maybe 2 hours apiece, or whatever it might work out being for the respective stints. Obviously not 2 hours apiece because that's only 4 hours, but 2 hours swap, 2 hour stop, such, or just 3 hours and then 3 hours. While that is fairly extreme, it can be done. We saw with Michi Hoare and Damien Skovron fielding the best esports car as a 2-man car back for the 6,000 Monza a few months ago for round #1. So it can be done, but 3 is easier. The problem is, though, is of course the more drivers you have driving the car, the more people you have to cater to and potentially compromise on when it comes to the setup.
Yeah, exactly. For example, when I did racing, I preferred a very much understeery car, which is not what everyone likes. I very much prefer the understeer compared to the oversteer, but as you said, if there was the more people you have, the more diverging the various driving styles are. So ideally you want to find someone who does have the same driving style as you, but that's not always a given, and it's not always easy either. But yeah, this is something that these teams always need to keep an eye on, keep in mind of when they're setting up their various setups and doing their testing for the weeks before a race.
Yeah, preparation is key, communication as well, and it is why the bigger teams do so well at that. I mean, there's a reason, there is a recipe for success, and of course the likes of Race Clutch, Ferrari Esports, they are the best chefs. They know how to cook as such, and do that really well. And it's all about not only the drivers themselves, but the race engineers and the team managers behind the scenes doing their best. And you do have to shout out to them, because you don't always see their name on the screen as such. They're not the ones that are physically on the track driving the car, but they still do have a massive impact as to what goes on. The people in their ears, communicating to the drivers, telling them what to do, how to maybe adjust their driving or different targets and things like that. And that is something, as I say, that the big teams do really well. Take Race Clutch, for example. I know, of course, the whole team, sort of as a whole, Jurgen van Bergen, the team manager, knows how to manage that team really well. He it also is just very nice guy, and he, the whole team get on well, or at least from what we can see, and
from the
it is
outside.
from the outside. But he has just messaged me with sending some love, so I think I'm on the right track. But yeah, he's just a lovely guy. They all get on well. They all have the banter. They all communicate really well, and they are all so incredibly quick. I mean, they've got Colin Sport, Tom Lartu, Nick De Silva, Jake Denahan. They are 4 incredibly promising talents now, let alone the potential that they've got to improve over the years to come. And that is, I think, why the teams like Raceclutch do succeed so well, is thanks to the fact that they glue together so well, and that's such an important thing of endurance racing, is that teamwork.
Yeah, and getting that teamwork is, as you said, vital, and also getting the same idea when it comes to, for example, methods of passing traffic or getting lapped by traffic, or methods of tire saving, methods of fuel saving as well. All of these are very important when it comes to actually having this team cohesion.
And yet it is something that holds such a big weight. We are talking now, of course, about some GT3 pit stops that are coming in. You can see the likes. I think Visceral only just come in. Miguel Cardoso. We had Wojciech Polesny, Nico Barkley, and Ian Veltens all into the pit lane. At the moment, there you can see the Scuderia Leone Ferrari in the pit lane, waiting, of course, to get dropped down off the jacks and then go again for another stint. But yeah, either very far into the hour or very far off the hour. I think, of course, thanks to the Code 80s, they are about 30 minutes off sequence, and this is going to jagger things out a little bit for them. But they aren't alone. There are multiple teams that are all slightly diverging in terms of the strategy. But of course, right now you can see Miguel Cardoso with a firm lead, about 90 seconds clear of Wojciech Polesny in second for Thomas Eng. But I think we asked a loaded pit stop from Visceral, if I am correct. So maybe they'll have to come in at some point, or they're just driving really well. Either or, one or the other. But that's the problem with staggered strategies, Vida. It makes our life so complicated because we don't really ever know who's where and who's doing what, who is actually leading the race.
Yeah, you only find out until essentially the last 30 minutes or so of the race, when that may happen. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, and essentially when these teams make their final pit stop. But another interesting thing is that when they do need to make their final pit stop, will they decide to essentially stretch that fuel tank as far as possible and pit with, for example, 20 minutes to go? Or will they essentially make their penultimate stint shorter and then fill it up so they've got a full tank towards the end? This is, again, something else that all of these teams need to think about, and it depends on should there be any further Code 80s. Having a look at this Visceral Esports car coming round Les Comtes, the number 58 car, a healthy lead there though, 69 seconds or so back to second.
Yeah, and well, not a very distant battle. Similar to this one, a little bit further up, we got Michi Hoyer battling away with Rick Van Eyck, the fight for second in the hypercar class. Of course, Hoyer getting things a little bit wrong, and that's one of the Go Team LMP2s trying to find their way past. And then, of course, you've got the Winchik Racing machine, Rick Van Eyck trying to close him down. And well, Michi Hoyer going to have to be having his wits about him if he wants to retain that second place, which seems that the hypercar battle is turning itself into at this point in time. It seems that it is only a race for second.
As it stands, but of course anything can happen in endurance racing, and it normally does. Michi Hoyer here, as you said, trying to defend that second position in the Burst Esports Next View car. As they're coming around through the pith path and towards the end of the circuit, about to break the Sector 3 timing line, and trying to defend. But of course, coming down towards Blanchimont, this is slightly easier to defend because you've got a few kinks on the way down towards the chicane, but you've also got the danger of that massive braking zone at the end.
Yeah, have to be very, very mindful. especially when there's traffic as such to contend with. It is a very heavy braking zone going into the bus stop. Let's see if Rick Van Earl is going to be a lot braver than Hoyer going into the chicane, and there's contact.
Yep.
Between Mitchie Hoyer and one of the LMP2s, that is going to allow Rick Van Earl to now have a look side by side as they emerge from the bus stop chicane, but it was an absolute send from the Burst Esport Next View machine. They are going to run side by side on this run towards La Source. The fight for second rages on. The Winchit racing car to the outside, squirming under brakes as Mitchie Hoyer, as he pushes Van Earl to the extremities of the circuit. It's a drag race as they both try and go to the left-hand side of that poor BMW, pushed nearly to the grass as Mitchie Hoyer very aggressively keeps that second place, albeit with a move that race control is certainly going to be looking at.
Yeah, that was, as you had said, that was a very, very aggressive move by Hoyer coming down the straight, and indeed with essentially turning that LMP2 in the chicane. So Hoyer doing as much as possible in order to keep a hold in that second place. The question is, was that too much?
Well, in his fight with Van Earl, it was aggressive. Was it over the limit? Arguably, maybe. I would say it's there. It's on the limit. But initially, the catalyst that started it, of course, tagging that poor LMP2. You have to put the blame solely on Hoyer at that point. I mean, it was a little bit of a half-hearted move. I mean, he was a little bit far back, but the difference in braking performance between the hypercars and LMP2s, I mean, there is a noticeable difference, but not enough that you can send it from 3 car lengths back and just about manage to make it stick. I think Hoyer should have backed out of that sooner and would probably, I can imagine, be getting a slap on the wrist for that particular incursion. And it is a shame, because it might well bring an end to this magnificent battle a little bit sooner than we'd expect. But Van Earl, you would have to imagine, is going to be fighting with a vengeance to get back onto the back of Mitchie Hoyer.
Indeed, whoa, a very leery around Blanchimont there for Van Earl. But breaking down towards the chicane, not going side by side this time round, but cooped up right underneath the rear wing is that number 8 car. As they're coming down towards the source, Van Earl moving across to the racing line as soon as possible, and before braking for the source, you've got that dip right there on the apex. You can see Hoyer there, slightly squirrely on throttle application coming out of the corner.
Yeah, probably driving quite aggressively. I mean, maybe frustrated that he's made a mistake, or frustrated that the driving is aggressive, using a little bit of slipstream from that LMP2, but this run up the Kemmel straight towards Les Combes is going to force Hoyer to go defensive all the way to the right. Rick Van Earl brings it to the left. It's going to be the outside of Les Combes. He's brave on the brakes. He has got his nose ahead. Mitchie Hoyer tries to fight it, bit of contact as he squirms his way, keeping the car under control. But a brilliant move, it must be said, by Rick Van Earl. It was bold, it was brave, most certainly brilliant. Hoyer is going to have to settle for third after all of that. Winchik with some great pace.
Yes, some fantastic pace. I'm not sure if that was Hoyer. I'm not sure if it was contact, I should say, rather. Just Hoyer getting a little bit too much in the curbs on the inside of the first right-hander there. But a great move there by Van Earl in that number 8 car. And it looks like that second position now belongs to that Winchit car.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be waiting around for a round 2, as Voice of Bersney sets the fastest lap time for GT3s at the moment. It's at third. In the running, or second I should say, in the running behind Miguel Cardoso. That is me confusing Bertnops. Is colour on the timing tower for a GT3. Most family is not. I am just colourblind. Voice pleasantly though, running second for Thomas Eng, and setting a fairly decent lap time in that regard. 2:15, a low 2:15, I believe. Yeah, a high 2:15, 2:15.8 is the pace being set. But there you can see Mitchie Hoyer immediately on a counter-attack. Actually, we might well see this battle rage on for a little bit longer. Rick Van Earl was nearly under pressure there, thanks to maybe a little bit of traffic to contend with. Oh, that was definitely a look from Mitchie Hoyer, but he's learnt from his mistakes and has this time decided to back out.
Indeed, sometimes that is what is needed in endurance racing, because you do not want to destroy your car and essentially lose a lot more time as a result of having to stay stationary in the pits and fix that damage. It looks like there's a battle happening for that final podium position in the GT3 class, though. There's only about a tenth of a second between Alexei Kutzak at the moment, that Blackhawk car, and the one Akko car behind.
Yeah, not much separating these guys whatsoever, and well, of course, for a very brilliant position in the form of a podium. Of course, there are sort of different milestones you attain to for the races. Finishing them is one thing, and then you sort of aim for a top 10, top 5, top 3 then is the next one. Then, of course, everyone wants to win. But, you know, in terms of milestones, a podium definitely isn't a bad one. And that's going to be one that Nico Barkley and Wanako are going to aspire to potentially get in the near future. They get lapped, of course, by one of the prototypes, but the same fate will have to befall Kutzak, but probably in a betterly timed position. There you can also see then the race leaders of Race Clutch fighting their way past as well through both into Blanchimont, maybe setting the Aston Martin a little bit wide. A flash the headlights as well from Nico Barkley, maybe a warning to Kutzak as to sort of see what's about to come. But the Aston Martin, I would say, is probably going to be having to look in his rearview mirror rather soon.
And that's always a little bit more interesting when you need to use that rear view mirror to have a look, because that means, of course, you're not focusing on the road ahead of you, which makes it a little bit more difficult to hit all the apeces that you want. But yes, Nico Barkley here, half a second back, doing a good job applying pressure on Kutzak in that Black Hawk car, accelerating up the hill over Eau Rouge, over Radion, and then along the Kemmel Straight. But half a second back is a little bit too far in order to be able to gain all of the slipstream.
Yeah, there is sort of that optimal point, that biting point of the slipstream as such, where you just drastically and exponentially get quicker and quicker. The closer you get, the better it works, and then you just slingshot your way past. Oh my goodness me, thought that was a huge snap of oversteer from Nico Barkley for a moment, but yeah, not quite in that optimal slipstream range there. Still feeling it, still gaining from it, but yeah, maybe just needs a little bit more to then rapidly close that gap and potentially find themselves on to the podium. Finally into the pit lane, by the way, Miguel Cardoso and Visceral Esports a little bit closer to the hour will relinquish the lead to the Thomas Eng sim racing car of Wojtek Polesny. But where will they emerge, and how will they emerge after the entire pit stop window phase? Of course, it's going to be a lot longer for Miguel Cardoso than a minute in pit lane. It'll probably just take you a minute just to drive through it, let alone with your stop as such. So they will relinquish the lead, but well, how's that going to play out in the long term? Again, still mightily off sequence for these guys. I mean, 20 minutes off the hour is a fairly sizable time, so they're either going to have to maybe take an extra stop or recompensate a little bit later on, or hope that there's a code 80 a little bit later on that can put them back on it.
And that code 80, if it does come, it will certainly be very helpful to a lot of these cars, because we know that some of them are maybe about 5 or 7 minutes short to make it to the end of the race. So if there is a further code 80, that will certainly help them towards their goal of making it to the end of the race without having to do a splash and dash. Wojtek Polesny here in that Thomas Eng car, 55 seconds away from the lead of the GT3 class, which is that Visceral Esports car, or I should say that was the case when they crossed the start-finish line, but the Visceral Esports car just came out of the pits, which gives Thomas Eng, the sim racing, the lead of the race in the GT3 class.
Let's see how they can run with it. Of course, the championship leaders in GT3 looking fairly decent over the two Black Hawk cars. It's the 91, then the 81. But both of them only separated by 9 points in the championship. 204 for Thomas Eng. Then we go back 12 to Black Hawk, further 9 to the other one. Satellite Racing, Scuderia Leone round off the top 5. Of course, we are only 3 rounds completed in this championship, and there is still a very long way to go. We started at Monza, we've done Red Atlanta, we've done Bahrain, we're here at Spa in a few weeks. On the 13th of January we'll go to Daytona, and then to Road America, Sebring, Imola, and then of course the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans. So we are sort of closing in towards the end of the first half of the season, but there is still a tremendous amount of time left to go. So while the championships do look close for now, well, we'll see who's going to be the most consistent of the bunch and see how close it is for the rest of the season to come.
Of course, after this race, there are 5 more to go, and it's going to be a very, very exciting season here, season 16 of the VEC, and we just don't yet know what the story that will be told will be. But we're about halfway through, and Voice of Lesnar here in that Thomas Angus sim racing car, trying to write their name into the winners column of the GT3 class here at the 6 Hours of Spa, coming through the chicane, and there's a little bit of a drift there.
Yeah, people driving on the limits, let's put it that way. Some people stepping above it, but of course it is a long race ahead. There will be some blips in the consistency. And hopefully none as that. Oh, that's good position. The race leader of the GT3 matches up quite nicely with the next closest battle on track in the form of Snet Vangers for Netrex, and then of course of Charlie Rigo in that on-off racing machine just behind. We have got an overlap of all three classes heading up the hill here at Eau Rouge and Radeon. You can see Thomas and Sim Racing car has two very eager LMP2s go either side of it. Then comes the Best Esport machine, and Mitchie Hoyer is, oh my goodness me, Charlie Rigo bouncing his way across the grass in the Camel Straight, completely spins off backwards into the barrier. How on earth has that happened?
Hopefully we'll get a replay of that, but yeah, onto the grass. We've seen a few cars onto the grass throughout the day actually, but none that have lost control like that. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
Well, yeah, a strange one. Just seems like he just magnetised towards the grass. As such, maybe there was a bit of an invitation, maybe shocked of Hoyer coming through. Maybe I don't know. We'll have to, of course, take another look at it and see. But yeah, I don't know. That it just seems like he just went onto the grass. I know that seems fairly obvious because that is what happened. But why exactly? I'm just going to look back on it, of course, on the live feed. So they seem fine running through Eau Rouge and Radeon. They go either side of the Thomas N Sim Racing car. Charlie Rigo, of course, opts to go to the left. Hoyer finds his way past, and I think Rigo is trying to give Hoyer as much space as possible, and in doing so, just puts half a wheel onto the grass, and then he's just trapped there as such, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes just because of the different grip coefficients as well, this can happen. Here we go. Here's the replay. We can see what you're talking about. But yeah, essentially using as much, and then went off into the Armco actually there on driver's left coming up the Camel Straight, and then there was the spin. So yeah, trying to be helpful, trying to give, as you said, Hoyer as much as possible, and that backfired.
Yeah, of course there wasn't a lot of space to work with, even though the Camel Straight is fairly wide, but unfortunately it has brought an end to that particular battle, and Snet Vangers has got a fairly comfortable second place as it stands. Of course that LMP2 is still vastly wide and vastly, I think was what I was going for, and just created a brand new word because we can do that now apparently. But yeah, a vast it is still vastly wide open. There we go, I'll speak English. And strategy still seems to be all over the place. As I say, Ferrari Esports do appear to be on the typical orthodox strategy, and are right now still waiting for a pit stop, whereas a few of the other teams in LMP2 are still awaiting a pit stop. As we do approach the halfway point of the race, we've really bedded ourselves in at this point, and well, I think we're starting to see the effects of said attrition.
Yeah, some of these drivers, I'm not exactly sure, some drivers might be in from the start of the race, and of course almost 3 hours in a single stint is a long time to keep the level of concentration that is needed here in Division 1 of the VEC. So perhaps starting to lose a little bit of that concentration, especially with different light levels as well, because you can see the headlights are almost definitely needed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly overcast, and I think, did I see a floodlight on? I did, yeah, there is one on as well, as we move our way through, of course, the day in, obviously in real life, and then, of course, at Spa as well. So it will start to dim, probably in the next couple of hours or so. We may be requiring a little bit of instinct driving, maybe in towards sort of that dusk period, but as you can see, the lights are there, and they are doing something. Custom shadows, of course, either side of them, so they are working and they are needed. Thomas Frack fighting away with the on-off racing machine, of course, of Charlie Rigo, who has in fairness to him, brushed off that mistake really well. It just seems that he spun, said, all right, and then got back to it again. He's fighting for fourth.
Yeah, and that's also a very important part of endurance racing, is being able to have that bounce back ability. Should you run into an incident, and as you can see, in battling almost immediately for fourth, it doesn't appear there was any damage to that car after that off. It did hit the arm cone both sides of the circuit, but quite gently both times, I must say. So perhaps not much damage on that car.
Thankfully, because it could have been a lot worse than just some light taps to the barrier. I think he got away lucky, and a bit of a wake-up call, maybe drowsing off a little bit, maybe tired after a bit of a stint in the car, and boom, yeah, wake up, because one lapse in concentration will potentially see your race end. He was given a second lifeline, or, well, a lifeline, a second chance, I suppose, and has now been able to continue fairly scot-free. I mean, losing a good sort of 15 seconds as to where they were compared to before the spin, but you know, that's 15 seconds of lost track time as opposed to potentially, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes of repair time in the pit lane. So you have, of course, I think to weigh up the lesser of the two evils, and Charlie Rigo and On-Off are going to be very grateful that they are still in this race. They have got company, though. They're sandwiched in between the Hyperion car of Thomas VEC and then, of course, the Go Team machine of Luigi Russo just behind. So a real fight for fourth. Can't complain.
You certainly can't complain when we have some fantastic racing like we have here. Essentially 3 in a row for this fourth position in the LMP2 class, with Hyperion heading this little train. Thomas VEC still doing a good job holding off those 2 cars behind, but we'll need to eventually start looking in those rear view mirrors a little bit more, as there's a yellow in sector 2. For whom, I wonder that is for?
Good question. It appears to have obviously dissipated, so probably just a lone spinner.
A quick spin, yeah.
And then back going again. So no major dramas, thankfully. Easily sorted and back to normal racing speed. Hopefully, of course, for the afflicted team and driver. But with 3 hours, 10 minutes left to go, there is still plenty to play for in the Virtual Endurance Championship 6 Hours of Spa. It is always a great track to go to in terms of the racing that we do always get here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, it is a legendary race circuit, albeit slightly overused in sim racing.
So VEC here is look how much closer that On-Off car is of Rio now as they're coming through the peak path, and I imagine there might be an attempt coming down towards chicane.
We might well see in the near future that Rigo would like to go for that move, but of course he has got to be careful. Maybe there is a little bit of damage sustained, none that we can see from his move into the barrier a couple of laps ago, but seems to be driving just fine there. You can see also that Luigi Russo would be liking to go for a move as well, but they have got one of the hypercars fighting their way past and going into the bus stop chicane. You can see Rigo allows them through. There is wide. That's the Valle Corsa car. Of course, a lap down relative to these guys, but
yeah,
well, that's mildly unfortunate for them. Just probably a little bit too deep going into the bus stop.
I imagine so, exactly, and that's broken up this battle ever so slightly for now, but it does mean the On-Off cars, the Go Team racing car is almost directly on the rear wing of the On-Off car.
Yeah, very, very close. That is Russo on the back of Rigo, and quite close, but I wouldn't say close enough to go for a move going into Lake. I mean, about 3 times back, gaps opened up ever so slightly. I wouldn't say Russo is close enough on this particular occasion. Not to say that there won't necessarily be more. Also, we have got here is Thomas Imborg for Gold Racing Esports. Of course, they've got the Virtual Drivers by TX3 more hypercar just ahead. But they're fighting now with Trinstedt Vangers for second place in the battle for LMP2. The Netrix GP car had a moment of bliss after Charlie Rigo's spin. However, God Racing Esports once again showing their sheer pace and consistency by closing this gap.
Of course, closing that gap is the most important thing. And that gold team car perhaps trying to get around the traffic, but not maybe always maybe choosing some interesting ways to get around us. Oh, speaking of interesting ways, that bright green car ahead almost went directly off track. And another off track there through Blanchimont.
Well, that is certainly what indeed is. Oh, that was cutthroat. Very nicely done indeed, as I think it was
Netrix car
wanted to come in.
Bits. Yeah.
So, of course, into the pit lane, and that's probably why probably why that battle wasn't too hard fought from the Netrix GP car. But into the pit lane, Inborg takes second, and also the on-off car of Charlie Rigo comes into the pit lane, as well as the go-team car of Luigi Russo. So we have gotten ourselves into a next sort of phase of the pit stops with the LMP2s, but obviously still waiting on Dennis Jordan and Ferrari to come in from theirs, as they did about half an hour ago. Also God Racing Esports for their pit stop as well. So again, still very sparsed out. We honestly have absolutely no idea as to what's going on in terms of the LMP2 pit stops. I mean, people are here, there and everywhere in terms of what they decided to do under the code 80, and some differing strategies emerging. But just because they're different, Vida, doesn't necessarily mean they're wrong. We could probably have a couple of different strategical ideas still funnel down to be some good results in the end.
Get good results in the end, and of course at the end of the 6 hours, that is where the points are awarded. And perhaps looking towards the end of the race already, doing a little bit of counting back from the end. And this is really the problem with these prototypes that have came in, that Go team, the on-off, the Netrix. They're almost about 5 minutes short, 6 minutes short of making it to the end of the race. So you've got to still find that time somewhere, which they've yet to do, because they've been pretty much 5 minutes short ever since they made that pit stop under the last code 80.
Potentially so, but of course there, will be. I wouldn't say will with absolute certainty, but there potentially could be more that come as into the pit lane. Come Thomas Inborg, of course, a lap later than a few other of the LMP2 machines, so they'll be coming in for their next stop. But there could well be another code 80 that knock them back on sequence or allow them to change things in terms of the strategical game, which could be interesting. Of course, with Spa being as difficult as it is, I mean, we had 2 code 80s within the first hour, so what's to say that we couldn't have any more over the course of the next 3?
Indeed, and we have yet to, yet to have a code 80. Indeed, the only incident that we've had is a small one since then that was able to be gathered without the use of a code 80. With Thomas Inborg in this Gold Racing Esports car making their way through the pit lane, and I believe their pit box is essentially the last one, and that's why this camera isn't changing, because it's focused on that one, because Inborg, I presume, is now stationary.
Yes, right at the end, and won't be changing anytime soon, because he's going to be stopped for quite some time. So let's go on board with Sophie Jones, of course, now at the wheel of the Valid Corsa car, recently jumping in for Stavros Muzeidis, and unfortunately had a spin a little bit earlier on. We also got still quite a close battle here for 7th place. This is, of course, between Caspian Motorsport and Maradnis E-Stars. Just behind, you've got Paula Hohen in that McLaren 720S, looking beautiful as always, I have to say. Or Satellite Racing, I should say. I don't know where I get that from. I think I said the same thing at Red Lanterns. It's Satellite Racing, because SR obviously stands for the same thing. I honestly, I've got no defence for that. I've just had a blonde moment. It's fine. However, that livery looking beautiful as always for Paula Hohen, and well, they'd love to be looking pretty in 7th place as well.
Yes, 7th place is a good amount of points to take home at the end of this race. Polianen in this Satellite Racing car, though, is trying to take home those 7th place points. So coming across the start finish line, and about 6 tenths of a second to separate Arnon from that 7th position, coming through Le Source. You can see the sparks flying up right there on the apex as they almost bottom out, or at least the splitter bottoms out, before making their way down towards Eau Rouge and Ladion. Although I would say 7 tenths of a second back is a little bit too far back to gain full advantage of the slipstream.
No, I'd be inclined to agree because, yeah, like we spoke about earlier, I mean, just that optimized point of slipstream. 7 tenths, yeah, you feel it, but it's not really there as such. I mean, it is just something you are going to be gaining from, but you won't see much of a difference. The gap might close by about half a tenth or whatever. You might be 1% more fuel efficient or something like that. I mean, yeah, you know, it's there and it will be having an effect. But once you get close, sort of 6 tenths, 5 tenths, particularly into 4 tenths and a couple of car lengths away, that's really when you start to feel it exponentially rise and you gain a lot of speed very, very quickly. And that is what Paulie O'Howen is going to be counting on to find a way past, of course, that Porsche. Two of the nicest cars, I think, in the GT3 field, the Porsche and the McLaren, and two of the nicest sounding as well, I'd say.
Indeed, there are many, many very nice paint schemes here, and indeed that is these are just 2 of them. But Annan just falling back a little bit. Part of that just could be because of catching traffic in the wrong place on the circuit. But yeah, quite wide there actually, the Porsche, wasn't it?
A little. Just a slight little bit of understeer and allowing Paulie O'Howen to re-close that gap into the pit lane from the LMP2 lead as well, by the way. Ferrari Esports come in and will be taking their next road down pit lane. Will probably rejoin just behind Hyperion again after they did about 40 minutes ago, and will then probably swap places when Hyperion next make their pit stop, probably in the next 20 minutes or so. With how off sequence they all are. But into the pit lane comes Dennis Jordan. Wouldn't imagine we see a driver swap as of yet, but maybe he does swap into Alex Siebel, which he does actually. Speak of the devil, Alex Siebel in. I have to say, Siebel and Jordan are a mighty pair. Of course, they've been teammates in sim racing for a couple of years now, and they really do glue together really nicely. They have, of course, got the help of Timotej Andonovski to fall back on also. But Ferrari Esports, I think you touched on it earlier, Vida. They are not only a prestigious name in sim racing, but they've also got some really good names driving for them as well.
Yeah, and of course, if you really need that combination in order to be a force here in the VEC, and that appears to be the case. That appears to be the case there, and of course, no doubt they are one of the favourites for the title, as we're now halfway through the race, 3 hours remaining.
Yeah, and well, there you can see only 2 hours 59 minutes left to go. So what we've got to do all over again, but now walking out of the woods as opposed to walking in, all eyes firmly, I suppose, onto that checkered flag, and not really that long left. I mean, yes, still 3 hours is a fair few stops, and obviously 3 hours, I mean, not exactly 5 minutes, but in terms of endurance racing, 3 hours, it's not really that long. I mean, you compare it to a 24-hour, and you think the final 3 hours are just a walk in the park.
Yeah, indeed. And you could pretty much make it to the end on one driver from here, couldn't you?
Probably, yeah, maybe. I mean, depends how long the driver's already been in. I mean, I wouldn't imagine Alex Siebel is going to be too willing to maybe do 3 hours all in one sitting. I mean, I struggle to do an hour and a half, 2 at max, and maybe I'm just a bad endurance driver, which is true. I've only done one race and I firmly crashed out on the opening lap. So yeah, that is a very true statement. No, it doesn't help. I found that out, but you know, lessons learned and experience and things like that. But you know, just all in all, yeah, 3 hours. I mean, it's doable for the top level. I mean, there are times where drivers have done a lot longer than that. I mean, you know, you look to Super GT as such, doing 30 hours at the Nürburgring, mostly in one sitting, and doing some of the special events on other platforms, you know, all in one sitting as well. So it can be done. It's just not optimal to do that. And if you have got your team to call upon, then it is better. But I suppose it is better to keep a driver in the car for as long as possible, because that means they're going to be in tune with the car for longer. They're going to get into a rhythm and put some good lap times down. So I suppose if they can get away with it, then yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and getting into this rhythm is again one of the most important things in order to be able to essentially just become a metronome for a bit and just pump out those laps and hopefully, well, either extend your lead or extend the gap of the car behind or close down that gap to the car ahead. Palianen is doing that once more. 6 tenths of a second is, oh look, that sun was almost directly in the camera.
Yeah, it is beginning to set, and as such we're seeing it at sort of a slightly lower angle and maybe could be glaring on these guys, and that is something, I mean, not only sort of in real life but also sort of in sim racing as well. You can be very easily blinded by certain lights around the circuit, and of course, the big one in the form of a massive star that is there. Oh my goodness me, darting to the right hand side. That was quick reaction times there from I believe that's our race leader, rFactor. That could have ended very badly very quickly. One of the LMP2 stranded in the middle of Puon. Blimey, I mean, yeah. Thankfully, thankfully the sun wasn't glaring down at Puon and blinding drivers there, because that took some remarkably good reaction times to avoid that. That is not the place that you want to spin.
Yeah, just having a look at who that was. I'm not exactly, can't quite see. I think it was about an 18 on the sideboard there, I think it was. So I think it could well have maybe been, if I have a look at the correct tab, it is this one. That might have been the number 50 car. Not sure though.
Yes, good in mind. That is, of course, Jimmy Hughes, the undercover Rajan machine, and yeah, I think you might be right. They look fine, look no damage, so hopefully no one else smacked into the side of them.
Yeah.
But of all places to spin, Puon is probably the last place that I would want to. I mean, don't really want to spin anywhere, but of course, of places to time it, you've got Erosion Radion. That's probably spin number one, and then Puon being stranded right between the two apexes, because once those cars are loaded up laterally, once you've committed to the left, that first bit of Puon, you are traveling ridiculously quick and turning. There's not exactly a lot that you can do to avoid an incident. Thankfully, the rFactor car, of course, with Nick Silva, was able to very quickly brake and dart out of the way, probably helped by the fact there was some GT traffic just ahead of them, sort of slowing them down to stop them from carrying normal speed through Puon, and they're maybe more able to avoid. But you go into Puon committing to it, and then boom, there's a car there. You're lucky if you get away from that one cleanly. Thankfully, everyone has.
Yeah, and essentially, once you get to Puon, you're almost committed as soon as you turn in. There's not really that much opportunity to alter your line. The rFactor car, as you said, did an incredible job there to avoid that stranded prototype. But really, once you turn in, you're committed.
Right, and obviously, more so in sort of the GT3s, I'd say, than the prototypes. They've got a little bit more sort of capability to change what they're currently doing, because their cars have the downforce to do that. The GTs, on the other hand, though, they can barely make it through Puon carrying some decent speed.
Yeah.
And once they do, they are firmly committed. There isn't changing. The brakes aren't powerful enough. They aren't aerodynamically capable enough to just swerve and change direction like the hypercars can, as such. So thankfully that they were able to get out of the way fairly easily. Into the pit lane, our race leaders, of course, rFactor, Nick Silva coming down pit lane once again, still holding the fastest lap in the hypercars by some fair margin as well. The next quickest I can see, compared to Nick Silva's 56.9, is a 57.3 set by Rick Van Dal, of course, in that Winchick racing machine. So yeah, rFactor have just brought their A game today, and still appears to be a race for second. I mean, it is only, what was that, about an 11.5 second gap before the pit stops, which isn't huge, isn't a done deal, but pace-wise, rFactor are unmatched.
Yeah, it was they were on pole. They managed to get that pole position, and as you said, they've really been the cream of the crop for the race so far. And yeah, Jimmy Hughes, this undercover racing car doesn't appear to have had any prolonged effects from that spin through Pouhon.
Thankfully so. And looking fine for now, of course. Looking just through the live timing, not really any close battles at the moment happening on track. Everyone's sort of at the smallest. Actually, no, we've got Sergio Mendes and Sophie Jones only separated by about 2 seconds here. This is the fight between Sean Clark and Valle Corsa. These two teams, of course, battling for quite some time out on track together for the best part of the, well, at least since I've been here in the commentary booth, they have been. But apart from that, the next smallest gap that I can see is about 5 seconds. That will be between Miguel Cardoso and Nico Buckley. Of course, the Visceral and Monaco cars in GT3 in that fight for second behind Wojciech Polesny, who now, of course, leads. So, of course, that's understandable. We are halfway through the race at this point. Either everyone's firmly on their own thing, and the consistency has bedded in, and everyone's everywhere.
Yeah, that consistency, as you said, is incredibly important. Sergio Mendes now in the Sean Clark racing car. I think that's the first time we've seen that. But again, as you pointed out, ahead of the Valle Corsa car. So these two cars have been swapping positions recently. And yeah, now is the Sean Clark car back ahead of the Valle Corsa car, currently in 7th position. The number 34 moving to the right, the left, and the right of Le Com, and towards the highest point of the circuit, just here before essentially beginning the dive down, all the way down towards Blanchimont.
It's a roller coaster of a circuit. You know, you do love Spa. I mean, it is a great circuit for a reason. You know, there are plenty of overtaking opportunities and straights and iconic corners to battle your way through, but I think it is sort of good in everyone's eyes, so much so that everyone uses it as a flash of the headlights. That's a very unhappy McLaren for some reason. I think maybe the Valle Corsa car, I should say, fighting his way past, maybe just caught the McLaren by surprise, maybe, potentially, who knows, for that one. But yeah, would you agree that maybe Spa's a little bit overused in sim racing? I mean, you see it almost everywhere, don't you?
Wow, what a hot take there from Zach.
Not really, though, is it? I mean, name a championship that doesn't have Spa in the calendar.
BTCC.
Well, yeah, because it's the British Touring Car Championship.
Well, you just said eight. You just said a championship. You didn't set limits on it.
An international championship that doesn't have Spa.
Probably. I think technically, like Italian Formula 4 is probably international because they probably have a race outside Italy.
Fair enough, I suppose.
It's...
But the GB3 and the GB4 championship went to Spa, and that is the equivalent of British F3 and F4, even though there is a British F4. Yes. The GB3 went to Spa, and they went to Zandvoort as well. So yeah, and that's not even sim racing either. So it's fine, but I suppose it's overused for a good reason. Because this is a conversation me and Lewis have had a couple of times actually. He's always said, been of the opinion that Spa is overused, and it took me a while to clock it. And I was like, hang on, yes, Spa is everywhere. And then I was like, well, why? And I was like, well, because it's Spa. It's got prestige, it's got racing, it's got long straights and heavy braking zones and fast corners, and pretty much anything can race there and still be a success. So I suppose for that reason, then it is a circuit that everyone wants on their calendar. And to be fair, in terms of the VEC, it's always brought about some good racing, so fair play.
It's also maybe because it's essentially in the middle of nowhere, so there's no noise limits.
That is true. They can just, they can do everything at any time and not really get it in the neck from noisy neighbours as such. I mean, I know sort of a lot that's sort of applicable for a lot of things. Though local karting tracks have noise limits and things, and even down to theme parks have got restrictions on what they can do. So I suppose the added bonus of being able to just be as loud as you want whenever you want definitely doesn't hurt. But then again, I didn't see the complaints. I'd love to be hearing race cars go around. Maybe not at 3 in the morning though. That is fair enough. If it is a 24-hour race, maybe you do need your sleep. But yeah, Spa is a fantastic circuit, prestige and everything. Gone through a multitude of different changes. Yannick Pleiss in the YouTube chat as well, saying even British GT had a round here as well, which is again
yes.
very true. So yeah, it's just Spa. Spa is just everywhere. Spa, can't escape it.
As Sergio Mendes here, that gap to the VEC car behind us and now actually decreases. Now under a second, that battle for 7th position as they're coming up the hill. Once again, incredibly steep hill through Eau Rouge and then a crest at Rabion before making their way down the Camel Straight. But yes, that VEC car just closing in ever so slightly now.
Bit by bit, has had a couple of looks throughout the duration of the recent moments, but yeah, not really been close enough for the large part. Burst Esport into the pit lane from the Le Mans Hypercar, sent to a wind check, and then we also saw as well the Hyperion car from the what was at the time the lead of LMP2 into the pit lane. So just a couple more straggling pit stops. All throughout it, and we don't really have a designated pit window in this race because everyone's just pitting at any point. Pretty much every 10 minutes we see a car going into the pit lane. But Sergio Mendes, as you said, fighting away with the valet car of Sophie Jones, who themselves not really... I mean, I think they are so matched on pace to the point that it takes traffic or a mistake to close them back up again.
Yeah, that could well be the truism here in at Spa at the moment, as it's definitely starting to go towards night, isn't it? But yes, Sergio Mendes trying to hold off Sophie Jones, as I said, but that gap now out to 1.5 seconds. A quick yellow in sector 1, but I imagine that is for someone coming out of the pits.
Let's hope that there is no bigger dramas. I think it's cleared, so all is good.
Yeah.
And no major incidents. I'm sure we'd see or hear Jimmy Allison in our ear if anything was big enough to bring up a code 80 and slow everyone back down again. But you can see now the lights definitely are glaring, so it's gotten quite dark in recent times. Of course, we touched on the fact that it was overcast, but we are definitely closing into the darker times of the race.
And well, essentially the end of this race will be night, won't it? At the rate the sun is setting here.
Well, yeah, probably. I mean, we've still got 2 hours 45 minutes, so yeah, probably towards the early portions of late evening / night, and with it getting dark very, very quickly now. I mean, it is quite sad because I leave for work every morning at 6:30 and it's dark, and then I get home at 6 and it's dark, so I can never really enjoy the sun. But there you can see it. It is there still here at Spa on that run into Rivage, looking beautiful as ever in the Ardennes, but definitely going down and bringing the light sources down here at Spa as well. And well, there are floodlights, which is quite nice. That you are spoilt with them here at Spa, despite the fact that it's a long circuit, and there is someone a long way off going through Pouon, just quite wide, and that scraping on the front right, maybe. Yeah, well, that seems like the front right tyre has had some issues.
I think it's the car in 5th in class. I think it's a satellite racing car, is it?
Yeah, it is. You're right. Scraping, sparks flying on the front right of that car, trying to trundle its way back to the pit lane, but always difficult when you're driving on 3 tyres. Still, I mean, it's fairly safe as a penalty for Plaver has just come in from race control, but yeah, that front right tyre has completely disintegrated itself. Paulie O'Hearn is going to be crawling his way back into pit lane. It's a long way home as well. I mean, if it goes out at Pouon, you've still got half of the race left, half the lap left to go.
Yeah, indeed. But we kind of got through the twisty bits now, has Arnon. It just needs to come through the chicane now, but that should not be too difficult, I think. And there's plenty of space behind, so Arnon can use the entirety of the road and then come
All clear.
into the pits. And yeah, I'm wondering what's happened to that satellite car.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know. Spontaneous punctures aren't a thing in rFactor 2, are they?
No, well, no, that tire isn't there.
Yeah, right, exactly. So it's not even like it's just been punctured and left on. That really only happens from contact to the barrier, but it doesn't seem like the front right in of itself is damaged. It doesn't seem like the car's crabbing, so the wheel geometry seems to be fine. Strange one indeed, I suppose, but maybe they can get themselves in and get a new set of tyres on and ready to go for the rest of their stint. However, that is going to be a huge dent in them for the foreseeable future, up onto the jacks, of course, and changing the relevant tyres to then bring themselves back out onto circuit. But spending half a lap with 3 tyres has firmly put them out of the running. That goes without saying.
Yeah, and yeah, that's going to be a long time in the pit stops, and that's really going to destroy any chance that they had of having a good result for the end of this race.
It will, because yeah, they've had to spend half a lap, then the extra pit stop to repair the damage, and then they'll be back going again. And by that point, they've lost upwards of maybe a lap or so, maybe sometimes a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more. But either way, not great, and definitely probably not reclosable in the span of the 2 hours and 41 minutes that we have left to go. There is our race leader, Nick De Silva, leading the way for Race Clutch, and we are going to take a look back as to what's happened. And here it is, through Rouge and Radion. There's the Race Clutch car just in behind, and just spearing off a huge crash. And it's understandable why they lost one tyre. I think they're lucky that they only lost one.
Yeah. I'm surprised the engine didn't blow or anything like that at the same time.
Because it was a very front-ended shunt. So, yeah, that could very easily spell the end.
A snap that we've seen so many times before already throughout this race.
Yeah, an easy mistake to make, and one that admittedly pretty much every sim racer has made at some point. Carrying too much speed through Rouge and Radion, and then firmly finding yourself acquainted with the barrier on the right. Thankfully, no one was leaving the pit lane at the time, because that could have been disastrous.
That would be horrific, yeah.
Make it even worse. But yeah, just a quick snap, and at that speed, there's not really much that you can do in avoidance. It is just getting darker and darker by the minute, even. Nick De Silva, you can barely see him without the lights. He is still there, still leading by 15.9 seconds ahead of Rick Van Erlen at Winchik Racing. Race Clutch have absolutely nailed everything, and at this point, Vida, you have to say that the only enemy to themselves in this race is themselves.
Yeah, they've just got to keep themselves out of trouble, essentially. And as we're having a look at what has happened here, R6 car disconnected. Oh, that's happened in the pits. Is that a disconnect, or maybe an escape due to lack of fuel, or due to damage, or I'm not sure.
Any of the above. That could be valid options. Maybe they are out. Not entirely sure, of course. Yeah, that is Binsbergen and Visceral Esports. Unfortunately, sat in the pit lane, so you would understand that as to be an unfortunate disconnect. Hopefully they can get themselves back in and back out, but that is going to be a long amount of time lost with not so long left to go. Yeah, too much time lost in order to regain any track position or track time or any reasonable pace in terms of this race, because they are behind the GT3 field at this stage, and that is going to be a tough ask to get back in and then of course go again, which is near on impossible. We are all for miracles, we are for the underdogs, but also we have to sometimes be a little bit realistic. What is real though is this fight for second. Visual, of course, have got a second chance at a good result in the VEC with their GT3 outfit in the form of Miguel Cardoso and their BMW at the moment running second. But for how much longer? The one-oka car, Nico Barkley, would love to take that place away from them.
Of course, and as you said, take that place away and get up onto second position on the podium, which may become third once the pit stop cycle is shaken out. I'm not exactly quite sure. As coming down towards Blanchemont is the Visceral and the one Aqua car. The blue flag flashes for the prototype traffic coming through, as you can see there. Braking hard though for the chicane, the right and the left, and oh, a big slide there from the Visceral car, and the one Aqua car peels off into the pits.
Indeed they do. Getting some updates thanks to, of course, to the wonderful people in YouTube chat. Unfortunately, Tobias Blumstein couldn't join the server, and therefore the 46 had to retire. But, of course, the driver getting into the car couldn't join without the sim crashing, which of course is helpful to get into a car and actually have you know, to be able to see the screen and be in the session. So that is why they've had to park it and spell an end to their campaign here today, which again is really unfortunate, because it's one of those things that you can't really appoint any blame to. It's just an unfortunate risk of motorsport.
Indeed, yeah, exactly, and you are right, it is unfortunate, and it is a shame that their race had to end like that.
Right, because I suppose it is the equivalent of sort of an engine blowout or a gearbox failure, or one of those spontaneous things in real life motorsport that you are in, you know, no control of, but it is always at risk of happening. I mean, you can't help it. You know, technology and things, you know, nothing is perfect, nothing will ever go seamless. There will never be a seamless race out there, and every possibility of this race, there is something at some point that will go wrong for someone and some people probably, of course. But it is a shame when it happens, because it's, as we said earlier, potentially weeks upon weeks of effort. I mean, they go from one round to the next. There's been a race every 4 weeks here for the VEC this season so far. So, you know, we've had, maybe they took a week off and have been practicing for 3 weeks as such, but still maybe hours upon hours of practice time, everyone preparing, everyone, you know, booking this day off to make sure that they're free and ready to go for this race, all for it to come to an end in a way that's vastly out of their control.
And yeah, well, essentially at this point, pick yourself up and start practicing for the next race, which of course is the 24 Hours of Daytona on the 13th and 14th of January. So 5-6 weeks. I can't quite count. I can't be bothered to count. Probably 6 weeks.
Well, we've got, say, 2 weeks until the 14th, and then just well, to the 16th, and then round it up to 4 weeks per month. So we'll call it 6 weeks. That'll do. And so, you know, still plenty of time to practice, and of course they're going to need it. 2 24-hour races for this season of the Virtual Endurance Championship, which is going to be tough for these guys out on circuit, which, yeah, you know, it just adds a tremendous amount of total time to the season. But some people aren't going to be complaining. They're going to be loving the fact that we get more than 24 hours. But it does take a toll. I mean, it's not exactly a sustainable thing to do 24-hour races, and of course, a very difficult circuit. Think back to December of last year when we went to Daytona for the 12 hours for season 15. I have to say that was probably one of my favourite endurance races to date, with how chaotic it was, with sim-free and battling with race clutch for the win. All in all, it was a very, very good race indeed, and well, they're going to have to do double what they did last year.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just double. It's not that much, really, is it?
It's not. Absolutely not. I mean, double Bahrain, you'd be all right. Double Daytona, not so much.
Of course, Daytona is a really, really fast circuit as well.
I'm going to be spending a lot of it at full throttle. To be fair, same too with the 24 hours of the VEC Le Mans. You spend a lot of that flat out as well. So it is going to be some long racing, 48 hours spent just across the 2 rounds, and one marks the halfway point and the other marks of course the spotlight of the Virtual Endurance Championship, with Le Mans at the end of the year, usually of course around the time of the real life one in June. But yeah, that is a tremendous task, and well, they're going to have to maybe use this first Daytona as first 24-hour race. Don't go to Daytona twice, or might be interesting, but you know, probably not the best idea. But the first 24-hour race in fair preparation to sort of see what it is like and use that data to go forward and have the best Le Mans.
Yeah, and perfect practice, as you said, to make sure that well, making sure that your technology, your PC setup can actually maintain the 24-hour race. If you like, make sure that it doesn't overheat. Make sure all the motherboards, your GPU, your CPU, and whatever is up to the task, both in daylight and at night, and when you have almost 50 cars in circuit at the same time.
Right, yeah, it is a tough strain on the hardware, and not only, of course, on the drivers, but with with so many for so long. I mean, yeah, even 6 hours and 4-hour races take a toll on technology, let alone when we take to 24 and 12-hour races, and of course when we go to Sebring for the 1,000 miles, that'll be working itself out to be about an 8-hour race as well. So yeah, let's hope that the internet stays on, that there are no weather issues, that anything can go wrong, really. Hardware issues, your brake pedal falling off, or your steering wheel having issues, or anything like that, you falling tired over the course of a long stint. I mean, it's things that we see happen all the time, and hope that it doesn't happen to us as drivers. But that's also the same thing that the people that happen to also say. That when your wheel combusts earlier on, you'd be saying, yeah, it won't happen to us, and then turns out it will, and bad luck will bestow anyone unsuspecting. It's indiscriminate, and it will take anyone, no matter how quick, how slow, or how important you are in terms of that championship fight. It will bite back. So these teams have got to be ready to acknowledge that risk, and hope really that it doesn't happen to them.
Yeah, indeed, hoping it doesn't happen to them is well, again, it comes back to what you were saying. It's the equivalent of an engine failure, or a gearbox failure, or a transmission failure, or something like this in real life. It's a failure that is almost outside of your control.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just an absolute, just a risk that you carry fighting in motorsport.
What could that be for? I have a feeling that quick yellow might have been for the car that was 14th in the GT3 class, having instant up there at Bruxelles, which would be the 92 on Age Competition.
Ooh,
I think
that would be tough, and unfortunate, of course, for Andrew Velt. There is the Arnage car. How are they doing?
I have a feeling it might have been for that. I'm not exactly sure though. That suspension doesn't look happy, does it?
It looks to be a little bit twitchy. We'll watch them for a little bit and see, obviously, depending if they go into the pit lane or not. Doesn't seem to be crabbing as such, where the body of the car and the direction of the car's travel are two very separate things entirely. Going through Francorchamps seems okay. Maybe some small damage. How are they under braking? Of course, into the bus stop again. Seem fine. Their pace isn't struggling too much. So I would say probably cross about it, and they don't come into the pit lane, so it can't be that bad.
But then again, it could have also not been them.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it might not well have been them. I mean, you can't exactly miss an Arnage livery, but yeah. We don't know. We'll update you, of course, when we can. We now have, of course, two Aston Martins fighting out for second. We've got the two Black Hawks in the form of Kamil Noe and Alexei Kutsak for the fight for third, the 81 and the 91 respectively. Of course, they're the other way round in the championship, but only...
The car that was 18th in class, actually, in the GT3s.
Ah, that one.
Well, the 72 RKT car has DNF'd.
Yes, this one.
It could have been the 65 satellite car, alternatively.
Oh, yeah, maybe. That looks to be a recent issue.
Oh, there's also no rear wing on that car.
Yeah, of course, recently had some issues with having no front wheel, and they've had a similar fate bestow them, because this time they're without a front wheel, and also without a rear wing as well, looking very nippy in a straight line, but Well, of course you would need all four wheels to be quick in a straight line anyway, but I don't know. Quite like the McLaren without a rear wing, to be fair. Looks quite sleek. However, I don't think Lorenzo De Coitis is going to be liking it by any stretch of the imagination. It is crabbing severely and does not, by any stretch of the imagination, look fun to drive either.
No, that does not look fun at all. You are absolutely correct. And oh, it's not crashing pit lane. Yeah, there we go. So De Coitis there, having to nurse that car back, as there's a battle there almost happening for the final, I would say the final podium position in GT3s, but they're both Blackhawk cars. And I was talking with this to Cameron earlier, and the question is, with these Blackhawk cars lying astern, is there team orders at this point in the race, and essentially will they allow them to race each other once it gets into the final half hour or so?
Maybe so. I mean, it's priorities, I suppose, for them. Depending, which car is looking strong at which point. We might not see them close forever. They might spread out as such, but there is a point where there might have to be priorities. But also, fair play to them. They are both fighting for a championship. Both of them within 20 points of the championship lead. And both of them do deserve that chance to go for it. But at the same time, if they get into a bit of a battle amongst each other, then it's very easy for them to very quickly lose the championship charge for both cars at once. So maybe Blackhawk do need to prioritise one over the other at some point, relative to Thomas Eng, who, of course, are ahead of them in this race in second. So we'll be gaining some points. I think Blackhawk, their priority should be how can we catch up maybe and mitigate the point of damage.
Yeah, and but you said this, so the third and fourth is still a very good result at this point.
Yeah, but it's behind Thomas Eng.
It is behind the Thomas Eng car, this is true, yeah.
I mean, they could finish, P7 and P8, which isn't as good of a result, but if they were in front of Thomas Eng, I'd say that's still a success. Because, it's points at the end of the day, points gained, and having a quick look at the standings again, and the Satellite, to be fair, Satellite are quite close, so is Scuderia Leone, and then it's 1 point back, 2 points back to the rest of the field. So in fairness, you can't really afford to isolate them to just 3 cars at this stage, because if anything goes wrong for any of the 3, then there are plenty of teams that are ready to pick up the pieces. Of course, maybe not so much the 64 Satellite car, who unfortunately have had some issues, but yeah, I think it is probably maybe too early to isolate that. So I was about to say, obviously, as long as they finish ahead of Thomas Eng, it doesn't really matter, but that's vastly not true. We've still got over half the season left to go, 2 24-hour races left to go, and still plenty of people well within contention. So,
and 1.5 points.
Yeah, exactly.
1.5 times points for both of them, yeah.
Exactly. So at this point, is the championship a priority? Is championship positions a priority, or is it just a case of maximising each and every single round that you can?
This is true. It does come down to what you want to do, whether you just want to take each race as it comes, or, as you said, take a more championship oriented view, as the Hyperion car, the Visceral car, I should say, rather, has came in from the lead of the GT3 class.
They have, and of course, with them being slightly off sequence, I believe they came in 20 minutes off the hour. This time it's 24. So there is Miguel Cardoso into the pit lane once more, as we saw them an hour ago, and will then obviously rejoin the circuit and head back out again, probably in the region of either second or third in class. I'd imagine closer to the third region. There they are, down to fourth now in class, so fifth even. Oh, I got that very wrong, but fifth, and rejoin, but still within contention potentially for a podium. Here's a bit of a battle for 11th place in the LMP2s. We've got Ricardo Fava for Arm Cybrid just ahead of Timothy Goya in the Team RTR. So again, a battle for position, can't complain. Also a little bit further up, there's one less than a second. Sergio Mendes for Sean Clark in the Martin Hemmington Team Iris machine. Well, only separated by about 0.9.
Yeah, incredibly close, less than a second that gap, as you said. for that 7th position. Martin Hamilton, this Team Iris number 37 car, come down towards Paul Square, and then the long straight before the braking zone for the chicane. And yes, having a look at Hemmingson's line to try and weave the way through this GT traffic.
Carving their way through for sure, because it's just what you have to do. You've got to be confident. You've got to pick a gap and commit to it. As into the pit lane comes the Arms-Arbor machine. In fact, just ahead with the Sean Clark machine of Sergio Mendes. It was Arms-Arbor that we were talking with just a moment ago with Ricardo Father. There is the SCR into the pit lane, and well, that has brought to a premature end to that particular battle. In the GT3s though, Alexei Kutsak and Roden Munich fighting for 3rd place. So again, Monaco wanting that position, and well, not far off it. Eyes on the prize, and even then, with the 2 Blackhawks not separated by too much either, Vida. I mean, they've got only about 2.5 seconds covering the entire fight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
It'll be a fun final third of this race, isn't it? If the gap keeps on continuing to be like this. Roden Munich now in this Monaco car. Please don't lose it.
Would be ideal, wouldn't it? Keep it on the track. That's how you go fast. Zach Sweeney Sim Racing Advice 101. Just keep it pointing the right way. Drive fast, right?
Yep, just continue going. That's fine. That's all good, yeah.
Simple as. Easy peasy. Can't go wrong. As I've done many times. So learn from my mistakes. Don't do what I've done, basically.
As Roden Munich now just under a second back still from the 1st, or I should say 2nd of the Blackhawk cars. But it depends what perspective you're looking at. But yes, this Monaco Porsche definitely with some pace as we're racing into the night here at Spa-Francorchamps, getting passed now by one of the many prototypes here on the circuit still. But yeah, 9/10 of a second, that gap coming around Pool. That long left-hander, which means your right front starts screaming a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, especially if you are on slightly worn tyres. The more load you put on it, the more screeching it is going to end up doing. And when you hear it, chances are that means you are driving slightly over the limit. I mean, yeah, it sounds cool and you look cool doing it, but in terms of overall lap time, you are just shredding more of the tyre down and slowing yourself down. Actually, smooth definitely is fast. To be fair, there are justifications. Sometimes being not so smooth is quicker. All depends on circumstance and cars driving and corners as such. But for the most part, the moment you hear your tyres screeching is a sign to back off a little bit. You are carrying a bit too much speed through.
And this number 96 car, taking a very nice line actually there into the chicane, and has gained a lot of time in that first Blackhawk car, I think. Yeah, half a second now, that gap.
Not very large. And very close as well.
And we'll be able to use a lot of slipstream coming out the Camel Straight as well.
They will, which, let's see if it is in that optimal range, of course, to really maximise their run and maybe find a way on to the podium. Roden Munich has been, of course, fighting with Blackhawk for a while. Nico Barkley previously in the car, also fighting with them. So with only half a second separating them, we might well see it. And I have to say, this got very dark very quickly. I wasn't expecting it to be this soon that we find a way into the night time, but it has happened. And it is very dark. You can see the floodlights and the headlights firmly there. Roden Munich, though, still searching for some form of gap. I mean, he's not quite been able to make a big enough dent to actually go for that move.
No, just a little bit too far back, I think. That means they're probably fairly equal in pace at this point. Even though Demung managed to close that gap ever so slightly, I think that's maybe more due to mistakes or the Blackhawk car catching traffic in the wrong place. But yeah.
Yeah, but for now, yeah, fairly equal, which no complaints, of course, from us. It's been a fairly decent race, I have to say. We've had plenty of action. Also, speaking of action, very close in the Le Mans hypercar is Michael Leroux. We'll check it back in with the hypercars for the first time in a while. The Go Team car, there you can see, very firmly in the headlights of the Burst Esport next view car of Yannis Simicic now at the wheel. Of course, recently crowned 4 times Formula Sim Racing World Champion, and that, oh my goodness me, squeezing his way through the gap with Simicic there. After a stricken prototype going out of the exit of the pit-path chicane. Who was that?
It's the car in 12 in LMP2s, which is the 42 on Cyber.
Oof. Unfortunately for them, they were recently in a battle a little bit further down with Timothy Goya. And are now behind, of course, but a lucky miss there from Simicic, using all of his experience, as I say. Recently crowned 4-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, and well, he's had to call upon all of that experience, and of course with the season 14 DPI champion, of course, in the VEC was Burst Esport, and a part of that Yannis Simicic, so he's been calling upon all of that experience there to find his way through, and thankfully keep Burst in the race.
Yeah, keeping that car within the race, less than a second back now from Michael Leroux is that Burst Esports car, and doing a fantastic job trying to gain that last step on the podium, which of course is a nice little mental boost, actually finishing on the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's you know, it's like I said earlier, there are different sort of, not necessarily checkpoints, but little milestones that you reach. Obviously, finishing the race for some is a big milestone for them. That's something that they want to go and do. A top 10 then is the next aspiration, understandably so. I mean, it is just a top 10, then top 5. You know, finishing the top 5, 4th or 5th, either way, it's still a top 5. Then, of course, you've got the podium. Then everyone wants to win. That's of course the pinnacle. But each along the way, there are different steps that, you know, of course, different teams and drivers have their aspirations to. I mean, just to be in Division 1 of the VEC is a fairly decent achievement because we have got some of sim racing's best names in here, you know, the likes of Burst and Race Clutch and Scuderia and Ferrari Esports and the like. It is a very prestigious grid with some very prestigious and quick names, but all depends obviously on the aspirations and the goals of the teams and drivers out there. But yeah, I'd say podium. I mean, it sounds a lot nicer than 4th place, and you get more points for it as well.
Of course, and those extra points are the most important thing, isn't it, when it comes towards a championship? But Burst falling back ever so slightly, back to 1.6 seconds back now.
Not long until we might well be seeing some of these people into the pit lane, but Simicic, yeah, would like to reclose that gap. Of course, had to take a small hit thanks to the avoidance of a hit with the LMP2.
Yes,
and is now had to fall back to the back end of nearly 2 seconds off the Go Team car of Michael Leroux, who is holding firm. A gap that is, to be fair, holding firm is also this fight for the lead. Well, not really a fight, this gap for the lead between Nick Silver and Rick Van L. It's been hovering around sort of that 15, 14, 13, 12 second mark for a vast majority of this race. So Winchick Racing Team, their pace has been matching Race Clutch on a number of occasions. It's just they need a little bit extra to then start closing that gap as opposed to sustaining it.
and yeah, getting down towards closing that gap is well, it's far easier said than done, isn't it? Especially when you've got teams which are as high a caliber as they are here in the VEC, and yeah, as you know, that Race Clutch car has been the cream of the crop today, and the question is, are they pushing to extend that gap, or are they just doing a little bit of time maintenance?
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm sure if you ask Nick De Silva to go quicker, he probably would be able to find a little bit of time. It all depends as well. That is daunting, the traffic that lies ahead of him, but I'm sure he has got a little bit in pocket. It all depends again on how Nick De Silva is as a driver. Some drivers like to drive slightly under the limit to be consistent. Some drivers like to be on the limit to be consistent, because at least that way they're not having to consciously change anything. The moment that you tell yourself to go slower, you're then having to go off instinct to be slower, and sometimes that actually opens the door to more mistakes than just driving flat out as it is. So maybe Nick De Silva is driving at 95, 90% of what he is fully capable of what the car is fully capable of, and there might only be a tenth or two in pocket to call upon if he needs it. Again, how much can the tyres bear as well? But yeah, I'm sure if he needs to, if he was under pressure, Nick De Silva would be driving a little bit quicker.
Again, part of it might be that they're doing some driving to a fuel number as well, or driving to a tyre wear number as well, which could also almost artificially reduce the speeds that you could theoretically drive at.
Yeah, of course they are keeping to deltas and things, just driving to targets. Yeah, again, I mean, if there's no reason to go quicker than the targets, then why go quicker than the targets as such? Just drive to what the car's capable of. Is not like that with a bit of a slide off the exit of the bus stop chicane, but yeah, drive to your targets and trust that the targets are quick enough to stay ahead. I mean, things are going to change. The gaps are going to change. I think they've done the hard part of building the gap, and now they've got the sort of, I suppose, equally difficult part, but also sort of less pressured part of keeping that gap, because if anything goes wrong in traffic, if they have a spin, they've got a little bit of time now to play with, as that is a huge crash. And oh my goodness me, race clutch. Huge moment for this race. The race leaders upside down, able to get themselves back going again.
So we're going to Code 80 in 10 seconds. Please be careful.
Yeah, more incidents as well. They're continuing to pile in.
So that's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
To Code 80 with 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. And I'm wondering what caused the very beginning of that. It was definitely an LMP2 and a GT, but I didn't see which ones it was.
It was someone, and of course Mercedes just ahead of them with some issues as well. That is absolutely huge, and understandably so, bringing us under another Code 80 for a little bit of time. This is going to be a great opportunity for some to maybe bring themselves back into the pit lane. You can see Go Team on off, both into the pit lane, but what a moment.
It was the car that was 6th in the GT class. Could that have been one of the Deuce's car? Oh no, it's that car that's DNF'd. Look at that, the car that's now 8th position. I have a feeling it might have been that one.
Maybe so. And that...
I have a feeling that would be the 75 Caspian maybe was involved in the beginning of that.
Potentially. Many a team
and there's an
involved.
LMP2 car, that was the car that was 10th in LMP2 at the time of the incident as well, was involved. Have they DNF'd? I can't see that. Well, at the moment, the car that's 10th is that Hyperion car, but I don't know if it would be that. It might have been the gold car, it might have been the Netrex car.
So up over the hill, you can see the Porsche and the LMP2, and then the LMP2 itself just trying to avoid and then smacked into that barrier on the right, pierced itself back across the circuit into the side of De Silva, who initially did avoid the incident. You can see there, the LMP2 is there, of course, but then the LMP2, after De Silva slows down, has to go right, tags the back end of De Silva, who then spins. There's then a huge bit of contact to that poor Porsche that gets completely pinched between the two. That is not the way I'm sure Nick De Silva would have wanted to end things. And yet, Leary is about to be jumping into the commentary booth. What a time for him to be jumping in, of course, in a few minutes' time. Race clutch. And what many people are going to say, oh, it's a commentator's curse. Because to be fair, we were just talking about how if something goes wrong, they've got time to pocket. But that's just poor timing. And I'm dreadfully bad luck, awfully bad luck for race clutch. I mean, back in Road Atlanta, Jürgen van Bergen was telling me how their aspirations for the race were quite low after going into it with a couple of penalties. They were still able to get a decent result out of it. But surely this is unrecoverable.
Yeah, it's going to be a big amount of damage and a long pit stop as well, which is really not going to be helpful for that race clutch car. Of course, been arguably the car to beat throughout the entire day. As here we go, maybe this is what happened at the very beginning.
That was the valet car. who get ahead of the Porsche and then lose it, and then tap back into the side. They both go around over the curb too much, and then into the path of some other cars who do work their way past. It's the region, I think, more than anything. Yeah, this is it. There's the race leaders.
Yeah.
Bosch, and around you go. That is not fun for all of them involved. And Nick Silva still struggling to get back to pit lane. And I mean, thankfully his suffering will end soon, but that's awful, really. And sort of to say that they've not really had much control in it at all. I mean, they did the right thing of slowing down. Unfortunately got tagged to the rear end by the LMP2 that sent them round, but I mean, we can sit here in the commentary booth with all the angles as such as they continue on.
And Silva's not. If there's no damage from that, I'm very impressed.
I mean, there's no other reason why he'd continue on, I suppose. I mean, maybe he did get away luckily, but I don't know. But
coming back to green in 10 seconds.
As we're going back to green, there we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
As we're coming back to green here with about 2 hours and 6 minutes to go, and that looks very twitchy.
Doesn't look fun to drive.
No, it doesn't.
It's the first time they've been back at racing speed with the car like that. Nick De Silva was probably like, yeah, be fine. Be fine.
No,
yeah, the steering's still tracking.
Not fine.
No.
No.
And it's even shaking its head as well. It's shaking, saying it's no, it's not okay. Nick De Silva will be screaming to get him out of that death trap. There it is. The tracking is way out.
Right hand
down firmly on the Camel Straight, and Twitchy going left as well. Oh wow, he's wrestling it through every single corner. That's heartbreaking for Race Clutch.
So it looks like from that instant, maybe the number 75 cars came out, so that might have just been a disconnect happening at the same time. But yeah, that's not happy. That's really not happy.
Yeah. And just getting word from Lawrence Kearsmakers, of course, who is an affiliate with Race Clutch, essentially saying we didn't know they didn't know how the car was under the code 80, because again, to be fair, you know, you're not at racing speed, you don't know a lot of how the car is going to handle. Unfortunately, they did get some bad luck and have had to suffer for another lap beyond that to then bring the car back. And it's not exactly like it is a shorter circuit where you can just get away with short laps and go slow, because, you know, you're not got that long to get back to the pit lane. 7 kilometers with a car that does not want to point straight is a very long 7 kilometers indeed.
Yeah, so it doesn't look particularly happy, and I imagine it's going to be a long stop for De Silva. Yeah, and that number 1 car comes into the pits, and that's going to take it out of contention.
Yeah, and a long race ahead for Race Clutch as well, which is unfortunate, because the only thing that could stop them was either themselves or others in terms of bad luck. No one else seemed to get close in terms of their raw pace and seemed certain for a victory, but it's the cruel reality of motorsport and sim racing is that anything can happen to anyone at any point, especially on a circuit as punishing as Spa. It has taken its toll with just over 2 hours left to go in this race. All of that hard work, and in such a tightly contested championship as well with Winchik. They're only separated by a few points. Winchik now take the lead. Let's see if they can sort of stay in front for the remainder of it and hope that Race Clutch don't have too long in terms of their damage repair to maybe save a result out of this race, a 4th or a 5th or something like that, maybe, if they're lucky. But it's going to be a tough one, and it's going to have to start from right here if they want any chance of scoring any decent amount of points.
And they're down to 3rd. I imagine they might even go down to 6th. Changing some tyres first, though. But I imagine a 6th position, or maybe even 7th. How much time will they lose?
A lot. A lap, maybe more. It all depends on how bad that tracking is, how bad the damage is as well. If there was any aero, or if it was purely just wheel geometry. of course, we'll see how long it takes him to get back out onto the circuit, but one thing's for sure, it won't be a regular pit stop. Spa-Francorchamps as well moves their way up into 4. 2 Go team cars inside the top 5. 3 and 4. Besties put right to 2nd, but the big one there is going to be Winchik Racing Team, and they're going to be able to chew up quite a few points. And we said, of course, earlier, Vida, that they are the underdog, firmly the underdog, and yet,
Of course, yeah.
they might well be able to take the championship lead.
Quick yellow in sector 1 there, but I imagine that might be for a quick spin somewhere, because I don't think anyone was coming out of the pits. So maybe a quick spin somewhere, because we've seen quite a few of them so far today. And yeah, just having a... Is that car looking a little bit slow? No, sorry, I'm just trying to have a look on the track map to see who it was. But as it nears 5 o'clock Central European time, it is time for me to hand over my duties to someone else.
Yeah, Leary will be coming in a couple of minutes' time. We'll be swapping over as we get to the in-game hour, of course, of 2 hours. So, you got to deal with me for 2.5 minutes yet. Vida, don't try to escape too soon.
It depends if you're going by the clock or how much time there is left in the race.
Maybe,
because these are not the same time.
Well, yeah, that is true. They are slightly off. Maybe we can. Maybe let's. Yeah. Well. Vida was just trying to get out. I was offended. He was just trying to escape. It's fine.
No, it's fine. I'll stay for another 2 minutes. It's fine, just for you.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. I'm flattered. Does mean that Leary, he is going to have to wait as well, just a couple of minutes. And there you go. Vida is he's been stuck and has been trapped with me, because we don't get to share the commentary booth too often. But I mean, to be fair, it's not a very interesting point of the race. We have dialed down things ever so slightly, and. Of course, we had the adrenaline rush of the race clutch incident, and now we're back to square one with everyone being spaced out again.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see there down on the timing column, I should say, the positions gained and or lost. That Go Team car in LMP2, 11 positions gained. The Juices car in GT3, 10 positions gained. Some very, very good moves throughout the field for some of these teams.
Yeah. They've had some decent luck in terms of moving their way up. You can see upwards of 10. There's one of the Juices cars, and then 11 for the Go team. I mean, we've had some big movers up. We've had also some equally big movers down as well, and a chaotic race in its entirety for round 4 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, 16th season here for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, of course, leading the way. Now it's the Winchik Racing Team in the Le Mans Hypercar, then it's Scuderia Ferrari in the LMP2s, then Thomas Eng for the GT3s. All three seem to have firm grasps on their leads as it stands, but let's not forget that, like we saw with Race Clutch, that even the Titans can fall from no matter where you are on track as well. And the last 2 hours have been fun. We've had some racing up and down the order, some big moments, of course, most recently with Race Clutch. So yeah, that is a big one. Unfortunately, I am now going to have to step aside. You are going to be graced by the presence of Leary, and of course he's going to step in, take over, and we'll should, in theory, have a ton of fun. So welcome in, Ewan, of course, and should be a fun couple of hours.
I just turn myself up a bit, sorry. Thanks very much, Zach, and Vida as well, for taking us through the last couple of hours. I'm a bit early, but it's fine. I was only meant to be here in half an hour's time, but I'm taking over from Zach early because I'm available and I'm ready and I'm excited because it's.
He's eager.
I'm eager, excited because it's the last 2 hours of the 6 hours of Spa. Welcome on, one and all, Virtual Endurance Championship round 4 of this 16th season of this great championship. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Cam Roger, who's alongside me. Welcome in, Cam, again. Good to have you back again on for the start and the end of the race here today. And what drama we've just seen. The race clutch car falling afoul of cars slowing in front of it, getting rear-ended effectively at the top of the hill at Radion Eau Rouge. And, well, what a spectacular acrobatic crash it was, and what detrimental consequences that is having to their race at the moment.
Yeah, I was just sat here chilling, eating some crisps. All of a sudden on my right-hand side, I saw headlights flying around. I'm like, what on earth is this? And unfortunately, it was Nick De Silva upside down, as you say. And that's huge, actually, in terms of the way the championship is working. It's very tight up towards the front, just 5 points between Race Clutch and Winchick. And of course, Winchick will be gaining more than 5 points as it stands. If Race Clutch still in pit lane, down in 8th position. And even the likes of Simfreon or Burst are going to be gaining some points back as well. So it's going to tighten up that championship, and it's going to be, changing around quite a lot. And this is why we go endurance racing. I always say this because things can always happen around the corner.
There's always late drama at Spa. Remember, was it season 13, the season that Varga won? They were leading by miles, and then had a final hour. Was it an engine blown? Oh no, it was a disconnection for Yuri Toman, I think. And there was late drama there. I think that was an 8-hour race, though, to be fair. This is just a 6-hour race. But I think it is worth noting as Jake Dennehan makes his way out of the pit lane, by the way, for Race Clutch at the moment. He's back out onto the circuit for the championship leaders. So they are now a long way back, and we'll get to the implications of that in a few moments' time. But I just want to do a quick rundown of Hypercar, just while everything is somewhat stable again. Rick Van Earl leading the way for Winchick Racing Team in the number 8. Then it's Burst Esport next to you with Jurne Simicic more than a minute behind. He's only a second ahead of Mikel Leroux in the Go Team racing car. That's the other Go Team, Zoltan Varkini. Zoltan Toth is in 5th for Racing Zone Team. Good performance from them so far. Sim Premium Sports are 6th, and virtual drivers by TX3, and then it's Race Clutch who are down to 8th. Sim Racing for Holland are 9th, but they're recovering, even coming through the LMP2s at the moment. And that is it. Only 9 hypercars on the grid here today. So there's your run through, and it's gone pretty much as bad as it could have done for Race Clutch, really, in terms of the amount of time that repair took.
Yes, that is not ideal, and the fact that Nick De Silva stayed out that extra lap as well lost them some extra time. So definitely not the ideal situation, to be honest, and very, very unlucky. Very, very unlucky indeed. They did the right thing slowing down, but unfortunately it's not always your fault in endurance racing with how the accidents go. So it's definitely not what they would have wanted, and the issue for them is that they are so far back on getting some major points, because they've got 30 seconds to TX3, and then there's another 77 in front of that. So that is going to be really, really difficult indeed. But up towards second place though, and we're starting to get a bit of a battle on our hands. We do have Burst here, and with Go Team Racing coming in behind, and there has been a bit of a ding-dong between these two cars for a long time. There are slightly different strategies, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Burst trying to go a little bit longer on the tyres and stuff, so that's certainly going to be a factor towards the end of this race. But I wonder how that recent Code 80 changed things around, though, for them.
Yeah, we were so focused on the fact that Race Clutch had crashed and the damage that they might have that I didn't actually see who, if anyone, came into the pit lane and when and all of that kind of thing. So I'm not particularly across that, I've got to say, of those who have recently been into the pit lane. I guess it's just going to play itself out over the course of the remainder. But with a minute and 10's advantage, you'd imagine that Winchick Racing Team would be okay, even if they do have to make an extra stop compared to these two who are still fighting for this second position. It's going to have to be a bit of a slower run through Blanchimont for Jurne Simicic on this occasion, and the LMP2 will just pull out of the way. Oh dear, Leroux is trying to find an avenue to go down, and he's not finding one at the moment. He's stuck behind the Burst Esport car, and we'll probably have to wait for Lecom now.
Yes, it's not... it doesn't make sense to overtake in turn 1 here, because then you just have the long run up. What you can do is look down the inside, try and slow them down. But we will have to see how this one works out. Coming up the hill once more. They do have an LMP2 in front of them, and they have a little bit more power. So I wonder if Jurne might be able to get him. And unfortunately, Go Team going to have to sit in there behind. And that is how traffic can affect these battles. He would have had potentially lift off just a little bit there. And that just gives Jurne a few car lengths that he would have wanted to hold on to that position that time around. But up into second place. As I mentioned, this is some really, really good opportunity to get some points. So Burst will definitely be wanting to hold on to that in terms of the championship standings. Go Team, especially this car, the number 17, is down in 9th place in the standings, a little bit out of it, 25 points, or 20 points, I should say, behind the Burst team. So definitely don't want to get them taking points off the gap between them and Race Clutch.
And by the way, Race Clutch's 3 closest opponents are ahead of them in this race at the moment, so that's a real problem for the current leaders. Winchick Racing Team have so far yet to finish off of the podium, despite having a fairly quiet season in some ways. They've been doing very well in results-wise, so that has it really put them in a good position as of right now. Rick Van Eur currently at the wheel of that one, and they do of course have VEC Championship winning experience on board. Daniel Visner is part of that car. He's at least signed up with them. He won back in season 13, helped Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik in the Le Mans race, and that was pretty much it, because that was the 24-hour, the only 24-hour of that season. Helped them along in that one, and so he is a VEC champion after all, and they've got that experience on board, currently in the lead of this race. What about this battle for second, though? It's like watching a replay almost, with a few less cars around. LaRouge not able to get through into the bus stop chicane again.
Yeah, not this time around, and yeah, he's putting his car in the right place. And what this is doing is slightly slowing down the pace of Go Team, and is actually working pretty well in Burst's favour. The issue is, though, they are, at least on that last lap, 3 seconds slower than Rick Van Eur. So they are very slow at this point. Obviously, a bit of traffic here and there can affect those things as well, but that's still a big jump. So they are slower, and Go Team will be probably losing time from this. So this might be helping Burst in their strategy, and it just depends how long it takes LaRue to try and get past. And I guess one thing that we've seen is there's not going to be an easy overtake with Yanni Simic, of course, champion as well in VEC, knows what he is doing, but he's under big pressure here, and LaRue just needs to try and line up a move and get a bit of momentum going.
Yeah, never a champion in the top class, Yanni Simic yet, but he's well, he is now, isn't he? Yeah, but in the DPI, but not in Hypercar, because nobody is. Well, this version of Hypercar anyway. This is the first season, of course, of the Van Wall. We had the McLaren Senna back in the day, but back in season 12, but that's a very different car to this one. I think it doesn't take a technological genius to work that out, because they even look very, very different indeed. But it's a new challenge, defend that title, of course, and so the current champions, Race Clutch, have been really dominant so far, and that was the story of the race so far, really. For almost the first 4 hours, they were out front by some distance and dominating the race, really, but it's all fell apart, unfortunately, for them, and through no fault of their own either, which will make it even worse to take.
What I do like, though, is that it opens up the championship just a little bit more, because it does look like they are the ones to beat this season. And the fact that this opens up the opportunity a bit, at least gives us some tighter championships coming into the next few rounds. Of course, we've got a triple header in America coming up with Daytona, Road America and Sebring back-to-back in January, February, March. So that's some nice races to open up 2024. Of course, the 24 hours of Daytona as well. 1.5 points, 1.5 times the points, I should say. So even more points on offer. Once again, we get some traffic coming into Eau Rouge, and Yerno gets past, slowing down the Go Team driver.
And it's, well, you could call it luck, but he is getting the rub of the green at the moment, is Yerno Simic, with how things are going right now. And, well, there you go. There's the gap. It's visual now. It's going to be about second. 1.6. My goodness. Just shows that traffic gives and traffic takes away. I'm sure you've heard that before. But, yeah. Simic now 1.5 seconds in front. Mikel LaRue is going to have to do all that work again, or maybe get some of his own fortune in traffic, because it doesn't look like he's had that much so far.
Yeah, it's always easier. I really think this is always easier being the first car in a two-way battle like this, because when you're that second car, you get the scraps of what is left. You don't have the opportunity to choose really where you get past the traffic. Whereas Yerny there, he had the option. He either went for it or he didn't. Whereas Mikel, he basically had to sit behind. He's like, well, is Yerny going to back out of it? Is he going to go for it? Is there space, sort of thing? It's always a bit more difficult. So, yeah, it's definitely nicer when you're leading a battle, and that is why we see these battles go on for a bit longer in endurance racing. If that was a sprint race, there was no traffic about, Leroux probably would have got past by this point, but Yerne is using that traffic to his advantage.
And he's got that second margin. He's not going to see the gap further open as a result of this GTE, but or GT3 I should say. Down the inside of that LMP2 though, Blanchimont was a pretty dangerous move in some ways, but it did come off. It was the Netrex, or one of the Netrex LMP2s. He's now got that car between himself and Leroux, and now they'll make their way over towards the line, and well, it's going to be a lot closer than it was before. Half a second, and now there's no traffic in front of Jurne Simoncic, or for him to get in between himself and the Go Team car. It's a lot more open. It's going to be a slipstream battle between the two of them. Leroux's going to get closer on the run down the hill. He's going to try and stay close over the top. The understeer will be a little bit more pronounced than normal, but he is closing in. Now surely there will be a battle between the two. Simoncic stays to the right-hand side. Now Leroux makes sure he's not going to get boxed in here. He goes through the middle, past the Ferrari, and straight into second place. Oh no! He's gone in too deep. He's overcooked it massively. And he's gone down to third place. That position was oh so short-lived.
And that's such a difficult one because he had it. Yerne backed out of it, but he just broke too late, went in too deep, and unfortunately removed that opportunity. So he's back down to third place, a few seconds behind, as we're getting some pit stops as well. Rick Vanel from the lead has come in, and Zoltan Toth as well for the Racing Zone team. So a few pit stops coming in, but for Jurne Simoncic, that lets him off the hook, and by a few seconds, he can now just continue on his way without any hindrance from behind. So there's little moments like that can change things in these battles, because that's an extra few seconds lost for Go Team Racing, and when you're having a sort of strategic battle, they could be very important by the end.
Yes, it's well, a particularly difficult one to take that for Go Team Racing. Leroux now only a few seconds behind Simoncic, but even so, that's cost him time that he really couldn't have afforded to have been cost. So Simoncic now is possibly going to take the lead here. He's, or was, just about 1 minute and 20 behind the Winchick Racing team, who were leading the way before this, what we call third last pit stop of the race, I reckon. There'll still be 2 more to go, I think, before the end for them, but Simoncic should take the lead. It's a very long pit lane here, as we all know, and it's a relatively long stop that you have to take in endurance racing as well. So Simoncic should be on his way through here. We'll just watch him down the bottom of the hill here. It will be a new race leader, Burst Esport to the front ahead of Michael Leroux, but he will really be thinking that it should be him.
And he's got the pace, though. He's already got that gap back down to 3.3 seconds, so he's gained over a second already. And there's Rick Van Earl still in the pit lane. And wonder if they're going to be swapping drivers or anything towards the end of this race. They've already had, of course, Martin Mergeli in the car, and Martin gets back in as well. And he might stay there actually for the final couple of hours. It is about an hour or so on the fuel for these cars. So there should be, I believe, 1 stop actually for these drivers to the end. And because they're so far into it as well, it shouldn't be 2 full stints, and therefore I don't see the reason for Martin to then jump back out of the car. So obviously they're seeing he's probably their fastest driver, and he's going to be in there for about 4 stints or so today.
It looks like it. It's always difficult to sort of divvy up a 6-hour race, especially when you're doing tyre stints like we are here today, because someone is always going to end up doing 4 hours effectively, and someone else doing 2, roughly of course. And that's always difficult to do, because you never want to put someone in on old tyres, for example. It's never a good idea, and you've got to avoid that where you can. And it always doesn't quite share the driving as maybe evenly as you would like. Further back in GT3, by the way, Michal Sedlacek is still leading for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team. Then it's Wanako and Visceral Esports who are fighting for second place at the moment. And Wanako, with Roy de Munich, has gotten into that second place now. He's ahead of Diogo Silva, trying to chase them down for Visceral. So another battle going on down here in GT3. It's a very big lead, though, once again, in this class, like we had in Hypercar until a few moments ago.
And it wasn't earlier on in the first stint that I was doing. It was very, very close in the GT3s, and it's swapped all over the show with the 92 Arnage. They started down a little bit. They got up towards the front, and then they had a penalty, so they dropped back. The 70 as well went up, and then they were completely off strategy due to on the code 80, so then they started dropping back mid-stints as well. So it was all over the place, and also Juices were up there at one point, but then they had some contact with an LMP, so it's really been up and down. But the fact that Thomas Enger ended up with an 80-second lead is quite remarkable. Here's a little bit of a look, though. This is Diogo Silva, who's got back into that visceral car, and he is almost pushing the Wanako through this middle sector of Spa, and surely at some point he should be able to get past with just the speed difference that we're seeing right now.
Well, either the BMW is just stronger overall at the moment and in a better place, or indeed it's faster through the middle sector, because that was remarkable around the chicane, the campus chicane. It was, or Piff-Paff, if you like. It was very, very close indeed. Now the run towards Blanchimont. First the left-hander just preceding it. There'll be no move into here, you wouldn't imagine. Silva's going to decide better of that, but what about into the bus stop chicane? Dominic is going to have an easy time defending the inside line because of the way the corner enters, but here we go with Silva on the brakes. They're both late on the brakes, and he wasn't given much space there. Dominic didn't leave a lot of space on the outside, and Silva doesn't get through anyway. Flashes the lights to show his disgust. Dominic flashes his lights in response.
They were both so deep there, weren't they? As you say, completely missing the apex, going way off to the outside curb. And yeah, I don't think Diogo Silva had too much choice with his racing line there, and he has to sit in behind. And there was certainly some hard defense. Silva was trying it a little bit around the outside of that first apex. To be honest, isn't really the best overtaking opportunity, but he was trying it, and he now needs to go in again. And let's see if he has that speed advantage to continue that battle further up towards the front. It's certainly going to be interesting with how that one goes. But we're actually seeing a huge crash here.
No.
That is not a nice one for the Understeer United, and they probably have understeered completely off there at Blanchimont.
Nice. That was an obvious one. That was an open goal, wasn't it, really? Martin Newman off the road, and he's not moving, which is not ideal, and he's gone back to pit lane, unfortunately. By the way, we'll go back to Jone Simicic because he has lost the lead as well. There's too much going on out there on the circuit at the moment. Mikel Leroux finally has made his way through, and I'd imagine that that pass was a lot more simple than his previous attempts to go through.
Oh, definitely. We didn't see it, but looking how far ahead he is already, I think there's certainly some speed advantage there. And just remember, Leroux lost 4.5 seconds in the little spin they had earlier, and he just absolutely demolished that. So bursts are very slow at this point in the race, which is slightly worrying considering we have an hour and 40 minutes to go. And this might not be looking well for them for finishing in that second place, because obviously Winchick effectively have the race lead by the time the next round of pit stops come, if I'm not mistaken. So there is going to be a battle for second and third place, and looks like Go Team have the upper hand in that one thus far.
Depends if you think that bursts are on these tyres to the end. This pace suggests to me that they're going to swap again, surely.
Well, Thomas, despite being a burst, I actually don't know. I
just pretending, you don't give away the secret.
But I was thinking that is what they were doing. But as you say, this pace is almost as if they're on the old tyres now, not in 90 minutes' time. So an interesting one. Here is the 77, though. Was there help? There was. Oh, that was race clutch of Jake Dennehan at the wheel. And I couldn't quite see if there was contact, but there was definitely a bit of argy-bargy. And either way, the 77 got sent off there on the right-hand side.
Well, if there was one bit of advice I could give to Race Clutch and their drivers and Jake Dennehan, it would be don't get any penalties for the next race, for goodness sake, because they will that will hurt them even further, even more than they've been hurt here. Now, is there even contact, is the question now. Well, I can't see, but it looks close.
I think that was definitely a bit of a hit on the front end. That's what started the tank slapper, and then with the amount of weight in these cars and how on the limit they were, then obviously slight overcorrection, but very, very difficult to do with that speed. And just put a swapper on. Talking of swaps, Diogo Silva has got past Roger Munk as in the end for that battle for P2 in your GT3 category as well. So it stays quiet for a bit, and then all sorts of things happen in all the categories at once.
And there is a battle for 7th in LMP2 as well that is worth keeping an eye on as well. So plenty going on, as you say. As I mentioned, though, Race Clutch do have the chance to overtake Virtual Drivers by TX3 here. But, and here is the move, by the way, from Diogo Silva. He was initially going to the outside. Dominic actually went back to the racing line. He actually really wanted to get the racing line again there for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe he was finally giving up on that position and deciding that it was better for both of them to get Silva in front. But I'm surprised after that spirited defence earlier that the Monaco car just decided that actually they weren't going to fight for that place anymore.
Yes, I guess at some point maybe, yeah, maybe you have to just give up on that one. And looking at the speed, Diogo Silva, he's got it in the car as it stands, but he did lose a few extra seconds to the Thomas Engels Sim Racing team, although to be honest, it wasn't a close battle in the end. But certainly, yes, an interesting one with what we're seeing right now. There's a lot of, I think, different strategies going on, because in classes, there's big speed disparity between a lot of these teams.
There definitely is. It's clear to see at the moment. 3 wide between the 3 different categories over the line there. Just in the background of this shot containing Diogo Silva. Number 7 goes through. That's one of the Go Team cars. I think that's the car running in 3rd at the moment for the overall hypercar order. It is indeed Zoltan Varkini who's at the wheel of that one for the moment, as well as one of the LMP2s that's just gone through. It looks a bit like Netrex, but can't really see in the darkness anymore. Very dark out there on the circuit, and it's probably the most amount of darkness we're going to experience for quite some time in the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. We've got Daytona coming up. That's a 24-hour race. However, there's floodlights everywhere, so that's not quite as dark as it will be around here. Well, it doesn't normally get dark when we go racing around Road America. It'll probably be Sebring in March when we next see this level of darkness.
I guess it depends what Jimmy Allison's feeling with the the race start times, but yeah, you're right. Obviously, Daytona, the infield doesn't have specific floodlights as such, but it's still not pitch black. And then, I mean, Road America, that would be pitch black if we went there. That is completely in the middle of the forest at that track. So as you say, it might be Sebring, which is always a fun one. I do like that race, especially when we get towards the end of it. You get that sunset, and then obviously coming down the almost straight into Sunset Corner, the light in your face is always a very tricky one to contest with. So yeah, definitely a bit of a different challenge for these drivers. But one thing I do like that we've had this year, and we've actually had it since I think Le Mans last year, is you see we got the car numbers on the side of the car that light up now. Not just the position number, but the actual car number itself, which is a lot easier in identifying cars.
It's especially helpful for us, where it was a struggle before. And as you know, Cam, I'm not particularly looking forward to Sebring, but anyway, we'll be there. I don't like it very much, if people don't know, but it's quite well known now that I just don't like it very much. But anyway, that's to worry about when we get there. Our second distance race of the season. Been quite a long time since we've had 2 distance races in one go, but that's what we've got in Season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. But that's sort of to worry about in 3 months' time, when we're looking a lot more positively upon life in spring, and the weather's a bit nicer, maybe a bit brighter, although only for some of the race, I would imagine. We've gone back to the battle for 7th place now in LMP2. The one in GT3 has actually become the one for the lead, because Thomas Engels Sim Racing's Michał Sedlacek is into the pit lane. But this is Loic Meunier trying to work his way past Sergio Mendes for 7th at the moment. Team Irish looking for an extra position right now in the order, and they could do with it, really. They are 2nd in the drivers' or the team standings, I should say, but all the way down in 8th place in the race at the moment.
Yeah, as you say, 3 points behind, despite having that absolutely terrible race last time out. Basically being involved in that crash at the beginning, and then obviously getting a penalty from that for this race as well. That's why they're a little bit further down and trying to come back and get this place. And of course, Sean Clarkson, they're down in 9th place, as that is going to hinder them with the Racing Zone team slotting just about in between.
And I think Loic Meunier flashing the lights on their behalf, if you like, because I think that hypercar was going to go down the inside there almost no matter what. Thankfully they backed out of it, but that could have been very, very bad news for Sergio Mendes in the Sean Clark Racing number 34. Thankfully no contact made, but very close, and now they will make their own moves down the inside in towards Rivage. So he'll continue on in 7th place. But that was close. I'm glad the Simframe hypercar backed out of that one, because that would have been a crash. There was no way that there was room for both of them there.
Yes, that was a very, very tight situation. We'll have to see if these drivers will stop taking risks there, but I don't think they're going to do so, because you have to take every opportunity when you get to this sort of racing. You've seen just how close some of these battles are, even after about 4.5 hours into the race. There's still just a couple of seconds between quite a few of these positions, and yeah, to have that, you obviously have incredible consistency between the drivers. So yeah, it's definitely a tight one around here. There's definitely some tricky corners, despite like all the straights and some wider sections to overtake. It's definitely tricky in some places too.
It is. We've seen a couple of battles already in this last half an hour where it's been pretty difficult to overtake, or the driver and team behind have been finding it quite difficult to overtake anyway. Let's go on board with Luc Meunier here for a bit and see what it's like from this perspective as we plunge through the darkness now. The lightest part of the circuit, of course. This is over the start-finish line, where there is actually quite a lot of lighting around for spectator areas, and there's all sorts of different grandstands, and the paddock area, and the pit lane, of course, is lit up as well. So this is okay. You get in towards Eau Rouge, you go over the top at Radion, and this is okay as well. But then you plunge into the forest. You'll go through onto the Kemmel Straight, and will Luc Meunier be able to get himself into 7th place as well? I don't think so. That car looking very quick in a straight line actually in front of us there for Sean Clark Racing. We're going nowhere in the slipstream.
Yeah, slipstream is difficult in this car. As we were mentioning a little bit earlier, you have to be a lot closer than that to get the proper slipstream, as such as I like to call it. You do get a little bit of distant tow, but not enough to make an overtake from that far back. In this car, you really have to be close. But that is, of course, linked with the fact that the dirty air isn't crazy, and you can sit very, very close. What you're going to see here with Luc Meunier catching right up, coming through this middle sector. Apex missed there as well, and this is going to be a run down towards Pouon. A bit of a defensive line there from Sergio Mendes, and that is not good, because Meunier is going to have a much better run here through Pouon, and this could be the opportunity. But around the outside, you always lose grip there off the racing line, and that sort of slows his momentum a little bit coming into Piff Pap. Around the outside, Meunier still going to try side by side. Is Mendes just going to back out of it? I think he might have to, because the Irish driver has so much more grip and was able to hold on to that, and that is 7th place.
That was excellent. Round the outside of the Piff and inside of the Path, and into 7th place he goes. Luc Meunier with a great move for Team Irish. Another couple of points picked up, and disappointment for Sean Clark Racing, who, while fast in a straight line, do seem to suffer through the corners slightly, because Meunier there was able to just drive right round him. A great move, and Sean Clark Racing now down to 8th position. Team Irish into 7th, but you can manage that round that chicane. It's not a usual chicane. It flows quite nicely, and if you hang around the outside through the first part, you get the inside at the second. And to be honest, I'm quite glad they sorted it out before they got onto that GT3, because I wouldn't like to see 3 wide through that section of the racetrack with those two battling the way that they were. Now that he's through, though, Luc Meunier has already nearly got a second.
It's funny you say you wouldn't like to see that. I definitely would like to see a 3-wide situation through there. Obviously, it wouldn't end well, though. So probably not a good idea to do that, as there they go through this battle in the GT3. Sedlacek, we saw him going to the pit lane. Now just trying to make this move in towards 4th place is Giuseppe Pastore, just out ahead of him for Black Hawk. He goes wide, though, and that's going to give a bit of a run to Sedlacek, trying to come through, but unfortunately he's got LP2 there diving up his inside, Sean Clark Racing team, and that just hinders his progress. So actually Pastore, he's going to let that one through. He's not going to challenge that, and the 70 gets a free position up into 4th place.
Well, I'm surprised about that, I've got to say. I thought Pastore would try and hold Sedlacek back a bit more, because that would really help his teammate there, Pastore. Kamil Naoui is in 3rd place for the other Black Hawk Racing car. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are, of course, great rivals for not only points and the championship lead, because they're 1, 2 and 3 are the 3 teams at the moment in the championship, but also for this race as well in terms of podium places. So I'm very surprised that Pastore was so nice there. If I was on Black Hawk and I was telling Pastore what to do, I'd be telling him to defend for all he's worth. Try and keep him away from our teammates for as long as possible.
And also letting him go before this middle sector where clearly he's a bit faster, so he could have at least held him up a little bit, then let him go on the straights, not really defended. That's definitely a very interesting one. There's a couple of pit stops. Sandeep Singh for Netrex, the 28, and then Luigi Russo for Go Team number 47. They are coming into the pit lane. Hour and a half to go. So that should be 2 stints to the end. One more pit stop for them. Very nicely for them, as we're seeing now. Darius Andre for the Gold Racing Esports. They have had a slightly tougher day than they would have wanted, but that obviously came virtue of a drive-through penalty a bit earlier as well. Now they're 34 seconds behind Thomas Shavak, but still definitely in this championship fight. Of course, leading by 3 points to Team Iris, who they are quite a bit ahead of, but they're only 5 points ahead of Ferrari, who are leading the race.
Yeah, and and those pit stops there have promoted Gold Racing Esports into that 3rd place in the last few moments. Speaking of 3rd places, Sultan Varkini would very much like to get rid of his and change it for a 2nd place, because Yannick Simoncic is right in front of him, and that was a bit of a slide out of La Source, so it's not going to happen this time round. You wouldn't have thought without traffic interference, but for now, Sultan Varkini is on the pace, and unfortunately for Burst Esport, they're not, as of right now, really getting caught. And Simoncic surely can't be taking these tyres to the end of the race. Surely he's going to have a tyre change at this next pit stop, because my goodness, he's losing time. He can't even get through on the LMP2 in towards Lecon there, and now he's got Varkini right behind him.
Yeah, I'm struggling to work this out. I had a little bit of an oof at the beginning of this lap, because I thought that this Go Team car was miles away, but
it was.
It was. It's not anymore. And now 10 seconds, Simoncic has dropped back. He really is slow, isn't he? He's in the 2 minutes. Loads of other drivers in the 59s and the 58s. So that is a big pace disadvantage at this moment in time. And we did see that a bit earlier in the battle with the other Go Team car. Let's see how long Simoncic can hold on to this position, though. But he's still behind that Valle Corsa LMP2. Such is the way that these hypercars, they're not actually so much faster through the corners, through this middle sector. They really gain it in sector 1 and 3.
Yeah, they are faster than the GT3s in all aspects, of course, but you're right, it's mainly down the straights. There it is into turn, or the Curve pour Frere, I should say, out of Stavolo. Good move, just slipping down the inside for Simoncic. He's going to have to stay behind again through Blanchimont, though. That's a high-speed corner, and he probably could go for it, but it's not a good idea. And now he will go to the inside. Varkini will close in, and he'll make it 3 wide. Wow! Simoncic doesn't want to go for this, and he goes miles off in avoidance as well. Where has he even gone now? Simoncic has gone way off the road in avoidance there. I think that was very much race management, in that he didn't want to crash. But that was aggressive from Varkini, who was always going to go through there. And Simoncic probably overly cautious in staying out of trouble.
I tell you, was there some contact there? I wonder if there was contact there with the Go Team car diving it down the inside. As you say, Simoncic did want to dive down on the traffic, but maybe that was actually the wrong choice, because he had the Go Team car coming in very hot and steamy in towards the braking zone, and unfortunately that has let Burst lost Burst another couple of seconds, and that could be very crucial in their battle a little bit later on. So definitely not the nicest of situations. It just shows you how much on the back foot they are right now.
They really are. They're struggling a lot as things stand. Our Burst Esport really can't get the speed that they want out of this car, and it's proving to be a very difficult stint indeed. Camille Naui is catching up to Roy de Munich, by the way, so we saw Diogo Silva go through earlier. Now it looks like it may well be the turn of the Black Hawk Racing car very soon, although there are 3 cars between them, including a GT3 and a hypercar and an LMP2. So it's going to be a little while until that actually happens, but for now they're getting closer again. And there are a couple of battles going on further down in LMP2 as well. For 6th place currently, we've got a fight going on. It's Andres Azan who's currently in the 6th position, ahead of the Go Team car. At least they were not so long ago. And now Valtteri Kajalainen has lost 3 seconds on this single sector, which may have been an incident.
Yes, potentially actually, because that is a decent amount of time to be losing at that point. But certainly, Myson getting up to speed after just coming out the pit lane a lap or two ago. And Nerek's actually having a solid start to this race, but he's obviously turned around just a little bit. The number 27, the sister car to this, is being driven by Victor Ivanov. He's dropped way down to 13th place in class. So definitely a bit more of a tricky afternoon as the race progressed on. Thomas Vack for Hyperion has come into the pit lane. So that leaves Alex Siebel in the 39 Ferrari easily out in the lead of this category, and also Sean Clark have come into the pit lane, and also Team RTR. So yeah, loads of pitters right now, and that should be easy 2 stints to the end from here.
Two stints. It's a little bit longer than what you'd normally see actually for LMP2, but based on when I saw them coming in earlier, I think they'll be okay for just doing one more stop until the end of the race. They all slow down again. Roy de Munich is having a bit of a nightmare in traffic at the moment. He's got one of the McLarens behind him. I think it belongs to Satellite Racing maybe. That's in between these two at the moment, and it's proving really problematic for him. It is indeed, and I actually thought that car was out, so that's a long way back for that Satellite Racing car. They're 40th overall, and are one of the, well, I thought one of the retirements, but they're not. They're still in the race. We have, though, seen 9 retirements so far today, which is a remarkable number, really. None of the hypercars, thankfully, but a really large number of, everyone out of the race here tonight so far.
Yeah, of course, we ended up with a few cars realistically out of the race on the first lap as well, or at least having some issues with that, and they retired a little bit later on. Recently, we did have Lucas Verla for Arnage, as DeShooters there just letting go some of the traffic, all getting very close with Winchik LMH. Not quite realising DeShooters slowing down that quickly in towards Blanchimont. But yeah, we did have Lucas Verla for Arnage, who had some race-winning pace at one point, but not the way they would have wanted their race to go. And in LMP2, your leaders Ferrari are into the pit lane.
Yeah, parked right in front of one of the LMP2s in the garage at the moment. But they'll...
this car. You weren't here for this.
No.
That's the 46 Visceral car, who, on the first lap, lost the rear end to Tobias Blumschein in Eau Rouge, went off, rejoined into the GT3 train who were coming through to start their race, and unfortunately collected a few drivers, including Yua Makiyupi for the BS Plus Zoom entry as well, who unfortunately it blew up the engine because of the crash, so they couldn't continue. And obviously Tobias straight away apologizing to everyone, but certainly that started the race. Then Jelle Binsbergen got in, then he spun as well, and it just Ewan wasn't quite the race that they would have wanted.
No, and I noticed for BS Plus Zoom competition, that's the second race in a row where the race has been ended on lap 1. If you remember Yunus Rabio at Bahrain, that was the end of their race on lap 1 then as well. I'm sure you mentioned that at the time, but it's not been a good season for them at all, apart from a great day at Road Atlanta, of course, where they started really well. They didn't even finish off very well there either. They've still not been on the podium. For a team of that quality to have not managed that, and considering the pace they've had as well, they must be really annoyed with how this season has gone, and maybe we'll come back for Daytona, hopefully with a better result.
Yes, speak to Yunus every now and again, and I know he's definitely not overly happy, of course, with how the season started, but that's racing, unfortunately, and I don't know why it happens, but sometimes there's just certain cars that always seem to end up getting stuck. And if you watch the onboard, managed to see the onboard a year, and there literally was nothing else that he could do. And it's the same with, I think it was Eunice who was driving when someone spun ahead of them again at Road Atlanta. Same thing, come for a corner and there's just a car spun in front of you, and there's literally nothing you can do unless you obviously could see through corners, which is a little bit difficult to do so. So definitely a very tricky season for them, and it's just weird how it happens to sort of one car. It never seems to get spread around evenly.
No, sometimes you do feel like you're very much being attacked by whoever it is, and it can feel not so good, really. So We go back to this battle for 8th place in GT3. Ruben Carrera Alves is driving for Scuderia Leon at the moment, just ahead of Simon Lewis for Blogiel Esports. That's the fight for 8th. I think this is the first time Blogiel Esports have been in Division 1 this season. Obviously had a few promotions and demotions so far now. Got a few 200s on the track, which is always how you can tell whether they're from Division 2 or whether they started the season, at least, in Division 1. That's how you can tell, using the 200. And Blogiel Esports are one of those at the moment, trying to find their way through into 8th place. And at the moment, they've not been able to manage it. Not really even been able to get close either, really. Well, we've been talking about those last few races for BS Zoom competition. Over the top of the hill they go, and unfortunately that's way too big of a gap as well, as the two prototypes sort of extend the gap between them almost.
Yeah, they the prototypes often split up these battles, which is not the ideal situation sometimes, but we have seen some great battles in the GT3s so far, and this one is continuing with Naui and Demuk now, who lost that place to Diogo Silva and then has since lost about 6 or so seconds, is now under big attack from Blackhawk. The number 81 machine is getting very close here, out onto the back straight. And yeah, Roy definitely doesn't have the speed at this point in the race. He's just been going backwards every time we've been on board with him. And let's see if this is another place to be lost as we come up towards Boschemont.
Well, they're going to have to let that hypercar go through, but Demuk makes sure he pulls back to the racing line in time not to let Naui get down the inside of him there. It's going to be a better run-off for Blanchimont surely now, and he'll be on the outside. It's going to have to be late braking, and he does manage to squeeze himself around the outside there. We'll give him the inside the second part, but no. Demuk was stern in his defence, put the Porsche exactly where it needed to be, and Naui still can't find his way past.
Certainly can't. In towards turn 1. Here's another opportunity. Roy's going to go tight though. That's going to hinder his exit quite a lot. And Camille knows that. He goes wide and gets the up and under, and he's going to have that position surely as we come down the straight. Or what is the top speed of the Porsche like? Side by side in towards Eau Rouge. This is tight stuff between the two. One of them is going to have to back out of it, and it is the Blackhawk car. Now he decides, oh no, huge chunk of the curb there for Demuk. He saves the slide, but Camille should have the run up the back straight.
He should be able to go through now. Big long back straight now, and he'll be through. Big overspeed for Blackhawk Racing as well, and so through goes Kamil Naui into second place. Demuk there did very well to defend, to be fair. He was good on the brakes into the bus stop chicane, put the car exactly where it needed to be, but unfortunately I think it started to unravel at the source, didn't it really? He broke a bit too late trying to do exactly the same thing, and he was sent wide. When you've got Naui alongside and straight down the inside of you so soon off the corner, then you know you're in trouble really, and eventually he was.
And that just is showing the way that this stint has gone for them, but still third place though. That is a very strong result for Wanako, who are a little bit further down in the championship than they would have wanted, in 6th place so far this season after the first 3 races. So this is looking a little bit better. They did have some great pace. I think it was last race, but unfortunately had a few issues there. So definitely continuing on, being up towards the front. There's no harm in being about 10 seconds off the lead, but we do know that that Thomas Enger's sim racing, well, they did have a big lead, but I think that might have just been because of the offset, because Thomas Enger, they're actually, well, they're not too far behind now, getting on the back of Roy either.
Michal Sedlacek going quickly at this stage in the race, and no, he's not too far in front, neither is Demuk now, so there could be a couple of passes coming here soon in GT3. Reckon there's going to be one in Hypercar soon as well, because Jake Dennehan is closing in on the virtual drivers by TX3 car of Rasmus Andreasen at the moment. That's for 7th place, but that might be all that Race Clutch can get from today now.
Yeah, 68 seconds ahead of Rasmus, up towards Alex Beji for the number 2 Simframe, and it looks like well, then obviously ahead of him is another 75, and then there's another lap. So yeah, it looks like Race Clutch realistically not going to be doing too much more this race, and that is going to be a fair amounts of points being lost, which is not ideal for them in their championship hopes. Of course, we know they're fast, and they'll probably be able to overcome that deficit. Yeah, let's see how this one works out in the championship standings. I think they're going to be losing about 17 points to Go Team compared to to how it and obviously we'll have to see how it finishes. But obviously, Go Team leading the way right now.
1 and 2, indeed. This is where they were very close to getting their first ever VEC win back in season 13. When that race all kicked off because Yuri Toman disconnected, then it was there was about 8 cars fighting for second at the time. Then all of a sudden it became the fight for the win, and about 4 of them were leading at some point in the final hour. I think they got a drive-through penalty though on one of the last laps while they were second, and so never really got the result to show for it. That's what I think I remember from that race. Burst Edge were involved, so maybe you remember it better than me. But
yeah, I've just found the result on the website. Yeah, so Burst Edge of Simoncic and Jordan won the race, but only by 5 seconds to Waveframe and then Argira third, 22 seconds off. But then in 4th place was the Burst Esports Simplexity of Hoya and Roadcheck, and they were actually leading the way, but Hoya got a cut track penalty.
Yes.
But which took their lead away, and then Go Team we thought were going to win, and then they got one as well. And if I remember rightly, that potentially would have also been one of Go Team's first podiums at the time as well. So that was a very hectic race in those final few moments, and yeah, definitely that was one to remember in that season.
I think I referenced it every single Spa VC race since, so it certainly is one to remember, because even I do. I think Go Team had a couple of podiums by then, but it wasn't a regular occurrence like it was last season. You know, they got into a place of real regular podiums last season, of course, on their way to an LMP2 title. Mikel Leroux was part of that team. We see him driving earlier on. He's still out there now. Guillaume Mas and Remy Delorme as well, who was also at the wheel of that one. It was a great season for them. Now they've moved up to Hypercar, and they are slowly getting to grips with it as well, although I don't think they'll be title contenders here this season. They're 6th and 9th in the standings as of right now. I think it's going to be difficult for them to challenge for the title, but they can challenge for some race wins. That's exactly what they're doing right now. The number 7 with Zoltan Varkany is coming from 2nd place now.
Yep, certainly has. An hour 12. Is that too much to get to the end for one of these hypercars? We know they can do about an hour or so. We'll certainly have to find out as Andreasen comes into the pit lane as well. That gave that position. Oh, we missed the pit box slightly. That is going to give a little bit more time to Jake Dennehan in their battle. But either way, Jake is continuing for now, of course, completely offset after their recent crash the recent pit stop was due to a crash and not at a scheduled time.
Yeah, I think that's too far for those 2 cars, I've got to be honest with you. Although I would trust your knowledge over me, to be fair, with these things, but I still think it's too far. I think it's too far for any car on the grid, isn't it? Even the GT3s can't go that far.
Yeah, they possibly can, but not at a track like this, I think, with all the accelerating and all the straight lines at a place like this. But yeah, I do know that the hypercars can get a bit over now, but yeah, I think this is too far. But to be honest, I've not really kept up with the changes, because obviously VC made slight changes to the cars.
Yeah, it's always changing, of course, trying to make things more interesting, change things and make things better. As we see this battle for 2nd place between Darius Andre and Patrick Strakowski at the moment, it all gets pretty close in towards the bus stop chicane. There was a hypercar within that as well. That's the race leader, actually, isn't it? It's the other Go Team car, and they'll be into the pit lane now with 70 minutes remaining.
So yeah, the person that we're on board with, of course, was the Team RTR car of Boda, I believe it is, at the wheel, and obviously he's he's getting very sort of held up with these he's looking in his mirrors and he's got a lot of cars coming in behind him, and that is really starting to hinder in these battles, and it's certainly going to be getting very close between these drivers, and Darius Andre will definitely want to be getting past them and not having too much. So first he's going to get the Visceral car there, and now he's going to have the Team RTR car to overtake as well. Of course, there'll be blue flags and whatnot coming in behind. Interestingly, that Andre's kept with those hard compound tyres. I think he's one of the only LMP2s to really be doing that, but they obviously think they're better.
Yeah, he is the only inside the top 7 at the moment. Zoltan Boda has also got them on. Salvatore Zigiello has got them on for Arms Cyber, but he's in 11th now, a long way back. Luca Fabro as well, and the other Arms car has got them on Undercover Rain as well. But you're right, it's the only car inside the top 5, certainly only the front runners using those hard tyres. Wonder if that means he won't be changing at the final stop. I wouldn't imagine he is, and maybe that's where the difference between himself and Strakowski is going to come. Will Hyperion have another tyre change to make? Actually, maybe not. I think they just did a tyre change, actually, at that last stop, because I thought Hyperion were in front of Gold Racing Esport before those stops, and now they're not. So I'm assuming that Hyperion tyre changed and maybe Gold Racing didn't.
Potentially, yes. And maybe that is because the doubles and triples have evened out, and then at the next stop they're both not going to change, potentially, because that would make sense as to why Gold would be on the hards in comparison. But we'll find out certainly at that final pit stop, because that's going to be a bit of a deciding factor, I think, in quite a few of these battles. We've got to see it as well with Burst and Go Team, and how their final pit stop is going to be affected as well. So yeah, the strategy has been a little bit all over the place this race, courtesy of the Code 80s and just when they've happened, and then of course every team pretty much doing something different at the same time. Some just taking fuel at the Code 80s, some taking fuel and tyres, some not stopping at all, and that has really sort of opened the door quite a lot.
It has. It's been a very interesting race so far. Still just over an hour to go here at Spa for round 4 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 16. We're watching this fight for second place in LMP2, but there's plenty of other stuff going on up and down the field. We've got other battles between. I think Adam Taylor has just gotten into the Wanako car, and he's immediately been thrown into battle, as far as I can work out. He has. Nicola Pastore is right in front of him. This is a fight for 4th place, and I guess Pastore must have been in as well, because it was Giuseppe Pastore not so long ago, wasn't it? So have the brothers changed over? I guess they have.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I didn't quite realise, but yeah, it's a different Pastore, isn't it? Yeah, that's an interesting one. It slightly threw me off. But yes, it looks like both cars changed driver at the stop, but there was obviously a swap round in position. So yeah, definitely something that is going to be changing in the final hour and a bit towards the end. But of course, these might have a bit of a splash. I know, or they probably will do, have a splash at the end. There's the gold LMP2 round the outside, but there wasn't the space. And as they come back on the track, need to be careful not to get any sort of cut track penalty or any cut track points from that one. But they just about managed to survive. But obviously, they're taking the risks, because there goes Hyperion.
Yeah, it was Gold Racing Esport, you're right. So that's why there's the risk has been taken. Darius Andre versus Patrick Strakowski. That's a lot closer now. It's even closer than the battle for 4th in GT3 as well. There's a lot to be watching now in the final couple of hours of this race, and a lot to keep an eye on. What's the gap going to be as we go over the line? Then we'll get the change on that at half a second, and I'm surprised it's that much. Into La Source they go. There'll be a couple of GT3s in front. This may split them apart again.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, trying to get through the traffic. Can Swakovsky also get past Rasmus Andreasen of the TX3 tries to go around the outside, and I think he's made it through in the background. But for this LMP2 battle, looks like it just by a couple of tenths that the gap opened up once more, showing you how the traffic is. And I've just been politely informed there's actually 2 Pastores. They're in each of the Black Hawk cars right now. As TX3 just about try and get through, but actually there goes Burst diving out the inside and getting past 2, but that's not obviously for a position.
No, not for position, just another lap put on virtualised by TX3. I could have sworn they were in the same car. I thought that was the whole point. Well, not the whole point, but I thought they were in the same car. But anyway.
They're out right now. Nicola in the 81 and Giuseppe in the 91.
Okay. Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well, firstly, live time is saying that, but also thanks to Anthony Itzbon, the Ferrari engineer, for correcting us on that.
Correcting me, you didn't do anything wrong. It's it's me. He will have taken over them from Camille Naui then, Nicola Pastore that is, put on the mediums. But since he will have pitted not so long ago, I guess that's too far to get. There'll be splashes and dashes here, surely, in GT3, then especially for those Black Hawk cars, because I think they've both been in.
Yep, definitely. I believe the field take is slightly smaller as well, so getting to the hour is a bit more difficult this year, but the fact that we are so far before the hour as well, I think that's a definite sign that we are going to see some splashes as the TX3 car finally manages to get past Hyperion, such as we were saying, in the middle sector of this lap. The hypercars aren't really any faster. It's mostly on the straights, as there was a car there just in the background coming into the pit lane to continue the trend that we've seen. And one thing, especially because these Code 80s, I've noticed this race, is there's literally pit stops every few laps. And it looks like also Yanni Simicic coming into the pit lane as well.
Keeps it very interesting, I've got to say. Everyone's coming in all of the time. That's going to leave Winchick Racing back in the lead again, isn't it? So does this mean that Winchick are really winning, or are Burst, or our Go team? Who is really winning this race at the moment? Because there's an hour and 4 to go, look, we'll call it. I don't imagine Burst can go to the end from there. They'll have to do a splash. Both Go teams, but in that case, will have to do a splash as well. So in that case, everyone's got one stop remaining. Winchick Racing's is the longest, but they've got a huge margin over everybody else. So surely they're in the driving seat at the moment. Surely.
That is actually a good point. But I reckon maybe Burst are going slower because they were saving fuel, and maybe they're doing this because they're going to try and save fuel in this final stint to get to the end from here. But
that help?
they've lost so much time by doing it. If that was their strategy, though.
They have lost a lot of time. And also, Winchick Racing weren't actually that far behind them. If you saw the gaps coming down there, I think it was less than 20 seconds. And I think the amount of fuel that Simicic would have to save would be too much for him to lose, or too much for him to do that and hold on to the lead. So it might secure him second place, I suppose, Simicic, if he does that. But I don't think it would get him the win.
Yes, but maybe it could help Burst in terms of their battle with Go Team. So that was something. But
just in that case, why would you fuel save? Because they might have beaten them anyway.
Yeah, it's but sometimes when you're committed to a strategy, you kind of have to go for it sometimes, because then you get stuck in between and you actually lose more. So potentially, or maybe it's just the speed that they had. Who knows? I mean, they weren't overly fast in the first opening portions of the stints when everything was of the race, when everything was still a little bit more calm and in line. So maybe they just didn't have quite that race-winning pace today.
Yeah, it's possible. And I think, unfortunately, it's been the story of the season for some. Let's see where else we can go up and down the field. I'm waiting for that battle in second place in LMP2 to spark up a bit, actually. I thought it would in the next few minutes, but it really hasn't. Darius Andre has held Patrick Szynkowski at arm's length for quite some time now, and they've been driving around like this for a good 10 minutes or so. Nicola Pastore is still behind Adam Taylor as well, so that's not changing either. We're kind of waiting for either to spark into life, as we've got Valle Corsa in the garage. They were out there recently. Joseph Frederick Suto in the pit lane now.
Yeah, I just noticed that they had a DNF. They're still, the GT3s haven't gone past them, so it must have only been very, very recently. But either way, they are out of this race. Valle Corsa not quite having the season that we saw with them last year in the DPIs, especially at this race. Michael Ayres leading, coming quite near to the end of the race, but unfortunately, Race Clutch and I think Burst as well got past them towards the end of the race. Burst and Race Clutch both had it was like 2 and 3 drive-through penalties apiece coming into this race last year, and Race Clutch especially managing really well to come back in that race. But yeah, Valle definitely struggling a little bit more in that LMP2 so far this year. And actually, one good point is, talking about getting a couple of names wrong. Obviously, we're mentioning TX3, Rasmus Andreasen, but actually in that pit stop where he missed the pit box, he actually swapped out for Mark Schluter. So it was Mark Schluter with that move in Eau Rouge a few laps ago. As Mark has got himself into the car for the final stint of the race.
Unfortunately, bringing that car home in 7th, I think, in 8th, sorry, I think at the moment. You got 1 out of 2, by the way. It was Race Clutch and Simprim who got ahead of them, so nearly. But although Burst finished about 9 seconds behind, so you can be forgiven for thinking they will have done. It was a very close race, actually. Look, I don't remember it being so close.
It was.
But it was. But that's just, it's just my memory, really. It was a close race. 37 seconds covered the top 4, which I think we'll be lucky to get today based on everything that's happened.
Yeah, so there was basically some rain, and then obviously with the penalties, that obviously then meant that people were chasing back, and yeah, it was working out really well. But no, I remember now. So but at the end, Burst stayed out, or that they didn't change tyres at the end, or something like that, and they were really slow in the last stint, and then everyone basically came and overtake. It was something like that. Anyway, and yeah, Valet definitely, they had the pace. Oh, that was very tight though, as that's a big risk set being taken by Darius Andre. Now he's under a big attack, coming down in towards hairpin around the outside. Sviatkovsky is going to go. Can he make it stick? That is a lovely side-by-side racing between the two. Andre squeezing him to the left-hand side, but up the inside of the apex goes the Hyperion car, and he takes second place away.
I think Darius Andre thought he was going to get pushed right out wide there through No Name, so decided to go for the cutback, but in fact, Sviatkovsky may have given him the room had he still been alongside. And in the end, Darius Andre gives over the place. Hyperion Esports up to second now, ahead of Gold Racing Esports. And what an important one that could turn out to be. What a season we're having so far in LMP2 as we approach the round 4 mark, the end of round 4 of this 9-round season. What a fantastic start we've had to it. Still a long way to go, but some real top teams emerging, including the top 3 in this race. The podium teams from this race do seem to be real favourites for this title.
Yeah, they certainly do. Seems to be some of the top names circulating their way to the front, and it's a little bit less sort of open for those midfield runners, but up towards the front. And especially this Hyperion car really starting to show their way in this championship, and really starting to close down and have a bit of a run at it. And look at the speed already, pulling away from Darius Andre. This is a really, really nice one, as I see Jake Dennehan back into the pit lane, and coming in one of the last pit boxes there for them.
Yeah, they'll drop back behind Simfrey, I would imagine, in the race at the moment. That's Christopher Kiernick back at the wheel of that one for the 7th place team. They're quite a long way back, Simfrey, compared to their previous performances and where you'd expect to see them. They've been on the podium twice so far this season. 2nd at Road Atlanta, 3rd at Bahrain, but it's not going to be even a top 5 here today for the first time this season. They will be outside of that, and disappointed with their evening, I would imagine. 57 minutes to go, and Winchick Racing don't look like coming in for the moment. I don't think they'll wait too much longer before making their final stop, but I think it will be a final stop that sees them out. Well, it's not going to be out in the lead, but at the end of this race, it may well be. 40 seconds they have right now. Surely the pit stops for those behind aren't going to be 40 seconds shorter than the pit stop for Winchick Racing. That's not possible, surely.
Oh yeah, I think they've got this. The gap that they had earlier was way too big for any sort of strategy to swap that around, so they should be okay. But strange things have happened, and Race Clutch, who are leading by a similar margin at one point, they were upside down, and now they're in 7th place. So things can change very, very quickly in this Virtual Endurance Championship. And as me and Ewan were saying a few minutes ago, especially at this track, things seem to happen late on. Last year, we had that strategic battle going right to the end, and a couple of years ago as well, with the Go Team and Burst, unfortunately getting penalties right at the end of this race. So it's definitely something that can happen, and I think that's one reason why we end up coming back to this track year after year, because it seems to provide a pretty good race.
Provides very good racing every single time. Does Spa? We were here last year, as you meant, for an 8-hour race. In fact, it's been 8-hour races in the last few seasons of the Virtual Endurance Championship. The last time we weren't here was back in season 12, when the longest race, apart from the 24, was at the 8-hour event, but we didn't come here, and that was quite a long time ago now. So it's been very well used since, and why not as well, as we've got a yellow flag in sector 2, and it looks like it's persisting as well. Who is off the road?
Chutis, I think.
Yes, it is. It's Piff Paff. He's found himself off the road. Don't think he would have found the wall, but it's quite far away from the track down there. But he has at least gone around there. He's still got all of the body parts attached to that McLaren, I think. Has he got a front end on that, or is it just dark? It looks maybe just dark. I don't think he will have found the wall. It's been a difficult enough day for Satellite. They're just continuing on for the sake of it, almost for the final few points. They're not going to gain any positions from here.
Yes, they are 3 laps down on the next car, which is then 4 laps down on the next car. So they're quite a way down, and of course with this being such a long lap, over 2 minutes, I mean we're looking at 2 minutes 15 for the purple lap time, but sort of 2:18, 2:19s for race laps. So that is many minutes being dropped back. I mean that's coming close to half an hour. They are off the race lead, which is of course a very long time in these battles. When we see seconds separating people, to be half an hour behind is very conducive of when you start having these big issues in the races, and it's not the race that Satellite would have wanted, and in some ways not the season as well. They're sitting 4th place with the 64, that's the Yumi Nisula car if I'm not mistaken, and then they're also in 9th place in the standings, and they're 65 machine, so and then they're 18th with the 67. So they're not quite the way they would have wanted to start the season, but we still have 5 races left after this one, including 2 24-hour races, which are 1.5 points each. So still plenty of opportunity to score.
As in 1.5 times more points than usual, not just 1.5 points for a win. You get that would be cruel. But anyway, yes, I get the point. I want to go back to GT3 for the moment, because Michal Sedlacek is leading by nearly a minute and a half. And I'm beginning to wonder, is this really representative of where they are, or do they have to stop again? Or does everyone have to stop again here, is the question now, because Blackhawk weren't in that long ago, but they did come in with about 65 minutes to go. I feel like Thomas Enger Sim Racing were in a long time before that, so, I mean, I don't suspect they would lose the win from here, but how comfortable really is this? Because at the moment it looks like a complete demolition job.
I believe they definitely need to stop again, the number 70 Thomas Enger car, but Visceral, I can't recall when their pit stop was, so surely they probably need to stop again. But I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure Thomas Enger do, because they stopped under that first code 80, which put them basically half a stint out. So that's why they haven't stopped at the hour. They're going to be stopping sort of half an hour to go. That sort of region I would expect. But for Visceral, I'm not actually 100% sure on that. It's certainly a huge gap, though, if they are both stopping. I mean, we don't often see wins by quite this margin in class.
I don't think we will, but I'm just wondering how much of a gap it is actually going to be by the end of this race. Surely not this much. I mean, it's been a great season so far. We can't take that away from the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team in the number 70. It's Michal Sedlacek, Wojciech Pelesny doing a lot of the driving. I mean, they're not unknown drivers, but it's a fairly unknown team. I mean, we've not, I don't think, seen this team in the VEC before. I've not seen this team in sim racing. I'm sure other people have, but and you know what my memory's like. But they've not been here, and it's been a good start to the season. Although it's hard to say that they're on their debut season when you've got the likes of Sedlacek and Pelesny on your team, because they're absolutely not debutantes in the VEC. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, loads of the drivers remind me of the old Varga GT, but I don't know if that is, as you say, related to this, or maybe it's just that group of drivers moving to another organisation, because that does often happen, actually. We see this quite a lot. And then people think that, sort of the team name change, but it's actually just the drivers moving all at once, as such, to a completely different organisation by different people. So maybe that's something to check into. But yeah, they're coming straight into it, and they have some very fast drivers. And if you want to come and compete, that is exactly what you need to come and do. Is because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how well you organise your team, you need the drivers to be able to come out and perform on the track. And of course, leading the championship coming into this one, they had a win at the second round of the season. They had second place in the opening round of the season as well. A little bit more difficult time last time out, but they might be coming for their second win of the season here.
They could well be, and that would extend their championship lead further over Blackhawk Racing. I know I keep repeating, have never won a VEC title, but it seems remarkable that they haven't. And every season they seem to get a little bit closer. I had hope for them at this time last season, actually. Thought it was going to be their season, but it turned out not to be. And you never know. Maybe this time it will be, but can't get too ahead of ourselves with that one. I'm sure they won't be getting too ahead of themselves either. They're 4th and 5th at the moment. I really thought that they would catch and pass the Guanaco car just up in front of them, actually, Black Hawk, but they've really not been able to do that just yet. They're still sat in 4th position. Nicola Pastore is 4th, and Adam Taylor 2.5 seconds up in front, and it doesn't seem that Pastore can really get any closer at the minute.
No, and they're looking at live timing. Both drivers don't have lap times next to their name for the last lap, if I'm not mistaken. So that means they probably had a bit of a cut track somewhere, though they have just come up now. And it is Adam Taylor who's slightly faster. There's only a couple of tenths of a second between them. So I think this battle is potentially going to be coming back to us at some point, at least not spreading out too much as it stands. But definitely that was a good point from Wanako to get Adam Taylor in the car, because Roddy Mookin might, maybe just because of being on old tyres at the time when we saw him, but he was struggling quite a bit towards the end of that last stint, being overtaken twice, so that Adam Taylor's got one back.
And he's extending that gap now, 3 seconds it is, as things stand. So that's just spread out a little bit, and as this whole field has, actually, it's for the last hour or so. It's been very, very close between absolutely everybody, but now things have spread out that little bit more in the field. Not too many battles going on up and down the field for now, and so we're waiting for the next twist in the tail. Kind of waiting for Winchick Racing to come in the overall lead, really. See how far they are away from the end. I'm sure this next pit stop will be their last one. I just want to see what it's going to be like in comparison to the others. Is it possible that the win could change hands today? There is Martin Mergley into the pit lane. You wouldn't imagine this is tyres, it's just going to be fuel. Where is he going to come out? Is he even going to be in 4th place like he was before? Is this going to be a bit of a shorter pit stop than before? And how much time is he going to lose is the question now.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be changing tyres, because Martin just had his first stint. So they're definitely been double stinting today, so I would be surprised if he changes tyres. Yeah, it does stay down on the ground, so they'll just be taking whatever litres they need for 47 plus a lap or two of to be safe, and that means they'll have a shorter pit stop, and especially not taking tyres, it'll be a very short pit stop, and they should be very nice for that gap. Considering we do believe that this car of Go Team will need to come in as well.
There goes Mikel Leroux over the top of the hill and into the lead of the race. What about Yoni Simicic in the burst car? Is he going to be able to go through as well? He's still a long way back, of course. And then there's Cosmo Prosciutto, another 20 seconds back in the other Go Team racing car. How many of them are going to be able to file past Mergley? Only one. Mergley's going to get out in 2nd place, and even if Simicic can go to the end, it doesn't matter, because he's surely not going to be able to go to the end and overtake Mergley.
Oh, definitely not with the speed that we've seen. So that is very good for Winchick. They've had the pace, they've had the strategy today, and they're in prime position to take a race victory, thanks to the issues that Race Clutch have had over the sort of middle hours of the race. And I tell you what, Winchick, I know they've sort of been fast and they've got a race victory already back at Road Atlanta, but I mean, they are almost dark horses for this championship. And I wasn't quite expecting that coming into the season. Obviously, I knew they'd be up there in the top 5 or so, but I didn't know they'd quite have this pace to challenge every race. Because even if Race Clutch was still in it at full speed, they wouldn't be, realistically that far behind.
A spin down at the bus stop chicane on that last lap, by the way, for Luca Fabro in the Arms Cyber car, but he's gotten away again, and he's okay. Yeah, I've got to say I'm a bit surprised by Winchick Racing as well, in a positive way, of course. I didn't expect to see them doing quite so well, but they've had a good start to the season. It's just a case of how long is this going to last for. That's always my worry with these teams that are not normally up there or haven't been before and suddenly are. How can you sustain it? Because this is the longest VEC season we've had for, 5 years, isn't it? It's or maybe a bit less than that, actually, probably a few years. But even so, it's a long VEC season. There's a lot of hours within it. There's no doubt about that. And you always wonder, are they going to be able to uphold this consistency when they're up against, experienced previous champions like Race Clutch and Burst?
That is what they're going to show, I guess. And I guess the thing is, though, Rick Van Earl, he's champion a couple of years ago for Simframe in the LMP2 category. Mergley is in the last 6 months or so is turning into a really, really fast and consistent driver. So I think they're in a good place. I really do, and they should be able to continue the pace on. I guess it just depends how the pressure goes. If it gets to a situation where they are actually in a championship fight, will they be able to contain that? Because it's not just about being fast on one lap or over a stint. It's about doing that from now to the end of the season to try and challenge Race Clutch and potentially others for this title. It's going to be a tricky one with the two 24-hour races as well. And considering they've only really had those two drivers in there, we need to see what the teams do in terms of getting some more drivers coming into that squad. As you say, they do have Visner, and they've also got Shaba Kish actually signed up to that car, so maybe they'll come in, but I don't believe they've raced this season.
I think we've seen Kish, although I don't... Yeah, I think we've seen Kish. I think we've seen Shaba Kish, but I don't think we've seen Daniel Visner yet, although obviously none of us have been here for every minute of every race, so we're not entirely sure. The drivers probably are more sure than we are, if we're honest, but that's fine. I think you're right. It's less about the team in sim racing, I find, and it's more about the actual drivers within it, because in real life, you always point to the teams in whatever series it is, especially endurance racing, and you say, these teams are going to do well just because you know what they're like. Back the Audi days, you always knew they were going to do well. No matter if they turned up with a lawnmower, you knew they were going to do well. Back about 10 years ago, or a bit further, 20 years ago, you just knew that they would do well, and their teams respectively would do well. But in sim racing, it's less about that, I feel, and because obviously they don't have to build the cars, which is helpful. But obviously they're building setups and stuff, but it's more about the drivers, really. And if you started a new team tomorrow, but you could choose the 4 drivers that you wanted from sim racing, you'd arguably, and I'm not saying it's easy, but you could get a better team than anyone that currently exists, if you see what I mean, because it's less about the team around you and more about the actual drivers that you've got, especially in the VEC, as we've seen in the past. So I mean, we've seen plenty of drivers win with multiple teams, for example. So I feel like it doesn't really matter that we've not seen the team do it before. It's just about the drivers. They've got that championship winning experience. They've got plenty of drivers who are getting better as well, as you say, with Murgoli. And so there's no reason why they can't take it to Race Clutch, for example. I was saying this about Race Clutch last season, I'm pretty sure, but I wasn't sure whether they could do it for the entire time. And there they are, reigning champions currently. So you never know. They're probably going to run them close, but they're up against it. They're stiff competition with the likes of Simfree, Burst Esport, and of course Race Clutch, who we've already mentioned.
It's not going to be an easy one, and I'm actually looking a little bit further down the road to races later on in the season, such as penultimate round is the 4 hours of Imola. So a bit of a tricky circuit and only a 4-hour race. And also the penultimate round. So that, circuit has the potential to bring up some surprises, and that doesn't give you too much opportunity to change it afterwards. And of course, we always get 1,000 miles of Sebring as well, which is a very tricky little circuit as well. So definitely, it's going to be an interesting one to the end of the season. As I see, we're getting a whole host of LMP2 pit stops. We've got Darius Andre coming in, and Svikovsky as well in their battle. So this is getting down to the wire, but they should, they'll be fine on fuel to the end, but it's going to be a full stint.
Just about fine on fuel. They'll probably have to fill all the way up, but they should be okay. Down the pit lane goes Sikorsky. I didn't remember him being this far behind Darius Andre, actually, and I didn't remember Nicolas Lemoine being quite so close behind. There is Luc Meunier making his way out of his box by the looks of things. There's Tchaikovsky, and
he stopped first,
and he's got his pit box is miles ago. That's why. So Darius Andre has got a bit of a longer stop here, and it's costing him a lot of time. Surely he's not going to be able to cross this big of a gap.
Yeah, this gap really opened up, didn't it, between the two?
I think he's got bigger in the pit stops.
Did he?
Look, Is that
Didn't
the
quite
one?
see. Did
No.
he change tyres? Yeah, that's the Iris car. Munier going for it, but of course he's a lap down, or multiple laps down. But was there tyre change there from Darius Andre? I wonder, because he's miles back, isn't he? He's absolutely miles back. I didn't quite see the car, but
he
either
goes.
way, he's lost a lot of time somehow.
So much time lost there.
Is he on soft tyres? Yeah, he is. So the race, I believe, is 9 stints. So I thought he was on the hards to do triples, like 3 triples, but maybe he's still done 4 doubles for 8 stints, and now for the end, he's obviously had to do a single stint, which is why he's gone onto the softs. But because of that extra tyre stop, effectively, he's lost a lot of time, and he's not going to gain that back in 1 stint.
Well, no, he's not. It's going to be 2 seconds a lap he's going to need, isn't it? If we're looking at the amount of time we've got remaining, probably more. So that's not going to happen, I wouldn't imagine. It's going to be a very quick end to the stint, though, for Darius Andre. With 105 seconds, though, I'd be slightly concerned at Scuderia Ferrari Esports. Have they got enough time over Hyperion to come out ahead of them? I would imagine so. I think their pit stop will be shorter. But that's a slight concern because the pit lane is so long. We'll have a look and see if Patrick Sikorsky actually comes out behind the Ferrari Esports car or ahead of it, because if it comes out ahead, then we know that we've got a very exciting finale.
Yeah, we certainly do. And wow, Hyperion have really been on the pace today, haven't they? And they're looking very, very strong. 4th place in the championship so far, only 12 points off Gold, who are leading the way. So, I mean, they're really in this championship battle, and they're definitely not ones to discount just yet, as we're coming up to the halfway points in the season. And even if, the gap is a bit too big for Ferrari by the time they come in their pit lane, as Nirola gets a penalty, they're still going to get a pretty solid 2nd place here. So that is a very nice one. As there is Nirola for Sean Clark just coming out of the pit lane, so must have been speeding in the pit lane, unfortunately, for the 34.
Pretty difficult to do, I would imagine, at Spa. Coming from such a low speed anyway, and after narrowly squeezing yourself into the opening there, I can imagine it's pretty difficult to get up to pit lane speed. But anyway, that's a bit of an annoyance there. A couple of battles going on in LMP2 now. Netrex versus On-Off Racing is going on here. Charlie Rigo has gotten at the wheel of now in place of Nicolas Lemoine in the light blue Orica, and Andres Azan is going to continue to the end for Netrex by the looks of things in that car. Yellow flag in the middle sector at the moment. Going to see if I can spot who's off the road, but I can't. So that's okay. Looks like everybody's back going again, which is good news. Now, will Rigo get close enough here for us? And I would imagine so. I think Netrex still have to pit again. I haven't seen them come in the last few minutes.
That is a good point. You are potentially correct on that one as well, which will make that overtake obviously a lot easier. As I see in there, just flashing the lights up the road, trying to get some traffic out of the way. And someone who's actually done pretty well this race is the car in behind these. Obviously a bit of a way down, but it's Luc Meunier for Iris. Of course, having some issues in the last couple of races, getting some penalties and just suffering from that. But still, if they can remain onto this 6th position, for the team that's currently 2nd place in the championship, there's still going to be some half decent points to keep them in contention as we continue the way through. And we know that car is obviously very, very strong indeed, winning the first 2 rounds of the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're obviously still contending, and this is going to be some nice points if they can continue on that. And here we're seeing Ferrari into the pit lane. How close is it going to be with Hyperion on the exit? They've got 100 odd seconds, but let's see how close it remains.
Where's Patrick Sikorsky? That's Ravage. He's a long way behind. He's a very, very long way behind. I think Dennis Jordan will be fine.
But it is 2 minutes a lap.
I know, but still, I mean, how long is a pit stop for LMP2? Even if you're just doing fuel, I mean, it's not ages, is it? And I think, yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah,
I reckon it'll be about
close.
30 seconds. That's where my money is.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably somewhere in the region of maybe 30-40 seconds to go through the pit lane, plus I think there's another 30-odd seconds for the fuel tank. So yeah, probably about a minute lost. So yeah, they're probably going to have in excess 30 or something seconds by the time we come out of that one. And it's actually going to be more than that, isn't it? Because Dennis Jordan is already going, because that would have been a slightly shorter stop as well, being less than the sort of 40-45 minutes that we expect.
Back to the battle for 4th place, or indeed second at the moment with Sikorsky. There we are with 4th place, and Asane and Rigo. The burst car flying past the both of them. Will Rigo fly past Asane as well? No is the answer to that one. Can't quite get down the inside of Lecom. If this continues on for another 34 minutes, then I would be very impressed if NetRex can stay ahead.
Yeah, then it might be a little bit difficult. Let's actually see. This is a good opportunity because they are right behind the hypercar now. As we're 3 wide, just in behind that. That's not what you want to see always. We'll just see how much faster the hypercar is in this middle sector, because the burst car obviously getting through on the straights, and they're not really pulling away too much actually. Of course, accelerating a bit faster, but definitely just showing you that it's not so much of a difference in the corners. But Rigo needs to be trying to close in a little bit more. You really have to be up the backside of one of these cars to try and do that. Darius Andre in your LMP2 sets the fastest time, of course, on those soft compound tyres, but still 34 seconds behind Hyperion. I don't think he's going to have enough time to chase down, but that was 2 seconds a lap.
Well, he does need to close in a second a minute, and he is nearly on schedule. You just doubt that someone will be able to keep that up for half an hour. That's the problem, or even more than half an hour as it was at the start. So we'll keep an eye on that, but I don't think that is going to come to anything for Darius Andre. It could be an interesting one to watch in the final minutes. On board with Charlie Rigo we go then, and there's going to be a hypercar popping to our left or right here in a moment. Asane defends on the way in. In fact, the hypercar, whoever it is waiting in behind by the looks of things. It's Simframe from the looks of the sort of dark and white colours as well in the on that car. Defence again from NetRex into turn 1. That's not going to be the passing zone. It's going to be into Lecom if Rigo can get a lot closer than he was 1 lap ago.
And he is close. Is it enough to get that slipstream? It's about 2 car lengths or so at this point. And you really need to be within that sort of final zone just to get that extra bit of boost from the slipstream. And he's got a good run here, as you say. We're going to be getting probably a hypercar coming through, and that's actually blocking the slipstream. That's not the ideal situation. So I think it is the Simframe car, you're right, getting through, and that really hasn't helped Charlie Rigo unless he can dive down the inside. No, not enough. So that time around he was fairly close, but the traffic just spoiling the party once more. So he's going to have to work hard for this.
Really is. I thought that was his chance, but traffic gets in the way, and it will again. Down in towards the right-hander they go. It's Juicy's Motorsport Club this time, who actually do a good job of staying out of the way through Rivage there. That really puts a thorn into Charlie Rigo's side. Now, as you say, another opportunity to see how quick the hypercar is compared to the others over the top of the middle of the circuit. I'm slightly distracted by the yellow flag in sector 1 at the moment. I'm slightly concerned someone's off at Radion, but I don't think so. I think everyone's moving again, thankfully, and so we can focus back in here. Simframe hypercar really hasn't got very far away.
No, definitely not so much faster at this point of the track, but then as we come out onto this back straight up towards Bonchemont, you can see they're absolutely sending it past the GT3 car, as the LMP2s are much faster. There's the MXF Pro Esports entry, the 299. But back to Charlie Rigo, also in the blue machine. Can he get the run down towards this final chicane? And this point in the track, this is not about overtaking. This is just trying to get close, trying to get some nice lines, not chunk the curbs too much, and keep yourself in with half a shout by the time we get up towards the back straight once more. And that's always possibly the most important corner on the track for overtaking as well. If you get a good exit out of here, get the right amount of slip on the rear, and actually hit the apex, then you might have an opportunity.
Yeah, if you get a good exit, then good, but if your opponent gets a bad one, then even better. Although I think traffic is going to just screw Rigo again, but no. The Go Team Racing car stays in behind, and that is a very good thing for them. Now they'll go through on both cars, but will it just steal the slipstream away from Rigo? It does, and that probably puts paid to any chances. That may have been the chance there for On-Off Racing to go through, but no. Asane is able to hang on again. A little bit of good fortune through the traffic, but Rigo will just be frustrated that he's been stuck behind for so long now. There'll be the race-leading it's not the race-leading Bristol car, it's one of the other BMWs instead that pulls wide. That's not going to affect these two. Rigo is clearly faster, just can't find a way to use it.
And twice, 2 laps in a row, a hypercar has messed up his slipstream. That has got to be, very, very difficult. But half an hour to go. Plenty of opportunities. Astian is going to be under a load of pressure as the race continues and gets closer to the end. The pressure just gets even more. And I'm going to have to see what Rigo can do in finding a way through. But it doesn't matter how fast you are in the corners. We saw this with Simičić even in the hypercars as well. It's a similar situation. Doesn't matter if you're 2 seconds slower in the middle sector. If you get the exits perfect onto the straights, that is where the overtaking is the most important.
Overtaking so far is something that Charlie Rigo has found impossible. They've got about a minute either side of them, 50 seconds behind to Team Iris, and Netrex are a minute away from a podium place, so you wouldn't imagine that time is particularly a worry for these two. The only time they'll be worried about is the half an hour they have remaining. For Hussein, it's far too long. For Charlie Rigo, it may not be enough. Let's see if it is. He's so close now, the way towards the source. There's almost a case to be made for going for it at turn 1 now. He's not had any joy at Lecom. How about La Source? Well, no is the answer here too. He tries to get the exit, but I think traffic is going to play its part again.
It might do. They are a bit further behind, and this is as close as he needs to be to try and get the run. But that looming hypercar is getting closer and closer. Will it break up the slipstream this time around, or maybe not? Charlie Rigo, this is the closest he's been in the last sort of 5 laps. Can he get the run? To the outside goes the hypercar. He should still have enough room to try and even get some extra slipstream around the outside of Lecom. He's going to have to do it on the brakes, but not late enough. Might get a bit of a switchback though. He's going to have to do a sort of double switchback through in towards Malmedy, but not quite enough as Astian puts his car in the perfect position to hold on.
Hussein was late on the brakes there, but in the end it wasn't enough, and he just needed to hang it around the outside through the next pot to get the inside at Malmedy, but he couldn't do it, and unfortunately he's behind again. So this is going to become increasingly frustrating now for the on-off racing driver, and he's got nearly half an hour remaining, but he'll begin to get worried that this is just never going to happen now.
Potentially, but as a driver, you never give up, or you shouldn't give up, at least, especially in these battles where the car is literally right ahead of you. And at this moment in time, it's just not quite about repetition, but you just got to keep putting your car in that right sort of opportunity, and then hopefully one lap you are just that half a tenth closer and you get the run, and it might be this up towards Blanchimont. Astian got caught down a little bit there with the GT car, and this is another opportunity for Rigo, but you don't overtake into Blanchimont. You just have to stay close and hope that you've got the momentum in towards the braking zone, into the final chicane. Left or right is it going to be? It's going to be to the right hand side for the defense, the left hand side for the attack, and around the outside it's going to be side by side. They go, contact is made, and Rigo has to back out.
Well, he did back out in the end. I think Hussein would have given him the room, actually, if he'd have just stayed alongside, because he knows that that situation in the corner, or that point in the corner, I should say, he would have been the one to spin around. So Rigo could have stuck his nose in there, but I guess he doesn't want to risk losing it all here for this overtake. He's tucked right underneath the rear wing of the Netrex LMP2 once again now, plunging downhill towards Eau Rouge. This is where you need the run. Power uphill and get the run to the Kemmel Straight. He's up over the curves as well. It's not a bad run. He'll be right in the slipstream, but he's struggling to get anywhere. And the on-off racing car could just do with a couple of Ks an hour on the straight line right now, because he's not got enough. He needs to be super late on the brakes, and he's not going to be. I think the on-off racing car will just be a little bit light on the top speed end there, because he was right in the slipstream but really wasn't going anywhere.
And we did see in the final chicane though, Rigo is strong on the brakes, but I didn't want to risk it around the outside, as we've seen so many times here. The outside of Lecom is such a risky move, and it's really a do or die move. We've seen it so many times in various different categories, and I think he's just holding on to this potential to get the overtake somewhere else, maybe into that final chicane actually, but who knows, maybe Netrex do have a good straight line speed car with 25 minutes remaining here at the 6 hours of Spa, and there's still plenty of action out there on the track, and this is one of the main ones inside the top 5. Astian definitely feeling the pressure though, running a bit wide there, and is going to lose some momentum as Rigo closes in.
But that exit off of Stavolo is just not good enough. And he's going to run wide through the Kerpool Frere, but it's nowhere near close enough at this stage. Nowhere near, I wouldn't say. And through Blanchemont again, he's going to end up frustrated. It's been a frustrating race, I would imagine, so far, at least a frustrating end to the race so far. Now maybe he'll go for it. The surprise inside attack at the bus stop chicane. He wasn't far alongside. And Assen turned in as if he wasn't there almost. And he very nearly paid the price for it. Now Rigo may have the run in towards La Source as well, but it's difficult to see him diving again after what happened at the bus stop.
Catching by surprise is a good method, especially when you're in this situation, and lap after lap you try the same thing, so doing it at a different corner might have been the trick, but not this time around, as Assen is putting the car in a very good place. But look at the run. I think that was actually a bit of a lift off there by the Netrex to try and get the run with the GT car and catch them at the right time, but that's given Rigo an amazing opportunity to get as close as they've ever been, almost pushing the Netrex car to the left-hand side they go. How brave does Charlie want to be on the outside, up towards the braking zone, in towards Les Combes. They're pushing each other, they're door banging in towards the chicane,
no.
and he loses the rear end, he goes around, and that ends that battle.
And that was the big fear. That was why Rigo was taking it cautiously. He needs to try and reverse it and find some space on the track, and don't clip your front wing off, whatever you do here. He'll get himself back going again, and he'll have more than enough time to stay ahead of Team Iris, so there's no concerns about that. But my goodness, what a shame to end that battle in that way. It was aggressive between the two. In the end, Rigo just makes side-to-side contact with the Netrex car and ends up going around. Not really sure you can put blame on either of them, just collided in the middle, and Rigo was the one to spin around.
Yeah, Rigo was risking it all on that outside, braking late, going deep. The rear would have been very light on that car, and as we've seen a lot of times this race, a lot of people losing the rear end. Let's see this once more though on the replay, as Assen does come a little bit left in the braking zone, and actually there was a bit further contact. Actually there's a little bit there, but here, and I think that might have just started the spin actually. I thought it was a bit more Rigo just being late on the brakes, but that little bit of secondary contact would have just put a bit more pressure on the car, and obviously sends the weight balance a little bit too far to the rear for how much Rigo was pushing into that corner. So it was a good try, but it was a very risky move and it didn't work out.
It didn't, no. A bit of a shame to see. I mean, is there any point in putting blame on either of them there? I kind of feel like they sort of met in the middle, and I mean, it was very slight contact anyway. I think that's worth pointing out, but is it really worth putting blame on either of them there? I'm not really sure that there's anything worth, anything too serious.
Yes, it's a tricky one, that. But Andres definitely came sort of to the left-hand side and made it a little bit more difficult than they would have wanted. So, yeah, potentially Rigo could have completed that move, or at least had a half a chance, whereas the little bit of contact stopped that. But then, as you say, two drivers, they're fighting hard. They're having an awesome battle for, at least 5 laps or so. And it gets to a point where you just have to go right to the limit. And unfortunately, a penalty might be coming the way of one of the drivers. But also actually to Neto, who has received a penalty, I would assume, for speeding in the pit lane or something along those lines at this point in the race.
Cut tracks maybe at the bus stop.
Oh yeah, because they're still on the track, aren't they? So yeah, maybe you're right, getting to the cut track limit.
Well, it's I wouldn't imagine it would come through that late for a drive-through, so I guess it must be a bit of a shame for them to end the race that way, but it's going to be 13th no matter what happens for Alessio Nesso, I think. Let's go up to Hypercar again for the first time in a while, because Christopher Kierneck is being caught by Jake Dennehan, and the Go Team racing cars are getting quite close to burst. It's still getting quite close in Hypercar generally. Martin Mergeli leads the way, but 23 seconds is still a small gap, although I think we still believe that second, third and fourth have to come in yet.
Yes, interesting one with how close those drivers are getting between the burst of the two Go Team cars. So definitely need to have an eye on that one, because I looked, and 1 lap ago, the number 7 burst of Prosciutto in that 3rd place was 3 seconds lap faster than burst. Obviously, maybe a bit of traffic involved in that, but certainly there is still some pace in that Go Team car to try and chase down for 2nd place. But also here, you're right, Jake Dennehan getting very, very close to the Simfree Esports car of Christopher Kierneck, and is potentially looking to make this overtake in the next few laps. But look at all the traffic there. He's trying to get past. 20 minutes remain as well, so the laps coming down very, very quickly. About 10 laps or so remaining.
And just have a look at the negotiation of traffic as well from Jake Dennehan here. It's very, very tricky indeed, especially with the LMP2s that will be just up in front here. Switch to the inside. Is there going to be a move at Blanchimont? No, it's not a good idea. Don't forget, he's already, we think, made contact with the Understeer United Ferrari at that corner, and that might be putting him off slightly. Arm Cyber just over in front here. One of the two of them. They'll make their way over the line as well. So, flash of the lights, and that's almost to get into the head of Simfree, because there's no cars between them there. The gap's now 1.5, and Jake Dennehan is crashing in on this gap.
Yeah, he really is, and that is coming down at a rate that starts to put a little bit of panic in as well. Because sometimes if there's a 2-second gap there, but it stays around the 2 seconds, the car ahead gets a little bit comfortable. But when it's, 3.5, 3, 2.5, 2, all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, they're coming. And then you almost start focusing too much attention on your mirrors, and that makes it very, very difficult indeed to keep the pace going. So hopefully for Kierneck, he can continue looking forward and keep that pace. But Jake Dennehan is coming in very, very hot, and it was 1.6 seconds faster last lap.
That is considerable, even in endurance racing where traffic does affect these lap time battles. Just say just a little bit, actually quite a lot in reality. So towards Pouhon they go, and that gap's probably going to be less than a second by the time that they get to the end of this middle sector. And there's 2 lap cars in front now as well, 2 GTs. It's 1 Akko just ahead of Scuderia Leone by the looks of things, although I didn't think they were a lap apart. I guess they must be. As you can see, Kierneck will look to the inside at Stavilo. That was quite a late move and it could have gone wrong. He's made it work. Dennehan won't get close to him this lap, but next time round surely he will be.
Dennehan almost had a run there, but not enough to get past the 1 Akko car of Adam Taylor, who's at the wheel of that one. And as you say, that's Ian Belton's, unfortunately 1 lap down. But around the outside, potentially, there is going to be Jay Dennehan, and that surprised me a little bit. Kierneck not doing anything with that, and actually sort of lifting off and letting him go. So that was a very easy overtake.
Or do they think race clutch have to come in again and there's no point? Because why wouldn't you defend with less than 20 minutes to go? I don't really understand.
Yeah, that sort of caught me off guard a bit. I just quickly looked over to the to live timing, and all of a sudden Jake Dennehan's flying past on my right hand side, and big flash there from Jake, potentially to say thank you, because I'm very surprised. And that was a big overspeed as well. Kierneck could have easily waited to the braking zone and just let him go down the inside. Definitely a bit of a weird one.
Admittedly, looking at the difference between the two on pace right now, it's difficult to see that Kierneck would have been able to hold him back for more than a quarter of an hour anyway, but even so, it's bizarre that he didn't even try. And now that gap will be confirmed with this bit of traffic through Le Combe. So, the McLaren stays wide actually there and tries to be helpful to Christopher Kierneck, but there's the gap, way over a second now, probably over 2 before the end of the middle sector. So that's now sorted, and they've recovered to 6th place. It's still going to be a disappointment today, Race Clutch, because they led for so long. They were out of the race lead through no fault of their own, and so they're not exactly going to be pleased, but at least they've got everything they can. They can't, they can't be ruining the fact that they didn't catch 5th place, for example. There's no way they would have been able to recover from that incident a minute faster than they did.
Yes, I guess it wasn't really their fault as well, so maybe penalties coming off the way of the other teams, but there's not much they can do. As it stands, 30 points for a win, 15 points for 6th place, so they're going to be losing 15 to Winchick. They're 5 points ahead, so the gap will be 10 in favour of Winchick, so could be worse. Could be a lot worse, and fair play to them for getting back on and continuing. They will also gain points on Simfree, And where are Burst in this? Burst are second at the moment, which is 25, so they'll gain 10. And Burst will not overtake them as well. So yeah, they'll be second in the championship, and they'll be 10 points behind Winchick as it stands by my commentator's match. Never trust that, but it's close enough anyway to just give us an idea. So it's not a million, they're not a million miles away, and they can definitely work forward with this. And if they come out fighting with the pace that they showed here, next time out at Daytona is 24-hour race, maybe even from this position they could have come back with the extra, you know, whatever it is, 18 hours in the race to actually win it.
This is not me throwing you under the bus, but those aren't actually the values that they'll get, of course, because you do get extra points for what division you're in. So the actual numbers you're talking about are maybe not correct, but the gaps are correct. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter, yeah. So I just thought I'd clarify that just in case anybody was concerned. I'm sure they weren't. So Burst have basically halved their gap to Racecrutch, which I guess is a successful day. And even if they finished first, they wouldn't have overtaken Racecrutch. So I guess they can't be too disappointed with how things have gone as Go Team start off these final stops in Hypercar now.
Certainly do. So this is what we were expecting, was these cars to come into the pit lane, and now it just depends obviously how long that stop is going to be, but there was a decent gap actually between them. One thing that surprised me, that Go Team car was about 5 seconds behind Burst, and now it's about 11. So that gap, at one point we thought Burst were being slow, but they obviously still have some speed if Go Team, now that gap has increased. It's so weird how this race has ebbed and flowed. The strategy's been all over the place. Been a very, very interesting one from that point of view. But it is the... oh, sorry, the gap has increased because, my bad, that's because Prosciutto is the car in the pit lane who's the first in that battle initially. So now obviously it's 5+5, which is, makes sense to why that gap has increased. But either way, Burst not being quite as slow this stint as we saw in the previous one.
No, they've at least maintained the gap to Mergley, which is no mean feat. So I don't really understand why. It's what happens in Code 80 races where things get really split apart. They're obviously always very interesting, but they're somewhat difficult to get a handle on sometimes as well. I mean, I've still got question marks in GT3. I think Visceral will have to pit again, but you know, there's only 13 minutes to go now. I thought they would have been in by now even.
Yeah, maybe.
Getting a bit concerned.
Is it too much to stretch for a bit, maybe? Who knows? We'll have to see if that is going to work out, because obviously there's about 6 laps left in this race, but some gaps are starting to close in, and as you say, just a handful of seconds here.
6.6 at the moment. 12 minutes to go, which means if it was a GT3 race, they'd have what, 6 laps remaining? But this is of course not decided by them. It's decided by the hypercars, 216s and whatever. It might even be 4 laps to go for the probably 5 if it was GT3s. But you've got to work out where the leader is and then figure that out compared to them and all of that kind of thing. But Diogo Silva doesn't have very many laps remaining, and they are both a long way ahead of the rest of the field, which is what you'd expect to see. Thomas Enger Sim Racing often find themselves a long way ahead of the rest, but don't worry anymore. Visceral Esports are in, as I suspected so. And I think that everybody else has been in. So Wanako are ahead of both Black Hawk cars. Where do Visceral come out in all of that?
And that means that gap for Thomas Enger is what we were not convinced by, but is well over a minute. And that is quite something, to be honest. Having a gap like that. But they've obviously just done it right on the pace, on the strategy, and that is going to be a dominant victory. I mean, even sort of 20 odd seconds can be dominant in a race like this, but for it to be over a minute is quite something.
Really is. Can Adam Taylor get ahead? I don't think that stop's going to be long enough for Silver to allow Adam Taylor ahead again. I think Visceral will be second here as we have a look at a replay in LMP2. This is the 4th place car at the time, which would have been Netrex, and so we'll continue watching this for the moment. But yes, I think Silver's already making his way out of the pit lane actually, so he will be ahead of Adam Taylor. As I suspected, that shorter final stop has at least secured them 2nd place.
Yes, and that is that is always something that you're trying to do as you go on. If you can't, if you can't sort of get the win, definitely maximise what you can do. And a few seconds here and there are obviously what you want to try and try and get at the end of the day. It's always funny how some of these races can literally come down to a couple of seconds after all of the variables. You know, there's multiple pit stops, there's multiple drivers in the cars, there's been code 80s, there's been overtakes, there's traffic, there's spins, and sometimes it is literally just a couple of seconds on strategy or going a lap longer here, lap longer there, that always brings it back together. It's quite a funny one how the maths works.
Yeah, it's always what makes it so interesting, though. I've been doing it for so many years. And by the way, next time out, we'll have 4 times the amount of all of those things, because it'll be the Daytona 24 hours just on the other side of the new year in January. Very much looking forward to that one, of course. The first time, Cam, we've had 2 24-hour races in 8 years in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's been a very long time coming, but we're at Daytona for the first time in ages. We've got 2 24 hours for the first time in ages. It's going to be a race of discovery. I've said Daytona for the first time in ages, like we didn't have it last season, but you get the idea. It's not been on VEC very long. 24 hours in 2 times in one season, though, is unusual.
Excuse me. Daytona just coming to the platform about a year ago or so. There's contact there with the Netrex car. One of the GTs on the inside. When the Aston Martins, they're not going to be too happy, and that is a lot of risk on the outside there. That is the 28 of Andres Asian. We saw his massive defence on Charlie Rigo earlier. But needs to be careful not getting penalties for next race.
Yep, that would have to be served, of course. If there's ever a race to serve them, then I guess the next one is that race. But you would like to avoid it ideally, nevertheless. This is one of the final few battles we have out on the circuit. It's between Geeks Energy Sim Racing and Go Team Racing in the LMP2 category. It's Sten Handgraf and Valtteri Karjalainen in the Go Team Racing car, and so we'll see what the race to the flag is going to look like for these two. Just 8 minutes to go, and this could be the final position to settle on the road.
Certainly could, and that's why they're going to be pushing hard, and it's getting very close. Blanchimont trying to find some way through and trying, of course, to get as close. Lock in the rears, though, sliding the rears, just catching that, and it's definitely easy to do in this car. It has a lot of engine braking. Going to be getting the downshifts done at the right time to not be overloading the rear wheels, and certainly looking like the faster driver. Does absolutely send it on the brakes once again, and probably pushing a bit too much here.
Well, this is getting a bit ragged for everyone now, and it's probably because it's the near end of the race. Long 6 hours here this afternoon. Big move down the inside of the Renzo Ciucci, so I'd imagine that is in the satellite racing car. It could be somebody else now, but it's a late move, and it won't come to anything at the top of the hill here, but everyone seems to be getting a bit tired. Everyone, of course, has been driving in these nighttime conditions for quite some time now. It's almost been a half and half race today in terms of weather conditions.
Yeah, it was basically the sun was starting to set already in the first hour. The shadows were coming in, and already by the middle part of the race we were looking to be in very dark conditions, which is something a little bit different. Don't always have that. Although, do you remember that was it season 10 where we had all the races start in local time? So we had races like in Fuji. Yeah, so if races like in Fuji where it actually started in the dark, because obviously it would be, many hours ahead into the night European time. That was quite an interesting concept that we tried that season.
I do remember one race at Istanbul that was entirely in darkness. I think that was somewhat by accident, but I do remember that must have been season 9 or 10.
But that would make sense, because back then we used to start at 5 p.m. European time, and obviously Istanbul's an extra hour or 2 hours ahead. So then obviously a 12-hour, 8-hour race, whatever it was, would have been all through the night.
Would 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. at that time of year, I guess it would be full darkness, wouldn't it? Just about. I think so. Yeah.
I just remember that season 10 we were basically always in darkness. It was certainly an interesting concept to try. I quite liked it, to be honest.
Well, I think that it would make a bit too much darkness, if we're being honest. Maybe it would change these days, because we start at 1 p.m. CET these days rather than 5 p.m. wasn't it, CET, that we used to start at in the evening. It's quite some late nights back in the day there. There's some 12-hour races, I'm sure. Many of you remember them watching on.
I do.
You do. I remember some very late endings to races there. But let's see. This battle for ninth place may well be settled now as Karainen makes his way to the outside, and it's going to be a long way round the outside. He's not going to manage it. He slides his way through. Very nearly did what Charlie Rigo did there, actually, but thankfully can hold his car on the road, and he stays in 10th place. Still challenging for that 9th place and can't get it this time.
Oh, Valtteri's looking very aggressive at this moment in the race. He's been locking the rears, he's been trying to go around the outside, doing all sorts. But Hangraf is holding on very nicely as it stands for this 9th position. 4.5 minutes to go. We are getting close in that battle actually between Burst and Go Team for 2nd place in hypercars. Just to let you know, a couple of laps remaining. Also there in your GTEs, that's Veltons in Scuderia Leone trying to unlap himself from Wanako, and now he's getting involved in this LMP2 battle as that is starting to get very close with Carolina around the outside here.
That was very close, and just about Hangraf holds on to the car there, but that could have gone very wrong indeed. Always happening in front of Adam Taylor, who's on his way to a podium in GT3, of course, but my goodness me, that was close. As the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car really wiggled the way through Stavolo. Now in towards the bus stop chicane they go. Carolina gets himself to the outside. Will he have the inside in the second part? No, he was not able to quite keep himself there. But Hangraf gave him the space anyway. Almost gave him a second invitation to the party, and Carolina very much takes it. And he'll go to the outside now of La Source. Will this be the move instead? He's later on the brakes. He's going to go right round it, and they're going to remain side by side on the way towards Eau Rouge. But no, Hangraf will hang on.
But he's still going to be in a good position, Carolina, to get this slipstream up this back straight. We saw it, though, with Charlie Rigo. You really have to be just 1 car length or so behind, which is pretty much what he is, actually. As we come over the Radion, up towards the Kemmel Curve and onto the back straight, this is a good opportunity. Now it's going to be for the Go Team racing car around the outside. Can he find the momentum that he needs? And then obviously on the braking zone as well, he's got it in terms of his guys' nose ahead, but can he do it around the outside? We've seen contact here so many times this race. They just about give each other space, but somehow the Go Team racing car has got through, and 47 takes 9th place.
Nice overtake in the end for Carolina, and he's into 9th. Stein Hangraf gave it a good go, but couldn't hold on, and surely now that position is settled. The Go Team racing car does look a little bit quicker, it's got to be said, and with only a few minutes remaining when that battle started, Geeks Energy Sim Racing, were well within their rights to try and hold on for that, but in the end the race was just a couple of laps too long.
Yes, and it comes down to that. And talking of laps, actually, I was thinking many 2 hours back, so oh, there's the leader behind, but it's not anymore, of course, with how the race has worked out. Race Clutch, they're coming past. They're not the race lead this time. It's Winchick, of course, who won the 2nd round of the season at Road Atlanta. And things are actually getting close in the hypercars. Michael Leroux is coming in. He set a purple 1st and 3rd sector on the previous lap. He's coming in fast, and now only 1.5 seconds behind Jari Simicic.
This could be a late twist in the tail. I didn't think these two would make it to the end, I've got to say. I really didn't think they'd make it, and I think they are hoping that the next lap is the last one. But will it be, is my question. I'm not sure yet, but it could be, I guess. Let's find out in a few minutes' time. There goes Martin Mergen. It will be the last lap. I thought he was further ahead than that, actually. So he crosses the line, starts the last lap. Simicic, I think he's going to have enough here, surely. Michael Leroux's not close enough, you wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see just what is the drop-off. Leroux's the fastest driver on track right now, and he's coming in with a good couple of seconds a lap. So let's see if it is enough, at least on the previous one. We'll see what it is this time around. Does Yen have any sort of speed inside the final minute now? And one final tour of this 7-kilometer venue to work out who's going to be in 2nd place. The door opens with Race Clutch having those issues in the mid part of the race. Winchick have taken it for the race lead, but for 2nd place, this has been going on for many, many hours.
It's been going on for a very long time, and in the end, Burst Eastport look like they're going to prevail in this battle between two teams that may well be up there by the end of the season, two previous champions in the VEC. Burst Esport have, of course, managed it in the past with the DPI in season 14. Burst Edge Esports missing out a couple of seasons before that, the season before that, in fact, as well. Go Team Racing finally getting their first championship last season. I think they're going to be one lap too short here. LaRue is closing in, but it's going to have to be at the bus stop chicane. He's only got one overtaking opportunity. That is the downside of him catching this late on.
Yeah, it's going to be one and done if he wants it. But where is the traffic going to fall? And is it going to fall nicely for Yone? Is it going to fall nicely for Mikkel? We're about to find out as we come through Sector 2. All a bit of a too much of a curve there, a bit of a wiggle on the exit. And it's going to have to be a bit of a dive down the inside there. And Yone is going to be right on the limit in terms of holding on to this one. But final corner time already.
It is. It's Martin Mergley and Winchick Racing Team who come across the line to win the 6 hours of Spa, their second win of the 16th season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Martin Mergley leads Winchick Racing Team over the line to victory. Now, who's going to lead them over the line to second? It's going to be very close between Jone Simičić and Mikkel LaRue, both giving it absolutely everything. Into Blanchard, there's a lot of understeer for LaRue there, and I think Simičić is going to be okay, but he will defend anyway. LaRue goes to the outside. He won't get through on the inside of the second part, and it's going to be Jone Simičić who finishes second for Burst Esport next view, and Mikkel LaRue is going to be third for Go Team Racing in the end. A great battle between the two of them, but it's Simičić who prevails in that one. Fantastic fight, and in the end, the race was just a little bit too short for Mikkel LaRue.
He needed, as you were mentioning a few minutes ago, he needed one more lap to try and make that work. It was going to be one and done, and he wasn't quite close enough. But there's certainly been some great fights up and down the field, and even in the GT3 category, he's been all over the place. But it looks like it's going to be Thomas Enger Sim Racing by a bit of a country mile with the way that things have worked out. By 40-odd seconds in the end, they seem to have had this one covered, and they come in for another race victory. They won the round 2 of the season, and it looks like it's going to be round 4 as well, as LMP2's coming past them for the lead too.
They're going to come across the line pretty much together. First of all, it's going to be Dennis Jordan for Scuderia Ferrari Esports to take their second win in a row in the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. And Thomas Enger Sim Racing also with their second race win of the season in their third podium. It's a hat-trick of second race wins of the season for the 3 class winners here today at the 6 hours of Spa. Some big winning margins for those class winners. Some very close battles further behind.
And Darius Andre in the pit lane. Is that because he's finished? Oh, I think it's because he's finished, because he ended up effectively being one lap down because of where he was, finished in 3rd place. And Sviatkovsky there for Hyperion will come home in 2nd place. And what a race it was for them. You know, Gold came in to this race being the championship leaders, and Hyperion have had them covered. What a race it was.
Martin Mergley, the winner for Winchick Racing Team with Burst Esport next view, just holding on from Go Team Racing for second. It's the other Go Team car just off the podium in 4th, and a great result for Racing Zone Team to finish inside the top 5, ahead of the displaced now championship leaders Race Clutch, Simframe Esports and Virtual Drivers by TX3 round off the hypercars who finished in the main pack. Dennis Jordan for Scuderia Ferrari Esports wins in LMP2 ahead of Hyperion Esports, who were second. Gold Racing Esports couldn't quite catch them in the end. Sim Racing for Holland, who had misplaced, and they were finished 9th in hypercar. It's Netrex who finished just off the podium after holding off on-off racing in the final minutes of that race. Luc Meunier for Team Iris finishes 6th, with Stormclock Racing and Team RCR running at the top 8. Go Team Racing, Geeks Energy Sim Racing round out the top 10 there, with Arm Cyber just missing out. Salvatore Zittiello at the wheel of that one at the end. Netrex GP were 12th ahead of Seawolf Netrace, who have had a very anonymous season so far, it's got to be said. Visceral Esports, Arm Cyber, Undercover Rain and Valle Corsa round out the LMP2 field. 15 of them, of course. And then finally, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, the GT3 winners. Visceral Esports and Wanako join them on the podium, with Black Hawk Racing just missing out. They were ahead of their teammates. It was Nicola Pastore and Giuseppe Pastore out there together. At the end, João Asensio for MXF Pro Esports finishing next ahead of Juicy's Motorsport Club. Scuderia Leone held off for Blugio Esports, with Satellite Racing only one of their cars getting inside the top 10 this time around. Tom Kapusta finished the other one in the 11th place out of Juicy's Motorsport Club, Visceral Esports and Satellite Racing to round out the top 40. And then further behind than that, we have a lot of DNFs. Arnage Competition, Understeer United, Caspian Motorsport, Tomeli ERT, RKT Competition, Visceral Esports, Ramada Motorsport, BS Plus Zoom Competition, and RFRO SimSport, rounding out the retirees from that very long and difficult race. That is round 4 done here, Cam. Next up, it's the 24 Hours of Daytona on the other side of the new year. What a second half of the season we're going to have.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And the championships have closed up. We've had some championship leaders having some problems as well. So it's going to be fascinating as we get into the trio of American races before we come back to Europe for the final 2. It's going to be good fun.
Certainly is. Make sure you join us on the other side of the new year here at the Virtual Endurance Championship for the 24 Hours of Daytona. What a fantastic race we're going to have. Today, though, it's about Wintick Racing Team. They take the victory and take the championship lead in hypercar to go with it. 3 amazingly interesting classes once again here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Make sure you have a good Christmas and join us on the other side of the new year. I've been Neil Leary alongside Cam Roger, and we'll see you there.